And she did that video talking about that job. What was going on there? She cut herself shaving or something. And when she nicked herself shaving, how hairy are these people? But aside from that, she's babbling about going to journalism school and changing her career trajectory. Yeah, she switched it to career ruiner. She ruined her husband's career, but she is so miserable. All of her friends turned on her. She destroyed everything, and now all she does is post like hate content on the internet, talking shit about everyone, and then complaining when people talk shit about her. It's so pathetic and sad. She's a true narcissist and genuinely insane, but she is in the Hamptons with, oh gosh, yeah, she looks miserable. She had to spend time with a man she refuses to have sex with, which is why she's doing IVF. You all know her. But there in the Hamptons, you know, she just keeps posting, like the middle finger and stuff because they hate her. Booty hoo hoo. I thought you people didn't want to be famous. Why are you constantly posting about your life? You look like Meghan Markle or something? Leave me alone, but follow me here. But look at her. Miserable. She's in like an amazing house in the Hamptons. Not one true friend to be had. She was talking and saying like, my mom and my sister are coming over. She had to hang out with her family members because everyone is just sick of her. You have to remember her best friend, according to her, is her personal assistant, which means she's only there because she's getting paid. And she has a personal assistant to do what exactly? I have no idea. Help her with her closet, all the garbage she buys, and she has drains her husband's bank account. Who's already back to the club scene. Yeah, yeah, we won't be hearing about Radio City Music Hall upcoming anytime soon. I mean, he'll talk about it. Like that one time he did that thing, but won't be selling out that thing anymore. So sad and pathetic. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So if you grew up in the 2000s, there's a good chance you spent way too many nights trying to knock out your cousin, your brother, or your friend in fight night. Maybe you even threw your controller a few times after getting caught by one perfect counterpunch. I don't know about you, but it has happened to me. Fast forward to today, and boxing games are almost gone. Sure, we finally have Undisputed, but for years there was a giant hole where Fight Night used to be. It's strange when you think about it. Boxing is still around, big fights still make headlines, but yet one of the greatest sports game series ever made just simply disappeared. So what happened? Well, that's what I'm here to talk about. So sit back and let's step into the ring. So back in the late 90s, boxing was a huge deal. Mike Tyson was one of the biggest names on the planet. Lennox Lewis ruled the heavyweight division. Oscar De La Hoya packed arenas. Roy Jones Jr. looked like he was fighting in fast forward while everyone else was stuck in slow motion. Boxing was everywhere. Pay-per-view events were major attractions, and video game companies wanted a piece of that popularity. Well, EA Sports answered with Knockout Kings, also known as Knockout Kings 99 in 1998. And when people first saw this game, it looked like the boxing game everyone wanted. There was real fighters, big arenas, TV style presentation. It had the famous EA Sports intro that made every kid feel like they were about to compete for a championship belt from the comfort of their bedroom. The early games were fun, but they weren't perfect. The movement felt stiff, punches sometimes looked awkward, the controls weren't always smooth. Winning often came down to throwing a mountain of punches until somebody finally hit the canvas. Yeah, it was entertaining, but it didn't quite capture the strategy that makes boxing so exciting. But still, fans kept buying them. Each year, EA added more fighters, better graphics, and small improvements. This all came with Knockout Kings 2000 and 2001. The game slowly found its audience. It wasn't trying to reinvent sports games, it simply gave boxing fans something to play while waiting for the next big fight on television. Then came Knockout Kings 2002. Now, this is what I want to say was the turning point. The gameplay started to feel more realistic, and suddenly boxing wasn't just about throwing haymakers. Footwork mattered, timing mattered, defense mattered. Now you could actually feel yourself learning how to box instead of pretending your controller was a pair of windmills. So, of course, the players noticed these changes, and the critics noticed too, and everyone was happy about this. EA then realized they had something much bigger than another yearly sports game. So they made a bold decision. Instead of releasing another Knockout Kings, they retired the name completely, and in 2004, Fight Night was born. Now, the first Fight Night was a straight up knockout, in a good way, of course. Its biggest innovation was total punch control. Instead of pressing buttons to throw punches, players used the right analog stick. Uppercuts, hooks, jabs, and crosses all came from different stick movements.
interesting to you is my year 58.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Okay, so year 58, I had never had a broken bone, and I broke 6 bones in my back.
How did that happen?
Falling off a ladder.
What were you doing on that ladder?
Sawing a tree limb, and here I thought I was smart enough to make sure that the ladder wasn't below the tree limb.
Right.
But then when the tree limb came down, the back half hit the. Next thing I know, I'm getting woken up by neighborhood.
Next thing you know, you hear that noise, then you're being woken up by the neighborhood. What? Cat?
No, the people doing lawns saw me on the ground.
People doing lines?
Doing lawns.
Oh, got it.
Hold on, sorry.
Got it. I don't know what kind of neighborhood you live in.
If your hearing isn't great, I need to talk to the mic.
Those are Mexicans. They're called Mexicans, not people doing lawns. We call them Mexicans. People. See that Chelsea handler? Fucking bitch. Anyway. Still yapping. She's still yapping on podcast. Fucking twat.
So I'll go through the rest real quick.
Okay, let's keep going. 6 broken bones. Let's talk about your spirit, though.
Well, no, I sold my house as is just to get out of it and move on, and then.
How as is? Was the ladder still up against that tree?
Joe DeRosa would be unhappy to hear that I left a lot of Atari 400 stuff sitting in the
Wow, you just gave away Atari stuff.
Yeah.
Damn, why?
I was ready to
grow up.
Well, because you got it. Also, it didn't get any better. That was the easy part, breaking the bones in my back. When I was traveling with my dog, I get the call that my mom passed away. So I go back to town and get in arguments with my brother and sister on how we're handling and stuff. Stop talking to them. After Memorial, I find out that then my brother passed away.
Oh my God, this is absolutely incredible.
Meanwhile, I'm living in a motel with my dog.
Why were you in a motel? Why would you sell your house and Atari 400 as is and go straight to a motel with your dog?
Because Greg Popovich, the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, had a stroke, and this is how far he's fallen right
It's
now.
amazing. You do look like Greg Popovich. Do you know who that is?
I thought he was Jerry Sandusky.
Do you know who Greg Popovich is?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, good. All right, so keep on. Tell us more about this horrific year.
So I'm staying in the motel because I'm trying to stay local, but I can't. My sister is like a worse version of me because I'm self-aware of how bad I am. She's not self-aware at all. So everything's an argument and everything's a disaster.
Of course.
So I'm trying to stay there just to support and stuff, and also my brother's memorial got pushed back because.
How did your brother get
I don't know if it's brain cancer or if it's
Get that air horn one more time. Okay. It's okay.
sinuses. He had cancer in his sinuses.
That's
I don't know if
rough. Okay, so then what happened? You were saying that your sister this that. What?
Well, no, it's just that that's where I was staying in the motel and also with my dog. And while I'm waiting for my brother's memorial,
Don't you say something happened to this fucking dog.
the dog died.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Give me some dog noises. Give me some fucking dog noises right now, Redman. Come on, give it to me. There he is. We actually have a program, a deal. We have a Netflix deal where we can communicate with your dog up in heaven right now. He's very sad. I don't know if you hear him. Okay, I'm just
The
kidding.
things people feel any better. She was a 12-year-old Great Dane, so she's probably one of the oldest Great Danes in the world.
Oh my God.
And then my before my 59th birthday, 2 days before my 59th birthday was my brother's memorial, and then my first Mother's Day without my mom, and then my birthday, and then I moved to Austin
Holy shit. How long have you been in Austin?
for about a month.
Wow.
Why don't you write a country song?
I swear, my cousin just came down to visit for my brother's memorial, said that it should be that year should be a country song, and I said, yeah, I would call it 58.
Yeah. When I was 58, it was a really bad year.
I don't even like country music, but I get it now.
Yeah, you are that guy. That is incredible. So let's talk about some positive things. How has your life improved lately?
I
has it? Shit. Did you get another dog? Anything?
No, I don't want another dog.
So what have you been doing? How do you fill the void that you lost by breaking your back, losing your mom, losing your brother, and your dog all in the same year? I see a smile on your face.
Well, that's the crazy part is that I could be considered nuts. I mean, I've had lifetime depression. I've been given medication before and stuff like that, and I still survive and everything like that.
Are you on the medication?
No, I don't like medication.
They can break your back, but they cannot break your spirit.
No, I probably have diabetes, and I don't even go to the doctor. I just went into keto because I wanted to stay away from doctors.
I love it.
This is like Austin Big Lebowski. This is fucking brutal.
Yeah, I was 250 pounds 3 months ago, or 3 years ago, and I'm 170 pounds now. I was 135 when I graduated high school.
You were tall and skinny, huh?
Oh, I was the skinniest. I was a stick boy.
Wait, was that before or after integration? How old are you again?
59.
59.
No, okay. Happy Juneteenth.
Wow. So, James, how long have you been preparing for this Kiltony appearance?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm pretty lazy.
Yeah, no, we know. You wrote a Ross Perot indecent proposal joke. I mean, that is, I believe that's a 1991-ish reference, maybe 90. Don't think 92.
There was supposed to be an intro to it. I didn't even want to use it but I started to forget some of the one-liners in it because it shit hurt.
Yeah, you don't want to use your game material your first time.
No, I mean, I was going to sit there and say, hey, I'm going to try to keep it real for all you. I know you're younger crowd, and then go into that knowing that it was an old thing. But
what do you do how do you make money?
well, that's the thing. When I sold the house as is, I was able to sell it. I sold it for $50,000 more than what I owed on it. So I've been living off of that.
Hell yeah. And you,
Do you have any plasma left?
I actually had looked into doing plasma, and I found out that if they injure you, that they don't pay anything.
If they hurt you, you don't get money?
Yeah, if you seriously hurt you and have to get hospitalized from the plasma, withdrawal, that
and knowing your luck, you would have a serious issue in there. Everybody dies. They don't know why.
I feel guilty that I was the first one called up because the guy Richie next to me was sitting there going, yeah, I've been doing this for a long time. You're probably going to get picked first because everybody I talk to gets picked.
Yeah, today's the day that your bad luck turned around. You were the first fucking pull. You can thank this meathead right here in the front row. I let him pull it. I should have done it myself. This guy does not look like he has a magical touch at all.
Can I ask advice for you?
Absolutely.
So I know it's way late in life to build a big stand-up career or whatever, but is it still too late for me to be just a writer and help out other people?
Literally do whatever you want. If you take chances and have fun and you love it, if you fucking love it, if you love open mics and going out and being around a bunch of psychos, you can do fucking anything, buddy. You can be a stand-up, a writer, whatever the hell you want to be. You can fucking be an Atari 400. You can't do that anymore because you sold the fucking Atari, dude. But no, you can literally do whatever you want. It's never too late to start.
I'm a gamer, so that's what I kill my time is I do gaming, but that's boring, so I don't know.
Exactly. You're perfect. I wish fucking the other bucket pools would always ignore the gaming thing. You covered your trauma and you have a great story. The set for a first time wasn't that bad. So you're leaving with a big jump, but buddy, congratulations. Our first fucking pool of the night, ladies and gentlemen, that's James Morris. A little story. You can break his bones, you can break his heart, but you cannot break his spirit. 59, chasing his dreams. Ooh, the lovely Heidi is here, ladies and gentlemen, live in the flesh. More beautiful in person than on YouTube, believe it or not. Hello there. You know that moment where you text your whole team, hey, did anyone follow up with that guy? You get silence, tumbleweeds, 1 thumbs up emoji 2 hours later. Meanwhile, the customer has already moved on, got married, started a new business, and retired. At some point, you're just like, let's fucking quote. That's why today's episode is brought to you by Quo, spelled Quo, the business phone system built so you never miss a call. You know who I know that never misses a call? He's always awake, ready, and a hard worker. Redman?
Me? With Quo, all your calls, texts, and voicemails live in one place, so anyone on your team can pick up a conversation and respond fast. Plus, it's super easy to set up on any device. It literally only takes a few minutes. You can even keep your existing number and add teammates as you grow, so there's no IT, no hassle.
Quo's built-in AI agent handles after-hours calls, answers questions, and even books appointments, so you never miss a lead, even when your team is offline. As the #1 rated business phone system on G2, Quo is trusted by over 90,000 businesses that already rely on it to stay reachable and look professional every day. Money is on the line. Anyways, say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free, plus get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to quo.com/Kiltony. That's QUO.com/Kiltony. Make some noise for your next fucking pool, ladies and gentlemen. He goes by the name of Joel Lindley, everyone. Here comes Joel.
That's right. I am a civil rights activist. I go all over our great country. I meet black women who've never been with white men before. And I desegregate them. I have a dream. I love black women. I dated a beautiful Nigerian woman I met on Only Scams. Her father's the king of Nigeria, yeah. He's on his deathbed and she doesn't have any cousins or even brothers, so believe it or not, I'm next in line for the throne. My first girlfriend, half black, half white. She worked part-time. Showed up late every other day. I love all people. I actually dated a girl. She was a Hindu Indian. She had that red dot on her forehead. I love that woman. I actually went to India to meet her family, but I got arrested at the border trying to smuggle in deodorant.
Joel Lindley pushing it all the way to the limit there. Good set, Joel. Welcome. Amazing. How long you been doing stand-up?
40 years.
No way. Unbelievable.
I've been toiling in the minor leagues.
How old are you?
I am 59 years old.
Two 59-year-olds back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen. Do you believe in miracles? If you bet $1 on that would happen on Prize Picks, you would have won $75 million. It is the first time we've ever had two 59-year-olds back-to-back to start the bucket. The other guy has been doing it 0 years. He just started for the first time. Where did you start 40 years ago?
I started in Rochester, New York, my hometown of Rochester, New York, for a place called Yuck Yuck.
Yeah.
Onto the Funny Bone, then I moved to Los Angeles, and then New York, and then I'm kind of your minor league.
What years were you in LA?
I was in LA from about 1996 to maybe 2003.
Okay.
And I worked all over LA. I got jobs writing for friends of mine who got development deals but didn't go anywhere. And then I just took off with people who had brought me as a feature.
Yeah.
And I went on a bunch of tours.
Check in with Brian Moses.
We worked
No,
together.
I love the set. I'm excited to meet White Jackie Robinson. Breaking color barriers, breaking hymen barriers all over the place.
It isn't.
That's the tagline. I didn't think I had time with it. Yeah, I'll be the Jackie Robinson of your vagina. Batter up.
Okay, yeah, you got it, dude.
I like that dream too. Maybe the tag should be after you say like I have a dream. It's a wet dream.
Yeah.
Joel Lindley. So is it true you have a thing for black women?
I love all women. Beautiful women, black women. Black women, when I was growing up, were the only ones that were up past 9 o'clock. We didn't have a shot at the white girls.
Yeah, they've got white guys to rub. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. Incredible.
I love all women.
Let's check in with the great Dave Landau.
I don't know if I'm allowed to share this, but it was before
Please
cell
do.
phone.
Please do. I'm sure it's a fun.
Yeah, I had opened for you, I think, in Pennsylvania.
That's right.
And yeah, this was a long time ago. But I remember you had a trick with women where you had a receipt that said $300,000 from your bank
It was a
account.
fake bank receipt.
It was a fake bank receipt.
And
Holy shit.
And you would ask for her number, and you'd go like, "Oh yeah, let me give you mine," and then you just write it down on the $300,000 fake bank.
Oh,
I did have that.
oh.
tell you.
It was
It's real different shit.
Man, I got so much pussy.
every night. Every night.
I was laying on.
Wow.
Well, there's what the trick is. You got to, if you have a shitty car like I did, you got to make sure, you know, the level that you put on there matches. You know, you show up and burn out looking 74 Fiesta or whatever.
Yeah, that is
You don't got 300,000.
old school trickery.
It is. Well,
Did you have any other?
I ended up selling them after my show to make money. Shirts and some DVDs, all that shit. Hustle.
Right, of course. And what were your other tricks with the ladies? Like if you had that one up your sleeve, which I've never heard of anything
Well,
quite
I
that crazy.
always carry my Red Cross donation card.
Oh my God.
That way, if she wants me to use a condom, I'm like, no, baby, Red Cross. I'm good. Look at that, Red Cross. 56 days ago, I donated my shit. Look at that.
Oh my God. You're the reason why monkeypox started. That's incredible. He is HIV positive. Yeah, exactly. Incredible. You look great for 59. You're funny as hell. Tell us more about your life. Why?
I moved down here. I've been here 3 weeks. I was supposed to move down with my friend, Mr. John Mulrooney, who had a tragic accident, slipped on some ice and fell.
Oh my God, I heard about that. He passed away, right?
Yep, he's coming down here too. He's good friends with Brian Cole.
Smith, that's how I knew about it.
He was coming down with me.
Amazing.
Couldn't make it.
Well, look at you. Here you are, absolutely thriving. That's incredible. So,
Yeah, man. It's like fucking Yankee Stadium.
yeah,
It's for a minor league company.
you're in it. Another reason why you're Jackie Robinson. So I love it. You're here in Austin, the new, fun place to be doing stand-up. So you're just really doing it. You have a youthful spirit.
I'm doing it. Yeah, I work cruise ships, but I make sure I was off every Monday night so I could come back here and get on here.
Incredible. Absolutely amazing. Well, dude, you're doing it, man. Come back, sign up again. Give us another minute sometime. We want to hear some of your crazy fucking horror stories and road stories and chaos.
Can I give a shout out to the ladies with low self-esteem and good credit?
That's all of them, pretty much. Hell yeah.
Danny needs a cosigner.
Hell yeah. I love it. Nothing easier to find than a black female cosigner. Lord knows their credit be banging. I love it. Anything else crazy we should know about you before I get you out of here?
Performing with the great Quinn Dale. He brings me around.
Nice.
Dates with me. He's fantastic.
Yeah, very
Out
funny
there with
guy.
him.
I gotta get him.
Look for me here. I'll be every Monday night.
Tell Quinn I want him on panel sometime. Let's do this thing. Here's a big joke book. Come back again soon. Oh, my bad. That was a bad toss. I over rotated that. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kill Tony debut of a 40-year comedy veteran, Joel Lindley. Two 59-year-olds back-to-back to start the show. Can we go 3 59-year-old white men in a row? I highly doubt it as I bring up the one-word name of Vasquez, everybody. Here's Vasquez.
Hey guys, I just want to say one thing. If you come in to where I'm sitting and you walk in off of the showroom floor with a Harley Davidson and fresh leather gear on, and sit in front of me and drink a Frappuccino, then I'm not going to be able to hold my face correctly. I can't be responsible for anything that happens after that. If you sit in front of me and you drink a Frappuccino like you're my ex-girlfriend's kid finishing up a Capri Sun, then I can't be, my face is going to do some things and I won't be able to hold, anyway, let's, on a lighter note, should have wrote some stuff down. Old people look like fish. Wanna keep it light. Okay.
What the fuck? Was that whole thing like a personal message to one person out there that's gonna get it? Somebody sat in front of you drinking a Frappuccino somewhere? No one knows what the fuck you were talking about.
It's like a live manifesto. That was lit.
And then you throw in like one good short joke at the end?
I tried. I didn't even know that was going to be a minute yet. I had one more.
Thing about the person sitting in front of you? That's nuts, dude. Let's check in with Dave Landau here.
Where's your girlfriend's kid?
My ex-girlfriend's kid.
Yeah, same question.
Yeah.
Where? Where?
Yeah, he's safe. She
Oregon.
no
Okay.
above ground.
She an organ donor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Vasquez.
There's a lot of venom for the way somebody drinks a Capri Sun.
Yeah.
What was the venom against the Capri Sun? It was the guy that came in with the leather gear drinking a Frappuccino at Starbucks.
What did he do exactly? Why did that bother you?
I don't know why, because I have ADHD or something.
I think that's called retardation. The big difference between ADHD and WTF, which is what most people were thinking. Okay, old people look like a fish was funny. Do you have more like that? Do you have other funny things?
Yeah, I've had something else to that, but I forgot.
You forgot that. Perfect. What a professional. How long have you been doing stand-up?
First time.
Okay. All right. More things like the joke you did at the end would be my advice. More things that are funny.
Noted.
Yeah, more of that. That whole thing before, I mean, that was nuts, dude. How long have you been preparing for this? Your first minute ever doing stand-up comedy?
It's hard to say. Hard to say, really.
Okay, I bet there's a lot of things hard to say here. It's a good interview so far. What do you do for work?
I'm a brand ambassador for multi-million-dollar companies. A lot of up-and-coming startups.
Oh, this is your version of having the $300,000 bank deposit slip. Okay, perfect. Sure, we totally believe you.
He's a brand ambassador for Frappuccino.
Amazing. How long have you been a brand ambassador for multi-million-dollar companies?
Probably a couple years.
Probably a couple of years. Okay. What exactly does that entail? What did you get on jets and go?
No. It's not. It's nothing really. It's not a big deal, really. It's just, I give away a lot of free stuff.
Like where?
Mostly Costco.
Okay. So we're finding out in real time right now that you work at Costco.
Correct.
Yes. Very good. Boy, oh boy. This show is live and it's real. Let me remind you one more time. I do this a lot sometimes. Every fucking show you've ever seen before this, the host knows what the other person does. They know what they're promoting. They know what they're going to fucking say. I had to pull that out of you. You thought we were going to go, oh yeah, multi-million-dollar brand. What's your logo like? Even the microphone is jumping off a cliff right now to save itself from the cruel tutelage of the brand ambassador, Vasquez.
That's hilarious.
The microphone's like, this motherfucker work at Costco. I'm out of here.
Did they tell you to say that?
Sorry.
Did they tell you to say like, yeah, you're a brand ambassador, even though you just give out samples of fish sticks?
I gotta tell you, I don't know if it was on purpose, but that is hilarious what you just said. I mean, I'm really the one that dug it up, but you know, it was your lie that started that hilarious order of events.
I wouldn't say that.
It's not a lie. You're right. Just a
No, Costco is a multi-million-dollar
yes.
company.
So, and the brands that he is giving out samples of are most likely multi-million-dollar brands. So
You're not Michael Penne on bath salts?
I'm not sure who that is.
Okay.
Vasquez, tell us more about your life. Anything else crazy we should know? Are you like, you have any special skills or talents? You seem like the kind of guy that has like a jump rope record or something like that. You're very fit. You remind me of Michael Gonzalez back here. You're in good shape.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any special skills or talents or anything?
Not really.
You do have two different colored eyes. Is that eye over there working?
Not exactly.
Not exactly. So it's not a no. So not exactly. Kind of like that eye might be a brand ambassador for $1 million company. And then you find out, no, it's working at Costco. What happened to that eye?
A boxing accident.
Ooh.
Took a finger in that.
Damn. A finger.
That's for boxing of fish sticks, my
A finger to the eye, but mostly there's normally gloves that are worn in boxing. Where did the finger come
It
from?
wasn't from it wasn't regular.
It wasn't a sanctioned fight.
It was a cockfight.
Wow, where was this at? El Paso, Texas. Oh, Oregon. Yes, the El Paso of the North. And you were just doing a normal like street fight? Was it over a disagreement?
Practice.
Practice for boxing? Holy shit!
Not a game.
Wow, that had to suck, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
Probably 4 years ago.
No, that's not that bad. You had two eyes for a long time. D-Madness thinks you're a huge pussy, dude. The god himself poked out D-Madness's eyes, so imagine that.
Yeah, he's doing the Lord's work.
That doesn't make any sense.
Maybe not because God is.
Vasquez, is comedy something that you actually want to do, or?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, keep writing jokes. Here's a medium-sized joke. There goes Vasquez, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna keep it moving along now. You know, we're all getting better about talking openly about mental health, but finding support can still feel overwhelming between schedules, cost, and trying to find the right therapist. It's easy to keep putting it off. That's one reason I really like Talkspace. Right, man?
Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access online anytime, anywhere. And you can switch providers at no extra cost to make sure you find that one that really fits your needs.
Talkspace is in-network with most major insurance plans, and many insured members pay a copay of $0. Talkspace's mission is to provide quality care whether or not you are insured, meaning it's actually affordable out of pocket as well. So, as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. All shapes and sizes of people. Brand ambassador for multi-million-dollar companies. The sample guy at Costco. There's a lot of range in between those two jobs. That's below a bagger. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket pull goes by the name of Paul Cyphers. We know Paul. He's a funny guy. Here comes Paul Cyphers.
I work as an exterminator. I do pest control for a living. Thank you. It's kind of like being an ICE officer for cute little animals. That's basically. Instead of catching Mexicans, I mostly catch squirrels. Mexicans and squirrels very different. One is a small brown creature you'll see on someone's lawn or up on someone's roof, and the other is a squirrel. So, today, someone asked me if I was going to kill the squirrel. I was like, no, man, I'm going to put it in a cage and separate it from its family. So, this is a true thing. My work truck has been broken into 3 times in the past month. Nothing will turn you into a Republican faster than tools getting stolen out of your work truck. But we live in Texas, so I went out and I bought a gun, They break into my truck again. I'm going to fucking kill myself. So, that should do it. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Great set, Paul Cyphers. Hell yeah, buddy. That was awesome.
How's it going?
How long have you been doing stand-up now?
Like 7 going on 8 years.
Yeah, I remember you many times from the show being very, very funny.
Thank you.
Seem funnier than ever. How's life going for you?
Better in certain ways, worse in others.
Let's talk about it. What do you mean?
I'm doing pest control. I'm an exterminator, so I'll start there. Not usually the mark of somebody doing super well, but
yeah.
I had a friend today say, well, you should be grateful you have a job. And I was like, well, you're unemployed. You want me to put a resume in? He said, no, I'm good, actually. So that's something.
Tell us about the nightmares that you see out there.
I run into a lot of Kill Tony fans.
So yeah, they're everywhere. They are.
Bed bugs and cockroaches in droves.
They also have Ferraris and Corvettes
well,
too.
They're here. I don't think anybody here is using my company.
But they recognize you when you come in. They go, holy shit, aren't you on?
No, once or twice it's happened, but
oh, you bring it up. You're out there spraying. And you're like, so you ever see Kill Tony?
It comes up. I just try to make good conversation with people, and it comes up. And in Austin, it's very, very popular.
What are some of the infestations that have blown your mind? Though I'm sure people want to know because it's crazy out there. I hear horror stories all the time.
I hate in the heat of the summer. I deal with a lot of black widow spiders.
Okay, I thought that was going another direction for a while. Thought you were going to be the greatest exterminator of all time for a moment there, and it turns out just a spider problem.
It's gay pride, not white pride, Tony.
I'm like, what are you exterminating? He's like, these fucking black widows.
It was black like that.
Yeah. It was long black.
Yeah.
These fucking crazy ass motherfucking, they're always on the porch. These fucking black widows out there, just always trying to fucking ruin everybody's night with their fucking yapping and drama. Like, wait, what? That's a spider?
They actually become a widow after the extermination.
Yeah.
They hated that.
After they fuck Joel Lindley, the second 59-year-old of the night that loves black women. He'd be exterminating that pussy, you know what I'm saying? All right, go ahead. Black widows are terrible.
Black widows, rattlesnakes. Yeah, I originally did pest control for my dad's business in Massachusetts. I moved down here. Much like the people, the bugs are a lot angrier and fatter here in Texas.
Yeah.
So it's very terrifying. The people are disgusting. Cockroaches, you name it.
Yeah, that happens. That's the thing. They're out there. Cockroaches are out there. Right, man?
Flies are really bad this year, right?
Yeah, well, maybe your house is a little dirty. I don't know.
You just got chainsawed. All right, so I love it. So wow. There's a lot of flies out there.
Outside.
Yeah. No, it's...
So you're out there fighting flies, and you're fighting a lot of foo, obviously. Am I correct?
Food?
Foo. The foo fighters.
Oh!
There you go. All right. What are the other... Let's talk about the big ones. This is what people want to know about. Tell us about the craziest rats that you've seen. Is there anyone that has a rat infestation?
Every other bar besides the one you're sitting in on 6th Street has a lot of rats. I had to drown a rat to death one time.
Tell us about that. That's what we want to know.
I caught a rat by only its paw on a trap, and I was at a very wealthy person's upstairs, and I called my boss, and she was like, you can either smash it off the ground, and I was like, oh, I gotta do that. She's like, or you can drown it, and I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll try drowning it.
Hell yeah.
I got a bucket of water, you fill with water.
You're like one of those kids who like kills rabbits as a youth, and it's like, I could make money off of this.
No, I did too many drugs in high school, didn't go to college. I'm actually a vegan, which is the craziest fuck.
What?
Yeah.
Have you ever knelt on a squirrel's neck?
What's that? That's not bad. I might take that. Thank you.
Wow. So how did you drown this rat? What did you put the rat in?
I filled a bucket with water, and the rat was on trap, so I put it in. The rat's like screaming. And then,
no, please, mister, no!
And it falls underneath the water, just like total silence. It turns out rats cling to life quite a bit, so
Yeah.
it started breaching the water like an orca whale.
Oh my god.
And so I looked around and I saw a broom, and I just kind of like lightly was.
Oh shit. He really is like
It's like a 1990s LAPD cop. Jesus Christ. He's doing this right there.
I'm emotional. I was pretty emotionally affected by it. The bubbles are coming up.
Oh my god.
It turns out it takes a long time.
Wow.
Eventually I got bored. I just started doom scrolling on my phone. I was like,
Oh my god.
I remember it was the Rock's cheat day, so I opened my phone. I'm like, that's a lot of pancakes that Dwayne Johnson's here. And I mean, it was
Oh, that's hilarious.
There were 4 turtles crying.
yeah.
Yeah.
This guy in the camel hat just said, what the fuck? You know, it's a weird story.
Yep. That guy's killed Middle Eastern people before. Long range. Yep. And he'll do it again, he just said. Perfect. Welcome to America, everybody. Wow. Paul, how's your love life? When you're not drowning rats, are you drowning in pussy?
I'm actually, I drowned the rats. I'm saving up to try to afford a wedding for the love of my life.
Oh, nice. How long have you been with her?
I've been with her going on 3 years, but I have been sure about trying to marry her since I met her. But it takes a long time on the exterminator salary to save up.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And she's a vegan.
She is not. No, she's a Texas, a Houston gal. She fat ass, loves brisket, you know.
I love it. I love it. So what made you turn vegan? What?
I've been, I was vegan on and off, and honestly, it's just something in stand-up. I have some jokes about it, and I just try to do, I'm like totally sober now. I just try to change things up to try to write material.
You know, you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
You could eat a steak and go on stage and do a joke about being vegan if you wanted to.
That's true. That's actually what I'm doing right now. I don't know why I'm lying.
Amazing. Paul, I love it. What am I missing here? Fantastic set. Fucking great interview. Absolutely perfect.
I'd love to have you back on the Secret Show, Paul.
There you go. And I'm sure you have them. And here's another big joke by Paul Cyphers, ladies and gentlemen. Moses has to go pee, everybody. He's going to go drown a rat somewhere. In the meanwhile, we're going to keep it moving along with your next bucket bowl. He goes by the name of Trenton Tebow, everybody. Here comes Trenton. Put your hands together for Trenton Tebow.
Yo, who in here wants to have the best sex of their life tonight? Alright, everybody that said no, see me afterwards. Yeah, I'm glad this is going well. My free trial for BetterHelp expires this weekend. I'm just kidding, guys. I could never kill myself. I photoshopped a pair of angel wings on the other day. I look fucking stupid. I tried. Just brought the ceiling fan down with me. Great, now I'm depressed and not getting my deposit back. You know how hard it is to sleep when you're suicidal and hot now?
Great point.
So you go to the gym, right? Because you need to make a change. Go to the gym, you know, because they have stronger fans. All right, thank you guys. I'm Trent Tebow.
Trenton Tebow, holy
Big
shit.
joke.
What a set. Is this your first time on the show?
Nah, third time.
Wow, this one was fucking stand out incredible. He's going pee real quick. He would have loved your set. It's okay.
He hates white people.
Yeah. We'll tell him all about it. You would agree that this is a standout set out of the three?
Yeah, this is pretty good. I like it.
Yeah, I love
Happy
it.
with
You're fantastic. Remind us, how long you been doing stand-up?
About 4 years.
4 years. Man, you're funny as hell. Where were these 4 years at?
Fort Worth, Dallas.
Nice. You live here now, or did you make the drive today?
I live in Dallas, Fort Worth still.
How often do you drive down here for a spot like this?
I haven't been down here in a few months, honestly.
Amazing. What do you do for work?
I work at a restaurant as well as I do like contract construction labor type shit, landscaping type shit.
A rare white landscaper.
Yeah, I got the mustache for it.
Hell yeah, you got it. You got it, absolutely. What do you do for fun, Trenton Tebow?
Dude, I fish a lot. I like fishing a lot. I play a lot of pool too.
Nice.
I know Trenton. He's a hell of a joke writer. He's part of Rose Battle Dallas Fort Worth. He dates a single mom who's really funny too, white. You gotta say it, you let him know. But yeah, this guy's amazing. I bet your set was great. Sorry I missed it. You're right. I hate white people.
Yeah, that's cool. I get it.
Is this true? You're with a single mom?
Yeah, single mom of 4.
Oh my god.
Yeah, fucking thank me for my service, dude.
Wow. How old are these kids, ballpark? All between what ages?
Oh, dude, you think I'm supposed to know?
Just give us the ballpark of the youngest and oldest.
13 through 4.
Okay, yeah, those are kids.
That's why you're suicidal.
Exactly, you get it.
That makes sense. So, do you often bang her, obviously, at her place? You guys don't live together, right?
Yeah, no, we live a while apart, so it's just whenever we can.
Right. So you go over there, and then what? You kind of like to get to bed, kids. get on, children.
Now we just go.
The tornado shelter.
Yeah, no, it's just shove some shit in front of the door so we can hear them start trying to break in.
Is that true? I love that. Hell yeah, that works.
Yeah.
That works. I get it. I've never really gotten into the single mom thing. I don't know. What's that? No. I mean, it's amazing. She does stand up.
Yeah.
Tony, get you a Black Widow. That's what you need.
Okay. Did she sign up tonight? Is she with you?
Yeah, she's across the street, or next door.
What's her name?
Sagan Butler.
There you go. We're gonna get her out here. We're gonna have her. That'll be fun. So how long you been banging this fucking mom for?
We've been in an intimate relationship for about 4 months, I'd say.
Okay.
She's a very respectful woman. Don't say that.
I love it. So, have the kids ever cock-blocked you or anything like that? How do the kids fit into this thing?
Oh man, the oldest are good. They take themselves to bed. The youngest, they try to, which they stay with their dad part of the time. That's when I like to come over. But
hell yeah, that's the good times.
You ever do the Hank Hill voice with them?
Do what you said?
You ever do like the Hank Hill voice with them?
No, I don't. I'm gonna be real honest.
You should though. You got that, you know.
I don't have Wi-Fi. I don't have TV, so I've never seen any of that.
Right. Yeah. You can tell. Again, Moses is from San Diego. Not many blacks know about King of the Hill.
He's white. I told him about King of the Hill.
Amazing. Proving my point yet again. Amazing.
Have you met the dad?
I've met one of the dad. There's.
Whoa! Welcome to another episode of One of the Dads. How many dads are there?
Only two dads.
Are the kids
Mexican? Yes.
Yeah.
They are? Are they really?
Yeah.
This lady's bouncing from landscaper to landscaper?
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Coming over to trim the hedges.
Yeah.
Very nice.
It's letting everybody mow her lawn.
Hey, don't say that about my wife.
In 4 months, don't disrespect her like that. It's been the best 4 months of my life. I love it.
Here's a fun fact. We're
Yeah.
both friends with Yoshi. Pretty good friends with Yoshi.
Okay.
Yoshi's
Oh,
the best.
Dude, Yoshi's a fucking.
I'm more of a Wario guy myself, but good. Guys, why don't you, we're going to bring up Sagan. How about one more time for Trenton Tebow, everybody? Trenton, here's a big jump with my friend. Thank you.
Funny.
Hello there. If you've been sitting on a business idea, Shopify makes it easy to turn that idea into something real. You know, when I launched the Kill Tony storefront, I was surprised by how much was already taken care of. I didn't need a bunch of different tools or complicated setup steps. Everything I needed to start selling was there from day one. Right, man?
One of the biggest things I noticed early on was how smoothly customers moved through checkout. Shopify Checkout helped more people complete their purchases, and returning customers could check out even faster because their information was already saved. That friction-free experience gave me confidence that the sales side was working the way it should.
And once that foundation was in place, my focus shifted from building the store to actually growing the business. Instead of worrying about the technical side, I could spend more time improving products, connecting with customers, and finding new ways to grow. Things that people actually want, think are cool. It's also reassuring knowing Shopify powers millions of businesses worldwide, from first-time entrepreneurs to major brands. The infrastructure's already there. You just bring the idea, my friend. With Shopify, nothing stands between your idea and a real business, so go make it one. Start your free trial at shopify.com/KillTony. That's right, start your free trial at shopify.com/KillTony. I don't know about you guys, but I want to meet the mother of four that's getting banged out by Trenton Tebow. Here to do an uninterrupted minute of stand-up comedy. Make some noise for Sagan Butler, everybody.
Surprise, I'm a single mom of 4. Yes, I also worked with infants for over a decade. I learned some things about people. Like across the lifespan, we just try to recreate the feeling of being in the womb because it's what we find soothing. Or we swaddle babies. Adults use weighted blankets. That's probably why I love alcohol and the muffled sounds of people fighting. Feels like home.
What up, Mr. Clark? How you living, girl?
Okay,
I got my hair cut, but you ain't nobody see it's tied up, but you'll see it tomorrow. I got my hair cut. I got it cut.
Okay, are you happy with it?
Yeah, I am. I wanted it cut. Remember, I wanted it cut. It was getting on my dang on nerves.
Yes, ma'am.
So you'll be able to see it tomorrow, but I got it tied up now.
You got it tied up. All right. I am.
No, let's play. How was your day?
It's my hours of reversal kind of just started.
Okay.
I got 10,000 views on my video, which is by far the most I've ever gotten of anything, and I am doing my best to line up other podcasts, and I was up pretty late, so I gotta do my hours correct. Aside from that, I'm alright. How was your day, madam? Aside I can get your hair cut.
It was good. Got some shoes out of here and stuff, so I gotta finish this weekend. And I got some shoes out, and I think I'm taking the Goodwill. I had to get some shoes out. She bought me some new tennis shoes, so for work and all that. So I had to get some shoes out. I had to get my heels out that I can't wear no more. So yeah, I did all that.
All right.
And I came home. Yeah.
Give me this. That was garbage. Everybody knows that one thing should have gone down.
I love it.
Oh no. Of course, this is not ideal, girl.
Split.
Split is right. Get that. Ooh.
Hey.
I'm gonna get this, no doubt. No doubt. No doubt. All but one. You got this one. No doubt.
Yeah.
Folks, no doubt. No doubt.
No doubt. Let's go. Let's see. No.
I know it. You got it.
Nope. I know. I never can do it when it's right there close to the edge.
It's so difficult.
You have it. You know how to do it. Yay.
Thank you.
Phenomenal strike.
Thank you, madam. Okay, you've got 4 to get here. And you can get all 4 of them. And if you get all 4 of them, you'll be in a great position at the end.
Yeah, I wish. It's okay.
Wow. 3 in a row. Get it. This is tough. I don't really know what you're doing here.
Let me cut that one. Well, get that one. Yay. Okay.
That would have been. Give me it. All right, that's a big score. 96. Now we're gonna get 98.
Get it.
Now we're gonna get at least 100. I don't care what it is.
Yay. Let's go.
There we
Yay.
go.
Good job. You win, I win. I win.
108. You win, I win. I win, you win.
Reload.
108. I will take
I'm
that.
sorry. I beat you to it. I'm sorry.
No,
Rabbi.
you're no need to apologize at all. That was big time.
You did a good job.
Big time.
Good job.
One of the biggest events. Get it, girl. All right, you gotta get these two. You.
Nope. Okay. I can't never get them down. You good at them.
Oh.
You got this one.
No doubt. You've got this.
Let's go.
I know you've got this.
Yay!
One of the great strikes in the history of the world. Folks, Miss Aquarius just got one of the great strikes in global history. And I
Let's go. Yay.
have only been able to get back-to-back spares. But here she is with this strike. Gonna be big. Everybody knows it. I know it.
And another
Miss
one.
Aquarius. On fire. On fire, folks. I don't care what I'm doing. We're not catching up with Miss Aquarius.
Oh. Yes, you are.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not. No, I am not.
Yes.
You've gotten 2 strikes in a row. Now when you throw one, you're going to get like 25 points. Oh,
Oh,
3 strikes in a row.
DJ Khaled.
That's known as a turkey, Miss Aquarius. 3 strikes in a row is known as a turkey.
Oh, well, known as turkey. Turkey.
Gobble, gobble, girl. Look at you. No one's touching Miss Aquarius today. No one is touching Miss Aquarius today. No one. This is unprecedented. We need her to get 108. Try to beat what I just got.
I'll try.
Folks, she needs these 2. Alright, that gives her 94. 96, pardon me.
It say 96 on my side.
Yeah, 96. Apologies. And now, get a strike.
No.
Oh, but she broke 100.
I got that
104.
140. Yay. Let's go, Rabbi. Let's see what you got.
That's a big score, Miss Aquarius. One of the biggest we've seen recently. Miss Aquarius, lighten it up.
You got the
Lighten
record.
it
You
up.
broke the record.
Miss Aquarius, you win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yeah, I got my 270.
Congratulations on 270 wins, madam.
Yay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey. Hey. I'll be back on my other side. I'm going to sleep after a while, okay?
Okay, doke, madam. Have you ever played yet checkers with J-Ski?
No, you know he's been busy. You already know he said he'd be busy, be outside and all that, so no.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't worrying about that no more. Yeah. I'm not worrying about that no more. I know Rabbi. He don't keep his word, but hey, it is what it is. When he's not busy, I play. I have to let him know when he's not busy, we gotta play checkers.
That's right. Just one game.
That's right. I know. Yeah, just one game. I know. So Yeah, I'll let them know. Yeah, because that's not right.
No, I'm sure it's not personal. It's just they got busy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll be back.
Excellent, Mr. Clarice. I look forward to it.
Okay. Okay.
I accidentally called my baby girl booger sugar. And in case you live under a rock, that means cocaine. And I felt bad until I realized all the things that babies and cocaine have in common. They're both really expensive. They both keep you up all night. And they both frequently get sniffed by members of the Biden family.
Hilarious.
Fucking hilarious.
Welcome. Hi. It's your first time on the show? Second. Okay. How long?
Fucking hilarious. Oh.
the rat was on trap, so I put it in, and the rat's like screaming. And then,
No, please, mister, no!
and it falls underneath the water, just like total silence. Turns out rats cling to life quite a bit, so
Yeah.
start breaching the water like an orca whale.
Oh my god.
So I looked around, I saw a broom, and I just kind of like lightly was.
Oh shit. He really is like.
It's like a 1990s LAPD cop. Jesus Christ. Who's doing this right there?
I was pretty emotionally affected by it. The bubbles are coming up.
Oh my god.
It turns out it takes a long time.
Wow.
Eventually I got bored. I just started doom scrolling on my phone. I was like,
Oh my god.
I remember it was the Rock's cheat day, so I opened my phone. I'm like, that's a lot of pancakes that Dwayne Johnson's eating. And then he was like,
Oh, that's hilarious.
And there were 4 turtles crying.
yeah.
Yeah.
This guy in the camel hat just said, what the fuck? You know, it's a weird story.
Yep. That guy's killed Middle Eastern people before. Long range. Yep. And he'll do it again, he just said. Perfect. Welcome to America, everybody. Wow. Paul, how's your love life when you're not drowning rats? Are you drowning in pussy?
I drowned the rats. I'm saving up to try to afford a wedding for the love of my life.
Oh, nice. How long have you been with her?
I've been with her going on 3 years, but I have been sure about trying to marry her since I met her, but it takes a long time on the exterminator salary to save up.
That makes sense. And she's a vegan.
She is not. No, she's a Texas, Houston gal. She fat ass, loves brisket, you know.
I love it. So what made you turn vegan? What?
I was vegan on and off, and honestly, it's just something in stand-up. I have some jokes about it, and I just try to I'm like totally sober now. I just try to change things up to try to write material.
You know, you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
You could eat a steak and go on stage and do a joke about being vegan if you wanted to.
That's true. That's actually what I'm doing right now. I don't know why I'm lying.
Amazing. Well, I love it. What am I missing here? Fantastic set. Fucking great interview. Absolutely perfect.
I'll never have you back on the Secret Show, Paul.
There you go. And I'm sure you have them, but here's another big joke by Paul Sykers, ladies and gentlemen. Moses has to go pee, everybody. He's going to go drown a rat somewhere. In the meanwhile, we're going to keep it moving along with your next bucket pool. He goes by the name of Trenton Tebow, everybody. Here comes Trenton. Put your hands together for Trenton Tebow.
Yo, who and everyone's had the best sex of their life tonight? Alright, everybody said no. See me afterwards. Yeah, glad this is going well. My free trial for BetterHelp expires this weekend. I'm just kidding, guys. I can never kill myself. I photoshopped a pair of angel wings on the other day. I look fucking stupid. I tried. Just brought the ceiling fan down with me. Great, now I'm depressed and not getting my deposit back. You know how hard it is to sleep when you're suicidal and hot now? So you go to the gym, right? Because you need to make a change. Go to the gym, you know, because they have stronger fans. All right, Trenton Tebow.
Trenton Tebow. Holy shit. What a set. Is this your first time on the show?
Nah, third time.
Wow, this one was fucking standout incredible. He's going pee real quick. He would have loved your set. It's okay.
He hates white people.
Yeah. We'll tell him all about it. You would agree that this is a standout set out of the 3.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I like it.
Yeah, I love it. You're fantastic. Remind us, how long you been with stand-up?
About 4 years.
4 years. Man, you're funny as hell. Where were these 4 years at?
Fort Worth, Dallas.
Nice. You live here now, or did you make the drive today?
I live in Dallas, Fort Worth still.
How often do you drive down here for a spot like this?
I haven't been down here in a few months, honestly.
Amazing. What do you do for work?
I work at a restaurant as well as I do like contract construction labor type shit, landscaping, that type of shit.
The rare white landscaper.
Yeah, I got the mustache for it though.
Hell yeah, you got it. You got it, absolutely. What do you do for fun, Trenton Tebow?
Dude, I fish a lot. I like fishing a lot. I play a lot of pool too.
Nice.
I know Trent. He's a hell of a joke writer. He's part of Rose Battle Dallas Fort Worth. He dates a single mom who's really funny too, white. You gotta say it, you gotta let him know. But yeah, this guy's amazing. I bet your set was great. Sorry I missed it. You're right. I hate white people.
Yeah, that's cool. I get it.
Is this true? You're with a single mom?
Yeah, single mom of 4.
Oh my god.
Yeah, fucking thank me for my service.
Wow. How old are these kids, Paul? All between what ages?
Dude, you think I'm supposed to know?
Give us the youngest and oldest.
13 through 4.
Okay, yeah, those are kids.
That's why you're suicidal.
Exactly, you get it.
That makes sense. So, do you often bang her, obviously, in her place? You guys don't live together, right?
Yeah, no, we live a while apart, so it's just whenever we can.
Right. So you go over there, and then what? You kind of like to get intimate kids. You don't get children.
Yeah, we just go.
Tornado children.
Yeah, no, it's just shove some shit in front of the door so we can hear them start trying to break in.
Is that true? I love that. Hell yeah. That works. That works. I get it. I've never really gotten into the single mom thing. I don't know. What's that? Oh, no. I mean, it's amazing. She does stand up?
Yeah.
Tony, get you a Black Widow. That's what you need.
Okay. Did she sign up tonight? Is she with you?
Yeah, she's across the street, or next door.
What's her name?
Sagan Butler.
There you go. We're going to get her out here. We're going to have her. That'll be fun. So how long you been banging this fucking mom for?
We've been in an intimate relationship for about 4 months, I'd say.
Okay.
She's a very respectful woman. Don't say that.
I love it. I love it. So have the kids ever cock-blocked you or anything like that? How do the kids fit into this thing?
Oh, man. The oldest are good. They take themselves to bed. The youngest, they try to, which they stay with their dad part of the time. That's when I like to come over. But,
hell yeah. That's the good times.
You ever do the Hank Hill voice with them?
What'd you say?
You ever do like the Hank Hill voice with them?
No, I don't. I'm gonna be real.
You should though. You got the, you know.
I don't have Wi-Fi. I don't. I don't have TV, so I've never seen any of that.
Right. Yeah. You can tell. Again, Moses is from San Diego. Not many blacks know about King of the Hill.
He's white. I told him about King of the Hill.
Amazing. Proving my point yet again. Amazing. Have you met the dad?
I've met one of the dads.
Welcome to another episode of One of the Dads. How many dads are there?
Only two. Only two dads.
Are the kids,
yes.
Yeah. They are? Are they really?
Yeah.
This lady's bouncing from landscaper to landscaper? This is incredible.
Come over to trim the hedges.
Yeah. Very nice. Just letting everybody mow her lawn.
Hey, don't say that about my wife.
4 months. Don't disrespect her like that. It's been the best 4 months of my life. I love it.
Here's a fun fact. We're both friends with the Yoshi. Pretty good friends with the Yoshi.
Okay.
Yoshi's the best.
Dude, Yoshi's a fucking...
I'm more of a Wario guy myself, but good. Guys, why don't you We're gonna bring up Sagan. How about one more time for Trenton Tebow, everybody? Trenton, here's a big jump with my friend. Thank you. Hello there. If you've been sitting on a business idea, Shopify makes it easy to turn that idea into something real. You know, when I launched the Kiltony storefront, I was surprised by how much was already taken care of. I didn't need a bunch of different tools or complicated setup steps. Everything I needed to start selling was there from day one. Red Band?
One of the biggest things I noticed early on was how smoothly customers moved through checkout. Shopify Checkout helped more people complete their purchases, and returning customers could check out even faster because their information was already saved. That friction-free experience gave me confidence that the sales side was working the way it should.
And once that foundation was in place, my focus shifted from building the store to actually growing the business. Instead of worrying about the technical side, I could spend more time improving products, connecting with customers, and finding new ways to grow. Things that people actually want, think are cool. It's also reassuring knowing Shopify powers millions of businesses worldwide, from first-time entrepreneurs to major brands. The infrastructure's already there. You just bring the idea, my friend. With Shopify, nothing stands between your idea and a real business. So go make it one. Start your free trial at shopify.com/Kiltony. That's right. Start your free trial at shopify.com/Kiltony. I don't know about you guys, but I want to meet the mother of four that's getting banged out by Trenton Tebow. Here to do an uninterrupted minute of stand-up comedy. Make some noise for Sagan Butler, everybody.
Surprise, I'm a single mom of four. Yes, I also worked with infants for over a decade, and I learned some things about people. Like across the lifespan, we just try to recreate the feeling of being in the womb because it's what we find soothing. It's what we swaddle babies. Adults use weighted blankets. And that's probably why I love alcohol and the muffled sounds of people fighting.
That's so funny.
It feels like home. Something I notice I do as a parent is I call my kids little cute pet names on the fly, right? But the other day I accidentally called my baby girl Booger Sugar. And in case you live under a rock, that means cocaine. And I felt bad until I realized all the things that babies and cocaine have in common. They're both really expensive. They both keep you up all night. And they both frequently get sniffed by members of the Biden family.
Sagan Butler, welcome. Hi. This is your first time on the show? Second. Okay. How long ago was that last time?
Like 2 years ago.
Okay. What did we talk about in your interview back then, 2 years ago?
Me being a single mom mostly.
Nice.
I have two little boys on the spectrum. One of them is a savant kind of type, so we talked about that.
Okay. All right, great. Welcome. Did you have braces back then?
Unfortunately, yes. I don't know when I'm going to get them off, so we'll see.
Hell yeah. That's some real fucking Dallas shit right there. Just getting braces and then never having them removed. Let's check in with the great Dave Landau.
Look, at least they're Invisalign. I will say, yeah, that was a great set, and I saw you last night at Roast Battle. I think you're tremendous. That's all I
Thank
want
you. I
to say.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Sagan Butler out here doing it. So let's talk about it. What are the updates in life? It's been 2 years since you were on. What's going on?
I watched my friend die in front of me. He was on this show.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Who was that?
His name was Henry Cruz.
Henry Cruz. What happened to Henry?
We were walking to get an Uber. A car jumped the curb, hit him, and they took off.
I have heard of it. Oh my God. Red Band. Why would you do that? That was a traumatizing moment for. Is that what it sounded like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They never caught the hidden runner?
They did, but they haven't, we still got to go through.
They haven't prosecuted him yet?
No.
How long did it take to find him?
Like a few weeks to a month.
Damn.
Yeah, it's been.
Were they on the run, or?
I mean, I guess they hit him and it just kept going.
Did anyone get the license plate or anything?
No, it was just like a split
So
second.
they kind of had to do the math on cameras and stuff.
Yeah, it was in Deep Ellum, so there's cameras everywhere. So I imagine that's how they caught him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
What did he do when he was on this show?
What did he do on the show?
How did he?
He did great.
Did he? Good.
He did really well.
So he was in 2 situations where someone killed.
Yeah, exactly. He was a great guy.
And so he died in your arms?
Essentially, I tried giving him CPR, and it didn't work.
What do you think? Like, did he like hit his head? I mean, I'm sorry to have you describe the situation.
It's okay. I've talked about it a lot. He lost consciousness, so once he landed, he was out. So he wasn't scared or like in pain.
Got it. Well, that's good. That's good. Damn, that sucks.
I thought we liked dark shit, guys.
Oh yeah, it's good. It's good.
Did you find his joke book? Maybe you can do some.
Red man. Come on, Red man. Why did you cheat it? Okay. Well, that's incredible. What else is going on in life? Like, these kids are growing up. What's the savant? What is their talent?
He's just incredibly smart about everything. Like, he'll educate family members at events where they're like, "Let me tell you about gestational diabetes."
I love it. Sounds like a future golden ticket winner to me.
Hell yeah. They do bikes with me sometimes.
Oh, nice. How old is he?
He is currently 11.
Okay. Amazing. That's fun. What type of alcohol is the best to drink while pregnant to have an autistic child? I want to have a savant, don't we all? Okay.
I don't know. That's my mom, not me. Actually, she didn't do that. I love you, Mom.
Did you take a lot of Tylenol?
Yeah. I had to, yeah. Yeah.
Amazing, Sagan. Well, you're very, very funny. Your boyfriend, Trenton, is hilarious as well. You guys are living the life. I bet you have a lot of giggles on your drives up and down from Dallas. I bet he gets the most rugged, brace-filled roadhead you could possibly imagine. I mean, I don't know what kind of car he's driving, but there's a lot of potholes from here to Dallas. I hope he's stopping off at Buc-ee's and getting a little break, putting a little ice on that shit. Oh, Sagan, amazing stuff. Here's a big joke book for you. Great stuff. There they go. The amazing couple of Trenton Tebow and Sagan Butler. A fun little old school thing where if someone very funny has a loved one out there that does comedy, we get them both up. Right now, while we go wrangle that next bucket bowl, I have one of the great regulars of the history of the show ready with a brand new minute for you. One of the hardest jobs in all of stand-up comedy is writing and performing a brand new minute every week, having to follow your own actions and own growth here. And this guy shows no mercy, never takes a week off by choice, always working, always grinding. Make some noise for the great Dedrick Flynn, ladies and gentlemen, the Dark Sword of Austin, Texas.
Did y'all know y'all don't have to prove you're autistic to buy Legos? I didn't know that because every time I went to the Lego store, it was always a long line of niggas buying it. And then I realized it was just the person at the counter telling the nigga, ringing them up how much they love Legos and everything that they build. And I went in there, I just wanted to buy this Transformer Legos that just came out. And I don't know how to put them together because I'm not autistic. It's just like, it's just art in my house. Like, it's just the same box. And so I had recently got released from Japan when I was in jail, and I had a party at my house, and one of my autistic friends, that nigga, he just walked up to me. He was like, "Hey, do you want me to put together that Transformer?" And I was like, "How do you, nigga, that was in my room. Like, how did you get back there? How did you get back there?" He's like, I'll take it apart after if that's what you need, if you want to put it together. I was like, "Nigga, go back there." And then after about, like, when the party was ended, that nigga was still putting it together. I was like, "Hey, we got to go to, we're leaving here." And he was like, "I'm not." So I want to start like a task rabbit, like you hire people to hang stuff. I want to start that for autistic people called Finish It or Die Trying. He's just still been in my house, which I'm new to autism because I grew up black. I didn't really like. All of a sudden, everybody who I knew was white was autistic, so I thought these niggas was lying. Like when they told me they all had spaceships, right? But my ex-girlfriend, Penelope, was the first person to tell me about. She came to me, she said, "Dedrick, I'm autistic." I was like, "Shut the fuck up," right? And then, like, the next morning, we was about to eat breakfast, and then I saw her pour her milk in before her cereal, and I was like, "Yeah, that nigga autistic." That shit, we gotta put her down.
That's my time. I love y'all. Kendrick Flynn, ladies and gentlemen, with another 2 minutes.
Always doing overtime. Incredible. Milk before cereal it just makes me uncomfortable to think about. Out of all the things we've covered, people dying in other people's arms, fucking 4 kids from 2 different dads, 59 years old, never done this before, 8 broken bones, dead mom, dead brother. I have notes here that are very sad. Something about pouring milk in a bowl before cereal just makes me so uncomfortable. D Madness is gonna go cut himself. My girl, even he has never poured more milk before cereal, and he doesn't know what the fuck the difference is.
My girl does that. Janice does that.
Oh my god. Incredible. Milk before cereal. Frightening. It floats, right? Didn't it kind of float?
I couldn't watch her pour. It was like, you know how you like watch a scene that you know is a horror scene as a kid. So like I'm looking at her, you know what I'm saying? But I can't see her finish it. And then after she poured the cereal, she's like, "You want me to pour you?" I was like, "Nigga, no, don't touch cereal around." I couldn't. That's why we broke up. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. We was right before then, and I was like, you know what?
Oh yeah.
God do be talking to you. There will be signs.
Yeah, he said stop dating retarded chicks.
Yeah. But I mean, you know what they say? Once you go pale, you know what I'm saying? She make you kill. But if she's hot with tattoos as well, she's autistic as well. I can't remember what they said. I just made up both of them.
Hell yeah. Incredible.
I'm glad you're back, man. I think we all miss you. I miss Dedrick. I did.
Thank y'all so much.
Yeah, we covered it a little bit last week, but I still think we were all a bit traumatized.
You look like a deflated Rick Ross. I like that.
Yeah. Well, if you do several hundred push-ups a day, when you get the zoomies, you can lose weight too. That is, but also they ain't got it's like worse jail food. Like I think everybody thought I was gonna come back like a certain way, but like we had like teriyaki anchovies and like pickled cabbage like 5 days a week, and so like I was definitely in the stage. Because the first time I ate it, I thought it was vegetables, and then the second time I ate it, I looked down, I saw a bunch of eyes looking at me.
Oh shit!
That shit was just. But I love Japan. Thank y'all so much.
Wait,
that is such a lie.
When did they let you out? Juneteenth?
Right before they knew the nigga had to leave. Honestly, they just wanted to meet me from how nice they were to me. Like they were like the whole staff. They were always like super comedian when I would make them niggas laugh and shit. And like they was like, you get off. You put this in stand up when you go back. Can't wait to see. And I was like, I don't know how they gonna see it because I'm not gonna do it in both languages. Like I didn't learn any Japanese out there, but I did learn what was bad in Japan.
Right.
Do they be fucking in jail in Japan? Huh? Do they be fucking in jail in Japan?
No. They don't have. Bro, let me tell you this. Let me tell you something. This is 24-hour lockdown, and when you first come in, this is the scariest part when I walked in, because at first I thought they was being nice to me, because they handed me like 3 blankets, and everybody who's been arrested in here know jail is the coldest place on earth, right? So I was like, this is going to be a cakewalk for me. I got 3 blankets, I'm good. And then them niggas handed me a leather box that had the same like density and shape as Velveeta cheese. I thought it was a leather box of toiletries. No, nigga, that was the pillow. Right, that was the pillow, and then when I got to the cell, there were no beds. So one of those blankets was either a bed or a blanket or a pillow, like, you know what I'm saying, to use it. So there was nothing. We got room service. Also, the worst part, nigga, no ramen. Alright, can we talk about that? There ain't no nigga, I didn't have no ramen when I was in Japan, and I wanted to tell these niggas, y'all are missing out on so much money, because like in the United States, nigga, ramen, I see it's ramen in Japan is like what you could do with ramen, like niggas make like lasagna out of ramen. I done seen niggas make knives out of ramen, like I seen niggas escape from jail out of ramen. No ramen, nigga, I had 0 ramen. All that was really made in prison.
You're the Bubba Gump of ramen. That was
You can make ramen.
You like the offensive coordinator, nigga. Fuck you. More like offensive coordinator. Get your black ass out of here. You supposed to be on my side.
I said happy Juneteenth. Nigga, Jesus.
No, he's from San Diego.
Oh, yeah.
I'm on your side, though.
Thank you so much, Doc. Yeah, you can invite me at all, nigga. You ain't say keep your head up, nigga. You know what I'm saying, dog?
It's all Japan. You bow. You don't keep your head up.
You do. It's a quick head nod. Niggas don't really bow in jail because I don't know, nigga. I didn't make the fucking rules. Why you looking at me? Like, I made one mistake and niggas let me go. All right, that was the end of it.
Did you have a roommate?
I had 4 of them.
Were they fucking horrified when you walked in?
No, they were
very proud.
They'd be horrified.
Because it's 4 Japanese
guys. Are you just scared every time you see a black dude in the room? Like, why do you get horrified when you see a black dude come in the room?
No, but if
I think you do.
No, I really don't. I'm from Detroit.
Oh, yeah. So you definitely do.
No.
I picture 3 scared little Japanese men going,
these are the worst case scenario. Yeah, you got like 3 small dudes, and then you walk in. Clearly, he's going to try to steal one of my Piro.
Bro,
He probably thinking the Piro too far. He's going to steal. I'm not going to
They was a gangster too. They was like Yakuza member, but like I'm good around gangsters. Like I would just help them out sometimes. Like I helped them. Like I helped out of the 3 dudes in that room, I helped 2 of them get out on bail because they didn't understand the system, and I had them like writing letters to the judge and stuff like that, like helping them get out.
Look at you pulling a Johnny Cochran.
Yeah, dog. I told her every time I would see them like getting a little upset because it's 24-hour lockdowns. They can really get to you, and we all in a box. So like if I started, I was like, come on, let's hit these push-ups. I had them doing push-ups, sit-ups, like talking to them. Like when I left, they woke me up and they were like crying that I was like gave me a hug. And
you're going to miss you, Berkman.
Black Shogun, that's what they call me in there.
Black Shogun. I'll never forget when you forced me to do push-up. Thank you for teaching me to read. You got me out on bearer. I will never forget you. I will watch every episode of you on Kill Tony. I will.
The thing is, they did though. After I got arrested, they started looking me up, and so they would start like coming by and like saying some of the jokes that I was saying. Like I said, they was so nice to me. Like when I was getting out, the nigga shook my hand. I ain't never shook an officer's hand. He was like, "Hey, do I look mad at you?" And I was like, "No." He was like, "So that should tell you if you get out tomorrow, because it's a terrified. Y'all you gotta spend a mandatory 23 days, and then if they have enough evidence, you go to trial, which is 6 weeks later.
Oh my God.
My case is dropped and dismissed. Of the fucking 11 people, I am the only person to get the fuck out, and it does not matter what lawyer you have. I was just telling the truth. I don't do MDMA. I told the cops, I said I'll do MDMA because I love lasers already. Like, and they was like, "Do you do cocaine?" I was like, "No, my nigga, I already talk a lot." You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to do hard drugs. Like, I'm already crazy. And so they was really nice.
You should try MDMA, by the way.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, thank you, Red Man. I love all the AI shit you do. Is that how you got there?
Our senior health correspondent, Brian Redband, ladies and gentlemen, always on top of what everybody should do. Yeah. Dedrick, you are always so wildly entertaining, unbelievably charismatic. The great Dark Storm, the Black Shogun, Dedrick Flint, fresh out of Japanese prison. Look at these guys. There's the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. That is. Say that. You're allowed to say that. No, say it now. Say it now. It's not gonna be. Stop, man. Stop. He's not gonna be fresh out of Japanese prison. Just say into the mic what you just whispered into my ear, and I'm going to force you to do it. So you might as well just do it. Just say what you just said. Referring to Dedrick's Japanese prison stay. Said that we missed a joke that we could have said. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like, imagine him being like, "No, my nigga." They're like, no, nigiri, no nigiri. No, we have no sushi.
I liked it more how you said it.
I literally just said nigiri to you, and you're like, "That's funny."
Yeah. Anyway, it was better than. We're keeping it moving. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next bucket. Pull back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Gerard Michaels, everybody. Gerard.
Baby, here we are. So good to be here. The greatest show on earth and the greatest club on earth and the greatest country on earth. Let's rock and roll. love seeing the European minds explode being here for the World Cup. Being lied to all these years with the propaganda, and you're sitting here like, I thought I was going to be Nazis in a race war, and it turns out there's nothing but Buc-ee's and ranch dressing. It's delightful. Yeah, dude, you've been lied to the whole time. America is amazing, dude. It's incredible here. We go skydiving with no fucking health care here, dude. We're awesome. If you like Buc-ee's and ranch dressing, stick around for the 4th of July and check out 4 Loco and Cherry Bombs. It's going to be fucking awesome. It's what the media does, man. They lie, man. I remember watching CNN and I'm seeing Don Lemon staring right at the TV going, middle-aged white men are the most dangerous creatures on planet Earth. And I turn and I look at my father eating easy cheese on his belly with a Ritz cracker. I'm like, oh shit, that's a fucking apex predator right there.
Welcome, Gerard. You've been on this show before, right?
This is my first time, Tony.
Wow. How do I recognize you? Where do I know you from?
I don't know.
You've done
the old country buffet, man.
Done roast battles before? Oh, you were here opening for Dave this weekend.
The great Dave Landon.
Yeah,
Yes,
that makes sense. Well, that's cool. Where do you live?
I live in Fort Lauderdale, Florida now, but I hail from Old Bridge, New Jersey.
Nice. Hell yeah. I'm glad you stuck around for this. That's fun. How long have you been doing stand-up?
12 years.
12 years. All of it there in Florida mostly?
No, New York mostly.
New York City?
Started at the Stress Factory, Vinny Brand, shout out.
Nice. We do New York City sometimes. We're going to be at Madison Square Garden August 7th and 8th. Fun fact, the Kill Tony Band is playing on August 6th at the City Winery. So if you're got nothing to do on that Thursday, go see the Kill Tony Band. Why not? And also there's weekend passes available. We're doing a different thing. You can buy a full weekend Kill Tony passes. That was a way for me to plug. Thank you for letting me plug my Madison Square Garden dates. Anyway, Gerard, so you live in New York now?
I live in Fort Lauderdale, moving.
Got it.
Austin, Texas, July 16th.
Nice. Congratulations. Welcome. What are you most excited about moving to Austin? It's a very fun place. I was just in Florida. I know Florida very well. I actually like Fort Lauderdale.
Right. I think all the women here look like they're either just getting over a fever or a fever's just coming on, and that makes them very approachable.
Okay. See that, huh? It's like a sixth sense or something.
Yeah, it's kind of my thing, you know.
Wow, that's incredible. I've never noticed that before. Do you see that in any of the ladies out in this audience here tonight? Do you see any fever?
No, there's a lot of good-looking girls with ugly guys in here. This is like a Tesla Prime or something.
Yeah.
There's like a SpaceX IPO in here or something.
Perfect, yes. That's what I tend to see as well. Someone tried to tell me that our fan base has a lot of cockroaches and rats earlier. I wasn't having it. Just kidding. I believe him. So, Gerard, how do you make money? Just stand up, or do you have another side gig? You seem like the kind of guy that likes to get under a fucking truck every once in a while. Get under that hood, fucking change the carburetors.
Yeah, I mean, I think you mean mechanic, but it came off as gay to me. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I do. I do make it. Everything I do is kind of good.
Yeah, I work with veteran awareness, a company called VetClaims.a, trying to help veterans come home and get all the money that they've earned.
Fuck yeah. That's great. We love that. We love the vets taking care of all the animals and whatnot.
Oh, by the way, if there's any vets in here, just say your dick doesn't work, you get all the money. That's kind of the secret.
Whoa, amazing. Are you a veteran yourself?
No, I'm a pussy.
Right. Okay. What made you get into that industry? How'd you get into that?
They were looking for content creation, and we were helping them out, trying to take their brands.
Have you tried Costco?
Yeah, right? Yeah, the benefits would have been better. And I just fell in love with it, man. They're a great company, and they're doing great things, and it's something that I feel very strong.
I love that. Me too. Absolutely. We love our veterans here in the Kill Tony universe. So let me ask you this. What's your love life like? Because you seem like the kind of guy that likes to shake the mattress a little.
It could always be better, man. It could always be better. I think...
tell us, what was your last, random hookup like? How does that guy like Gerard Michaels like to wrangle a little rodeo?
I like to troll the bars for single moms at the end of the night, mostly.
You ever seen a single mom with braces and 4 kids from 2 different dads?
There's my target demographic.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. I had a feeling you would like that. There was one up here earlier. So the last hookup, like, when did that happen?
Last night.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just out of curiosity, take us through it. Is this someone that saw you perform stand-up and they're like, "You're funny. What's up?"
No, I was at the.
I'm sorry, but I kind of have a fever coming up.
Yeah, no, I was at the White Horse trolling a little bit.
Hell yeah, that's a great place.
Yeah, I was having a little boot scoot and boogie and overheard this girl talking about how her dad's an asshole, and I was like, oh, man.
Wow, that's perfect. White Horse is the shit. I love that fucking place. And yeah, there's real normal human, like, girls there. It's like real humans.
So far, so good.
Yeah, it's fun. They throw on their little boots and their polka dot skirts and they go out and have a few drinks and they'll fucking even hook up with a big boy like you.
Right, yeah. Free. That's South Florida. It's like $2,000 a night. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Check in with the great Dave Landau.
Yeah, the other place that he told me about is like, yeah, if you can't find somebody, it's like, cockfighting. It's a gay bar, but they do have food until 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's what you call a win-win situation. Exactly. Hell yeah. Either get chicken or some chicken.
I like to eat a little beef cheek, you know?
No, I think you're a beast, and I'm glad you came out here. I really had no idea you were going to, and I'm really happy you killed. Great job,
Thank you so much.
Hell yeah, Gerard. You're a very funny man. Congratulations. Here's a big joke book coming at you. There he goes. Gerard Michaels, everybody. We're going to keep it moving along. I always love it. I love it when fucking comedy veterans sign up for the show. I think it's very smart for people that have been doing it 12 years or 40 years, like Joel Lindley earlier, to come and be seen. You know? Anyway, next one's your next bucket pool. And this is a tough name to say, but I'm going to try my best. I'm going to say Norde Kirk Edgick. Norde Kirk Edgick.
Apologize to absolutely nobody. Last time I was here, I'm the guy.
What are you talking about?
Apologize to absolutely nobody. Last time I was here, I'm the guy 2 years ago that was here and missing a front teeth and asked for reparations. Well, I got mine, bitches. American-made porcelain. You can't hear that. Anyway, I was reading this book by David Steinberg, Inside Comedy, and in that book he said that comedians are allowed to steal ideas and then produce their own material. Steal ideas, produce own material. And also he said in that book that if it wasn't for Richard Pryor, there would never be a Dave Chappelle or Cat Williams we know today. And I agree with both of these statements, because if it wasn't for these three guys, I would never dream of becoming the first Montenegro comedian in the world. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
Norde.
That was my time.
Norde. Am I saying that right? Norde?
George.
George. Okay.
Or we can say George.
It starts with a D where you're from? Where is that? Poland?
Montenegro.
Montenegro.
That's in Europe, sir.
Welcome. But that's a D?
It's a D with the middle thing.
Oh, okay. That makes it a George.
It's a J.
George. Georgia. Welcome, Georgia.
Thank you.
So, you were on 2 years ago and you were missing a tooth, is what I gathered from that.
That's right.
And then at the end there, these three guys, what were you saying there? What was that? What did that
mean? If it wasn't for Richard Pryor, there would never be a Dave Chappelle nor Cat Williams we know today.
Okay. All right, just making sure I heard.
And if there wasn't a Drago and a love guru, there wouldn't be you.
Yeah.
I like
that.
Yeah, you're wearing your capris. I mean, you're so unlikable, George. I mean, you came up here. I'm apologizing. Usually Americans, we like a foreigner who can't speak our language unless they're Mexican, but this was like a whole thing. We just, you gotta lose those teeth again. You'll be likable again.
Thank you.
Yeah, punch yourself. George, those teeth.
Now I can laugh more, yes.
Did you say Montenegro? How much did you?
Yes,
you didn't even pronounce your own country right there. That was wild.
I said Montenegro. There it is. Yeah. Yes, sir. So there's a hard R in there? Well, it was a hard R in my yes, I said no, not my country. When I said it the first time, I'll repeat it again because I don't believe in racism. I'll repeat it again. The word nigger doesn't exist. You don't believe it, but it exists, my brother.
We know. When you're not here, we say it all the time.
I've been saying it in my head all night.
Yeah. So George.
Detroit.
George,
Yes, sir.
what do you do for a living? What do you do for work, George?
I do not work.
How do you survive?
I'm a privileged citizen of the United States of America.
How do you have money?
I don't have money. I live without money. I'm getting clothes, all of this. We gotta call ICE. What the fuck is going on right now? This is true. I'm not lying. So all of these clothes and shoes we get here because I'm a houseless. I'm not homeless. I'm a houseless.
What fucking Democratic USA operation is funding these dudes with man buns coming to our country, getting free clothes? Where do you live exactly?
I live in the woods of the Silker Park.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk about it. Now I'm interested. Do you have a tent? Do you have some kind of dwelling?
I have a tent, but I'm not sleeping in my tent because it's too hot here in Austin. So I'm leaving my stuff inside the tent. But I sleep on the benches around the town.
Okay.
I sleep here in front of the churches, right? Yes.
Wow. Look at you. So you choose to do that?
I choose to do that, not to go back to my country. I choose to stay here.
Have you thought about getting an American job and having an apartment with air conditioning?
I'm not allowed to work. I don't have a work permit, so I don't want to cheat anymore in my life. I'm not a cheater anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, I learned not to cheat, yes.
Tell that to every Mexican here.
I didn't say a word.
Hard workers.
Yes.
What does your bracelet say?
My bracelet said God is big enough.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Curious.
So,
yes, sir.
George, how do you pass the time? What do you do during the daytime in the scorching Texas?
Well,
one of the hardest places to not have air conditioning in the world.
Correct.
How do you stay cool? What do you do?
Swimming in the pool in the morning. Park Springs is awesome. Libraries got AC.
Hell yeah.
When you do fentanyl, usually you don't feel it when you have fentanyl in your system.
Do you do drugs?
No, I do not do drugs.
I lose those teeth then.
I used to do drugs.
Ah, very good. Very good. What drugs were you doing, Georgia?
All of them.
Oh, nice.
I'm just joking, not all of them. I tried a lot of things.
Like what?
I'm 36 years old, so yeah. Yes, sir.
What drugs have you tried?
I tried MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine, weed.
Weed is okay.
No one
And my favorite were mushrooms when I was doing drugs. Mushrooms were my favorite, then weed.
So nothing that crazy. You never smoked crack, never did heroin?
No.
Okay.
That I'm aware of.
Right. What made you want to get clean and sober? How long's that been?
Well, that's been for a couple of years now.
No mushrooms even?
No mushrooms even, no, sir.
Wow. What made you stop? I mean, if you're going to fight it...
Found God, sir.
Where did you find him at? Was he in Zilker Park?
I was riding...
Was God in Zilker Park or Barton Springs? I've been looking for this fucking guy.
You just found him, too. Anyway, I was riding in a semi-truck because I was a truck driver for a long time, and one morning he showed up to me.
Where were you from? He was your co-pilot? Was he sitting shotgun? Where did you see him at?
Yeah, he was sitting right next to me.
And what happened? What did he say to you?
He said that I'm going to be a comedian.
He said that?
Yeah.
Oh, he was joking. God has a great sense of humor.
Gods love comedy.
Yeah, he does.
God loves comedy.
He does. But you really feel like God told you to get your life together and you were driving. But what made you stop driving semi-trucks? Because it affected your citizenship? Because it's against the rules of your program to be here?
Well, yes. My CDL was expiring. I didn't want to cheat anymore, as I said.
You're the first honest man with a man bun I've ever met in my entire life. This is absolutely incredible.
I appreciate it.
Mostly man bun people are huge con artists. What's the hardest day you've had being basically homeless here in Austin, Texas? Any close calls with heat stroke or anything?
No, sir, not yet.
I go out for a cigarette for 10 minutes. Sometimes I'm like, I'm fucking dying. I don't know if I can walk back across my terrace and get in my world-class patio doors. I don't know how you fucking do it. I guess cold water works, though.
Cold water.
I have one of those, too. I have a cold
amazing AC, so I'm riding the buses all day long.
Nice.
So, you talked about how you read a book about stand-up comedy, and you seem to be a fan of stand-up comedy. Have you written any jokes?
Well, that's a good question, Mr. Redman.
I love it when people call him Mr. Redband.
It's usually Doctor.
No, I didn't write any joke for the last maybe year now.
Why? Why did you stop writing jokes, and what would make you sign up for the show without doing so? Did you think it was the exact same audience when you, from 2 years ago, when you came out with the two thing? You thought they were just going to be like, right? Whole different audience.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I didn't even remember the Lost Tooth thing. We go through so many episodes of this thing, we turn and burn fast. What do you think is the craziest thing about your life coming from Montenegro and all of these different things? What do you think you could share with somebody out there? Your biggest lesson you've ever learned, or a view or something in your life?
Once you find God, it's only a beginning, guys, of a suffering. And you're going to start suffering even more.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm not happy that I asked that question. Here, my friend, here you go. Here's a little joke book. Next time, write some jokes. Come out here and try to make the people laugh. There he goes.
I appreciate
George Kirkenchik, everybody. I know your next fucking fool, ladies and gentlemen. I know for a fact he's got jokes. I know for a fact he's going to do them one after the other. He's been on the show numerous times. Very funny man. Makes noise for a brand new minute from Michael Ridley, everybody.
Yeah, do you guys feel like we're getting propagandized in the media a lot lately? Like every fucking form of entertainment, music, television, movies, there's always some egregious form of propaganda that they're trying to put in our faces. I was watching the new trailer for this new Transformers movie that was coming out. Tell me why this motherfucker Optimus Prime walks into the center of the screen, looks directly into the camera and says, "We need to protect Israel from the Decepticons." I was like, what the fuck are these ads right now, dog? Megatron is an anti-Semite, and he must be stopped. I was like, bro, I gotta get YouTube Premium. What the fuck is going on right now? Cut your fingers off and become a woman. Transform? What I've done, I changed myself. Then he turned into a Star of David and flew away. I was like, what the fuck's going on? All right, thank you guys.
Michael Ridley, ladies and gentlemen, a local Austin comedian. Yeah, I knew it. I knew you would do good. There he is. Welcome back, Michael. How's it going?
Dude, I'm fucking letting my nuts hang, dude. I'm having a blast.
Perfect. Don't transform for anyone. I love it. Let it happen. Tell us about life, Michael.
Life's good. What's up, Moses? How are you? I'm fucking running Austin's chapter of Roast Battle. That's been pretty good.
Oh, yeah. You're like hosting the show, weekly shows here.
I'm running the chapter, so I'm booking bi-weekly battles.
I love
Happy Pride Month, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. The only thing I like more than weekly is bye. Yeah. Michael Ridley.
Hell yeah.
So what else is going on? You got Roast Battle going on. It's a show created by Brian Moses that he let every city do a version of. Do you get a cut of that? No. Brilliant. Anyway,
we're like third in the league. Austin is third in the whole international league.
Well, that is breaking news.
52 cities globally, and you guys are number 3 because you guys do the best. Think about for Austin. How about that, huh?
Who's 1 and 2? Let me guess. New York,
Yeah.
Right, because they have to be.
Yeah.
You have to say that, or else the whole thing's illegitimate if Austin's number one. When do you have Austin versus New York battles? Is that coming up anytime soon?
It happens once a month at the Comedy Show.
Oh, at the Cellar. So Austin's the away team on that.
Yeah.
In front of a New York audience.
We usually bring New Yorkers here. New Yorkers come here, they get slaughtered by you guys, and yeah. So.
Oh, okay. Well, you should do that more often, because that would be more honest rankings. Ooh, that's exciting. You love that bucket pool. Fun. Michael, give us something juicy. What's going on in life?
Dude, I moved to Austin. I gave this city everything I had. I lost my truck, my mullet, and my dog, dude.
There you go. That's our second country song of the night right there.
Dude, I'm about to fucking...
How did you lose your mullet? Take us through that process.
Dude, it was just time, brother.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're losing your hair, also hair is a woman's game, bro. Why the fuck you care what your hair looks like as a man? I caught myself being like, hold on.
It looked good, though. You're like Theo Wong or something like that. Ooh, Redman. See? Put him on a roast battle versus a New Yorker.
Yeah, so I straight up I just had to call it, brother. I went full on ball, brother.
Oh, shit. Look at that.
Yeah, dude.
This was the toughest guy in Dedrick's prison, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
You could take the red pill and go back to America.
Wow. Guy from James Bond. Wow. Odd job over here.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It's comedy. It's an odd job for sure.
Wow. I love it.
Everything's going good, though, bro.
How'd you lose your truck?
How'd I lose my side swipe on 35, dude? Fuck it.
Wow.
CRV white, dude, watch out for them. If they're white driving a CRV, I know this is crazy. An Asian guy being like, watch out for these people.
Yeah.
But I'm a well-vetted racist. I have a lot of data.
That's a female car.
Yeah, CRV is a girl car for
Blonde.
sure.
Was it a blonde female?
No, it was a goofy white guy from Kyle.
Whoa. That's weird.
There was an open micer on the hood.
Oh my God. The guy seemed stoned or anything? Like, how could it just be a white guy from Kyle out there driving terribly? That sounds weird. But then again, Texas drivers are a whole different thing.
Yeah, as an Asian man, I'm like, you guys got to get it together. It's super bad. Yeah, I lost my truck. It was a nice truck too. It was a Tacoma.
Did he have insurance? Are you getting a new?
Yeah, he did have insurance. That was a few years back. I lost the truck. I've taken many a L since I moved here, but I needed a W. It's a full moon tonight. Fuck it.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's a full moon tonight. I wanted to do good tonight, so
You did. You should try to do good with whatever condition the moon is in.
I would really like waxing, waning, and eat really. The moon is still there. We're probably still alive, so I should probably be doing good. Right.
For sure.
Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Okay, I'll let you go.
No, you don't have to let me go.
No, I'll let you go. I was going to keep you up here and make you the next superstar, but no, I was hitting up joking.
Okay.
You're fantastic, Michael. You're great. I am going to keep it moving along. There goes the great Michael Ridley, ladies and gentlemen.
I love you. Bye-bye.
All right. When I saw Michael's name on the piece of paper, I was very excited because I know Michael Ridley. I knew he was going to do jokes, just like I said. It happened again. Just like we had two 59-year-olds back-to-back earlier, we have two true, unbelievable joke tellers, Austin comedians. This guy is one of my favorites. I have him open for me on the road in arenas, theaters, all the time. He's the fucking man. He's been on the show on panel. He's done minutes on the show. He's done it all. He's coming up with another brand new minute right now. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite, truly one of my favorite top young rising comedians in the world. Make some noise for the great Hassan Ahmad, everybody.
We're at war with the Middle East again, which will do wonders for my act. Because I'll tell you what, the terrorist jokes were getting old. But now, 10 more years, baby. Shout out Ayatollah. I did think it was crazy we stopped funding the TSA right before we attacked Iran. I thought that was crazy, right? Like I'm just getting into hockey, but I'm pretty sure you don't pull the goalie first period. I think you let him play some defense, you know? It's a long game. Because here's the order of operations of what happened in Iraq. one, the government shuts down. Then we stop funding the TSA. Then we attack them. Then it comes out that the guy who bought the World Trade Centers a couple months before the attacks and suspiciously insured them against terrorism just bought another tower in Los Angeles. It's like, call me paranoid, but it is very American to run a remake 20 years later. That is what we do. And LA Hollywood remake of 9/11, that might not be that bad. You know what I mean? Like this time the hijackers are all women. Like, that's what it is. A female 9/11, that could be good. You know what I mean? We could get lucky. They might miss the tower. It's like, damn, you didn't hit the towers, but you hit the curb. How did you manage? All right, thank you for that.
That's the man himself. What did I tell you? That's my fucking guy with a minute and a half that I haven't even heard before. That's how impressive he is. Hassan Ahmad, a guy that's out here every single week. One of the guys that I remember when we were at Vulcan Gas Company, you and Derek Poston were smoking out on that patio, and I told you guys, I'm telling you, I think it's happening here. I think you guys should move here, and you guys fucking listen, and you're working every single week since the big leagues.
Greatest of my life to come here.
You're just fucking crushing it. And that's just, again, that's a minute and a half that I'd never heard, and we do shows together every single week, every Tuesday, Wednesday, most Thursdays here in Austin.
Yeah, I like to write a lot of stuff about what's going on in the news, so it's pretty new a lot of the time.
I'm in LA. Yeah, if a plane did hit LA, it would make it better.
Yeah.
It's fucking brutal right now. It's a bunch of guys who are like Georgie back there just doing fucking fentanyl, living in the woods. It's disgusting.
What I loved, especially Hassan, is you came out, you literally, your first words were, we're at war with the Middle East again. You're starting your joke immediately. You're not pandering to the crowd, going, how we doing tonight? What's up, Kill Tony? Good to be back. I lost my tooth, remember? I don't apologize. Like, there's none of that shit. You're into your setup. You're not wasting any time. It makes people extremely engaged and ready. They're like, wow, this guy's going to fucking bring it, and here he is.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing when young comics ask me about doing this, I tell them, like, man, just get into your joke. You have a minute. Nobody cares how the audience is feeling. We know they're having a good time.
Especially an hour and a half into the show.
Right.
It's just fucking fundamentals, and that works all the time. You know, unless you're literally going up first, cold opening a show, there's no need to go, how you guys doing? Are you ready for a great night? Anything like that. So, you know,
start your joke.
It's an ultimate lesson because it makes people lean forward and listen to what you're saying because they don't want to miss the punchline. Hassan, what else is going on in life?
Nothing much. Just working, doing a podcast. Oh, you know what? Here's something interesting. I had anal for the first time.
Whoa, hell yeah. Did it hurt? Did you poop the bed? What happened?
Happy Pride Month.
Thank you. It was.
What was his name?
How do you think I had to open for Tony on the road?
That's right. Open up those cheeks. That's the only way to do it.
No, it was a nice young lady. It was a nice young lady.
Yeah.
I will say this. There's a better option.
Yeah.
That's how I felt about it afterwards. I was like, this is fine.
So did she ask for it? She's like, fuck me in the ass?
Yes.
Wow.
I've never brought it up before, and now after I did it, I was like, oh yeah, I don't need to bring it up again.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a rare Pokemon right there when they ask for it. That's
Usually when they ask for it means you got a small dick. I'm not gonna.
oh,
She asked me before she even saw my dick.
wow. Look at that.
Free.
Oh yeah. That's pretty slutty sometimes.
Anal the first night?
Second night, yes.
Wow. Look at
Also
that.
means they could have a giant anus.
That is true. The red man wants to know if it was a white girl.
It was a white girl.
Wow, what a slut. Where'd you meet this broad at?
I did shows up in Tacoma.
Oh, Tacoma, Washington, where first base is anal. Hell yeah. That's the good old part of the United States of America. They don't want any of this pussy shit. Save pussy for marriage. Attack that fucking shithole right now. What's up, you little terrorist? Get in my ass. I want you to fly your plane into my fucking tower, too. Oh, my God. I love it.
I got a little Tower 7 action.
Hell yeah.
it.
So, what's the review? Like, how'd it go? What'd you feel about it?
Oh, like I feel like I told you. This is like how I feel about it. I guess the way I had described it to someone was like, it's like kind of like getting the fish fillet from McDonald's. in the sense that like I'm glad I tried one.
Yeah.
And if that's the only thing they had to eat, then I'd have one. But if there's options, give me that number one, baby. That's what I want. Give me that number one.
Okay. I thought you were going to say because it smells funny. But that is one of the perks of being brown and Indian is your dick looks the same after anal. And the smell remains the same in the room. It's incredible.
You know what's funny is that so Israel created this bomb with like bad smells, and it didn't work on Indians because they couldn't smell it. Yeah, it turns out bad smells is our fire alarm, people. Like we can smell, we don't know when it's happening or why it's happening. It just happens.
And a fun fact, I've worked with Hassan now for, really, what has it been, a decade?
It's been 10 years
between the store and here, and I've never had you smell once. I've never smelled the smell off of you.
My mom, when I was growing up, was really sensitive. She's like, I don't want you to be one of those brown kids that smell.
Right, you mean all of them.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. This is a crazy question, but we're very close, so I want you to maybe help perhaps what could be considered, I think, maybe 1/3 of the planet. What advice would you give to other Indians or Bangladeshis or all the things out there? If you could give a piece of advice on how you stay smelling great. Red Man, same question for you right after this. I noticed that neither one of you have BO, and you both look like you would smell like the devil himself. But never a whiff. Never a whiff of badness. How do you do it?
Man, I just like literally shower in deodorant. That's all.
Isn't that something? Isn't that something, ladies and gentlemen?
There's no secret.
Can we get this somehow? Can we take this message and spread it all over India? Red Man, what's your secret? Because you look like you'd stink too.
Sweet and sour sauce from McDonald's. You just put it underneath the armpit before you go out.
There you go. Unbelievable. Unbelievable response.
Same exact answer. Yeah, just showers and body wash.
Yeah,
It's really not that hard.
amazing stuff. Hassan, you fucking decimated the whole set, the whole interview, the whole fucking 10 years I've known you. I've done nothing but watch you grow. You're a badass on stage and off. You're the fucking man. Don't ever change. The great Hassan Ahmad. Anything you want to plug or shout out?
Yeah, check out my podcast, The Solid Show. We have a Patreon coming out too, where I'll be doing cool history things on there.
Yeah.
And on tour, AssanComedy.com.
Fuck yeah. That's the man. That's my boy, Hassan Ahmad. Let's get one last fucking pull up here before we bring out the beast. Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pull of the night. Looks like a new name. Make some noise for Rodrigo Marin, everybody. Rodrigo Marin.
What's up, you guys? I like going to the park just to walk around, smoke some weed. You know, the two things that Greg Abbott hates. Guys, they're pretty cocky about their body count, right? Like this one guy I know, he was like, my body count's like my credit score, bro, in the 300s. It's like, wow, you can't lease a car and you have herpes. That's I'm a server at a restaurant, and I had a table call me a retard. Yeah, my manager, she went to go talk to the table to fix it. She goes, and she's like, hey, we're sorry about that retard. Here's a gift card. Please come back. And I went back to the table, of course, and I was like,
go ahead, finish.
I went back to the table, and I was like, sorry about that, guys.
All right, thanks so much. Rodrigo Marin. Welcome, Rodrigo. You've been on this show once before?
Yeah, like about a year ago, yeah.
Yeah, okay. How long you been on stand-up in total?
About 3 years almost.
All of it here in Austin, Texas.
I did 2 years in San Antonio.
Okay. San Antonio, very nice. Is that still where you live, or you live here now?
I live here now.
What do you do for work?
So I wait tables, and then I also I train people at a gym.
What kind of training do you do?
Personal training.
Nice.
Yeah, like lose weight, fat to skinny.
Okay. You're on deep in the show here. We've had a lot of crazy stories and stuff. What do you think is the most interesting fun fact about your life that we would find intriguing about you?
I grew up in Chicago until I was like 13.
Let me ask it one more time.
About that.
Anything crazy happened when you were in Chicago that you remember?
Yeah, all the time. One time I had my bike stolen.
He's right here. This is Brian Moses.
I thought you looked familiar. Yeah. No, it was in my bag. You want to continue?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Your bicycle was
stolen
in your backyard, and then it wasn't.
And it wasn't. But here's the thing: I went to go look for it down the street, and when I went, there was a group of kids, and one of them had my bike, and I was like, "Hey, that's my bike," and he was like, "Oh, here's your bag."
Wow. What did this group of kids look like? Can you describe the group of kids? Let's start with their skin color. Go ahead.
Pretend he's a cop and you're very angry.
What did these Chicago kids look like?
We already gives one word. One word.
Montenegro. No.
I'm just kidding around. It was a black kid, though, right?
It was different color kids. It was all of them. It was like a pot of.
How about the one that had your bicycle? Really beating around the bush here.
I don't remember his race.
Wow.
I don't remember his race. I don't.
Yeah, no sketching. Hell yeah.
He could be watching.
Hell yeah. Someone wants to do roast battle tournaments. That's fun. Rodrigo, what's your love life like? You kind of have like a Mexican Pete Davidson energy to you. You out there bagging some supermodel or something?
This is very original, by the way.
I'm sure I made the same joke a year ago.
No, the joke that every single comedian makes.
Yeah, because you kind of look like a Mexican Pete Davidson.
Yeah.
That's not. You're just cursed.
I'm cursed.
You can't take a shot at the guy making that joke. You look like a Mexican Pete Davidson. It's like calling me gay. It's like, yeah, take a shot. I come across as gay. I'm aware of it. I've been doing this 20 years. I hang out with bigger bullies in the green room than anybody that comes up here. But anyway, go ahead.
Love life. I got dumped like a couple months ago, actually.
Okay, why do you think the person dumped you? Asana Mod's out there getting anal on the first night. Meanwhile, you're getting dumped. Like, what goes wrong? What do you think you did to get dumped?
What thing I did?
There's Bangladeshi boys just butt fucking American white girls, and meanwhile, you're out here getting dumped. Why do you think that is? I mean, he is missing the hair on top of his head. Asana Mod, just absolutely Bangladeshi. I mean, it is crazy that he is absolutely nutting inside of pure white, blonde Tacoma, Washington girls' anuses. I mean, just blasting his Bangladeshi fucking. Anyway, go ahead. I don't know if they're laughing. I'll have to do it again if you guys keep laughing like that. I mean, let me just say, there's a real Durka plowing the Durka of an American girl. There is just a 7-Eleven going into a 222. There is a little stinky going into a little stanky out there in America. I could go on and on.
Maybe she likes a little stank, huh?
Okay, why'd you get dumped? He's getting the dumper of a check while you're getting dumped by a check. Okay, go ahead.
Honestly, I think I'm just an asshole, to be honest.
What do you think you did that was asshole-ish?
Make fun of her and everything all the time.
Wow. You're such a
dick. Not like make fun of her like, oh, bitch, like.
What would you make fun of exactly?
Just, you know, like,
Great, great.
He was almost
dishes,
a square cuddle me.
oh, anal again? Oh.
Wow.
Yeah,
He was
Do the
wrong.
dishes? That was your roasting of her?
hey, man, keep it simple.
Alright, well, I can't even imagine a guy like you
Are
who
you
eat
okay,
dishes. I
Rabbi?
feel like you're
Yeah, I'm great.
more
Thank
of a
you.
paper plate kind of guy, really.
Okay.
You have dishes?
I upgraded.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
saves money.
Alright. Okay. You stole the plates from work?
I stole them.
Rodrigo, fun times, man. You're out here trying your best. You know what? Here's the last big joke book of the night. I'll just give it to you. There goes Rodrigo Marin, everybody. There you go. You know, I'm in the giving mood right now. How about one more time for Hassan Ahmad, butt fucking old American girl? I mean, you just gotta love it. That is the American dream. I see the look. I can tell which white guys have never butt fucked a Tacoma girl right now. They're just staring at me like, how come he gonna get you and not me? Right jokes, you. All right, we have made it to that part of the night where we have the absolute executioner of Kill Tony. I mean, truly. I mean, this guy is such a fucking freak. I'm just a fan. I say this now every week. I just get to sit back and watch because he is unbelievable. He is the one and only, the real deal. This is Pat O'Neill.
Folks! One time when I was a kid, I walked into my parents having sex because I heard screaming. And I thought, they might be having sex. I gotta check this out, you know? My grandparents, they recently hired a Michael Jackson impersonator for a family party. Fucked my nephew. Very realistic impersonation, you know? And I'll never forget my sister's first period. Fucking bunk beds. Alright, that's gonna be it.
Exactly 1 minute. From the man you can count on like an abacus. Pat O'Neill. Jesus, dude. Absolutely amazing.
That crazy lady threw me off in the beginning.
Hey, it happens. It's going to get probably a little bit crazier every week as people see, you know, as these episodes drop again and again and again. It's incredible what you're doing. We know. We've seen it all here.
Thanks, sir.
It's amazing.
We're talking anal sex out here?
Yeah, we were. What do you know about that? You know anything about that?
Yeah, I had it with a big gal.
Ooh.
Felt like the kid that got lost in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Augustus poop.
Oh my God.
On my cock.
Oh my God, Pat O'Neill. Jesus. Ooh, God. Fuck, man. Holy shit. I mean, you are just such an undeniable part of this show. And what I love is I watch you every week. You know, you do your jokes. You know what you look like. You know the faces to make, how to deliver them. They're so on your tone and on brand. Like if they were written down, they're funny on paper. The way you do them, you take them to a whole nother level. Like the walking in on your parents having sex, you doing that, and the faces you make and the way you deliver it, it's just fucking amazing, man. Same thing with the Michael Jackson shit. I mean, Moses.
It's just funny because these are real stories he's telling.
Yeah,
I mean, like this,
it feels real.
I know these are real.
Comedy is truth.
Yeah.
Do you remember your first joke? That first joke you ever said on stage?
Yeah, I was trying to point out how, like, little person is a much more offensive term than midget, and people in Providence, Rhode Island were having no part of it. They did not give me a chance.
Yeah, that's how it starts. That's how it starts.
Stop trying to make serious points after that.
Yeah. Well, Pat, I mean, you were just a closer of mass proportions. We fucking love you, dude. You're unbelievable. No one puts it in live like you. We're logging into MSG in August. 2 nights. You'll be in Vegas with us. So we're going to have so much fun. I can't wait for you to do these giant venues. I can't wait to hear the crowd pop for you. I'm nervous. That's exciting. That's because you're a fucking professional and a perfectionist and you have high expectations for yourself. That's where that nervous thing comes from. How about one more time for the great Pat O'Neill, ladies and gentlemen? How much fun did we have tonight, huh? How about one more time for my good friend Brian Moses, everybody? He's got Roast Battle on YouTube. Go catch up with all the great roast battles. He's been running that fucking thing like a champ for about 13 years. You're coming up on your 13-year anniversary, right?
This was a great episode because we had so many roast battlers on here. Check out the Roast Battle YouTube channel. We have all that stuff on there. We have so much fun. We rip a lot, that kind of a thing. All these comics up here tonight, you are fucking amazing, man. You've done an outstanding job. It's one of the most diverse shows you could ever see. Yeah. Everybody's outstanding on here. You're the fucking man. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much. How about one more time for the great Dave Landau, everybody? He's on tour. Check out DaveLandau.com. That's LANDAU.com. Go see this man. One of the great, true professional comedians.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it, man. It's always great.
Every time you come to Austin, pal, you're on. He just closed an amazing weekend here at the Mothership. Truly, two great comedians. One more time for Dave Landau, Brian Moses, the best damn band in the land, Red Band.
Check out The Secret Show every Thursday at the Sunset Strip ATX.com. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody.
This is Missouri. Due dates and times 5796. Monday, July 13th. $37.61 Christian Gulfport Family. 36.31 137 Son of Adam was born. 35.26 235 Enosh Son of Seth was born. 34.36 325 Kenan Son of Enosh was born. 33.66 395 Mahalalel Son of Kenan was born. 33.01 460 Yoel Son of Mahalalel was born. 31.39 622 Chanuk Son of Yered was born. 37.4 687 Methuselah Son of Chanuk was born. 28.87 874 102 Son of Methuselah was born. 28.31 9:30 Adam died. 27.05 10:56 9 Son of Adam 2 was born. 22.25 15:36. Now began construction of the ark. We've been doing this page for 191 days, 128 days in GTA. Shoot.
Solomon has fired the imagination. For the nearly 3,000 years it stood either in Jerusalem or in the palace of hallowed memory. Constructed as a literal house for the Israelite God, the temple served as the dwelling place for the divine on earth. Its meticulous design, its luxurious gold and silver implements, and the famous cedars of Lebanon, while honestly not holding much of a candle to Egyptian and Babylonian shrines, was still a marvel of the ancient Levant. Indeed, it was testimony of the early state-building efforts on the part of the Israelite polity. Yet, doom would come to that very polity in the 6th century BCE. The Temple of Solomon would be raised, and the Judean elite sent into generations of Babylonian captivity. But almost as soon as it was destroyed, questions and then legends about the fate of the sacred temple implements, the vessels, and the fabulous decor began to swirl in the imagination. Weren't these sacred artifacts totally looted or destroyed? Could some of them, especially famous Aaron Andri, the Ark of the Covenant,
didn't somehow survive the ransacking violence and subsequent collaboration. In this episode, I want to explore some of the earliest accounts and legends about the fate of the sacred implements and vessels from Solomon's temple, especially focusing on a legendary account in the Masechet Kelim, or the Treatise of the Vessels. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content here on YouTube and various topics of esotericism, including curated playlists. Also, if you want to support this work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics of esotericism here on YouTube for free, I hope you consider supporting my work on my Patreon with a one-time donation or with the super thanks option you can find below the video. Thank you very much for considering supporting the channel and the project to make Esoterica available. But now, let's turn to the scriptures and legends detailing the fate of the sacred artifacts of Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, The Temple of Solomon was likely a local shrine for the primitive polity surrounding it. It was though enhanced through financing brought on by the emergence of ancient Israel as a quasi-centralized, organized state actor. While no original evidence of the original shrine exists, that site has been continuously raised and resettled for millennia now, though I do think the Tel Arad Astrakhan 18, or the House of Yahweh Astrakhan, is from its inception and refers to the Jerusalem temple, and very little in the way of controlled digs have ever been performed in that area. Mainstream historical consensus attests to the existence of the shrine, though the low chronology folks from St. Finkelstein will date it to several centuries after the more traditional date of its construction, sometime in the late 10th century BCE, though certainly a central Jerusalem shrine did exist and was sacked in the 6th century BCE. Of course, that was all going on after the Babylonian vassal state of Judea attended a series of failed insurrections backed by the Egyptians, thus following a 30-month siege of the city. Babylonian king Nabokh-Uzzur II Nebuchadnezzar raised the city and the surrounding areas. That archaeological evidence, however, is very strongly contested, including the Yahweh shrine perched atop the rocky Mount Zion. It's very likely that all of that stuff was historically real and historically destroyed. Accounts of the carnage can be found in 2 Kings 25:17 and 2 Chronicles 36:18, where we learn that the shrine was systematically looted with the objects and precious metals there, obviously the targets. Sadly, while an earlier siege of the city is recorded in the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle, no such mention is made of this final siege of the Psalm of Babylonian records. However, at least some of those spoils were taken as trophies to Babylon, some of those gold and silver objects being apparently returned by the Persian king Cyrus the Great, the only person, by the way, ever called a Messiah in the entire Bible. Those objects were said to be given to Ezra as part of his settlement of the Jewish homeland as part of the Persian Empire and the polity of Yahud. Conspicuously missing from that list in Ezra, however, is the Ark of the Covenant. In fact, the only reference to the fate of the Ark is to be found in a passing reference in the Bible in the prophet Jeremiah, who, for what it's worth, actually argued that the Judeans should have never rebelled against the Babylonians, and should have never teamed up with the Egyptians in the first place, where we're told that Yahweh worship in terms of the Ark will lo yamu at Aaron Brit Yahweh, lo Yahweh, lo Yisru, lo Yisruto, lo Yaseh Od. That people will no longer speak of the Ark of the Covenant of Yahweh, and they'll not bring it to mind. mention of it or they won't miss it or long for it, and they're not going to make another one. That is the closest account we have to an eyewitness for the destruction of the Solomonic Temple. Basically testifies that the ark was lost, there won't be another one made. Yes. I suspect that from the Babylonian perspective, there were at least two reasons to destroy the Ark of the Covenant. First, the wooden box papered over with gold containing broken stones, a stick, and a pot does not much to impress the worshippers of Marduk or Nabu with their giant city of Babylon, the ziggurats. I suspect they just dumped that stuff out as they were torching the place and happily melted down the Ark of the Covenant. Secondly, insofar as the temple and the box, the Ark of the Covenant represented the power of the Judahite God, raising it all to the ground would have been the rational thing to do while basically putting down a series of vassal insurrections. It clearly sends the message, you and your gods are powerless. I mean, just imagine the last thing that you see before being dragged into exile is your homeland invaded, your capital city torched, and atop it all, the shrine of your national god being looted before being reduced to ashes. I suspect that made an impression on any future would-be resurgence. Though, it should be noted that the Babylonian sieges weren't the first time the Jerusalem temple was said to have been looted. Early in the history of the shrine, Sheshonq I is said to have looted it himself. Generations later, King Jehoash of the Israelite kingdom to the north is said to have done the same. The Israelite king looted the Jerusalem temple. Great friends. Later, Judahite kings themselves would raid the temple and its treasuries, mostly to bribe or placate other rulers like the Assyrians, Tiglath-Pileser IV. Even ever-praised Hezekiah tried to buy off Sennacherib by stripping the stairs of the temple of their gold, giving it to him. So if the Ark wasn't legendary, and I suspect that it probably wasn't a portable Yahweh shrine with a distinct accompanying lore, that was brought to Jerusalem as part of Josiah's, let's call it the Inquisition of Josiah, centralizing of geopolitics within the narratives about the Ark eventually being included into the larger Israelite myth history. But again, assuming that it wasn't totally legendary, there were clearly pre-Babylonian instances where it could have been seized and destroyed. But at some level, I think that Jeremiah can be trusted. It was certainly lost either in one of the multiple lootings of the temple prior or in the destruction wrought by the Babylonian siege of 556-570 CE. I don't think it survived. Of course, the simple reality of the historical horror of war has never stopped the growth of legends. Probably what is needed in the aftermath of said horror is hope, and legends give people hope. To add to that hope, recall that the Babylonian siege did last about 2.5 years, plenty of time to hide things, at least within the caverns beneath the city of Jerusalem. And aside from the surviving temple items which were said to have been given to Ezra by the Messianic King Cyrus, the rest would happily survive in legends. By the composition of the Second Maccabees in the 1st century BCE, mine that's 500 years after the destruction of the Solomonic Temple of Birth. Keeping times here, we are told that the temple fire itself had been preserved as naphtha and was used to inaugurate the new temple by Nehemiah. Later medieval legends have Ezra doing that exact task. That's probably just a switcheroo in the Jewish lore. Further, we're actually told that Jeremiah spirited away the Mishkan's art and the altar of incense into a cave, but the location of that cave would not be revealed until the end of days. So, again, this is all a bit ironic considering what is actually written in the book of Jeremiah about the seeming fate and future of the ark. Jeremiah says, it's gone, it won't be missed. By about 100 of the Common Era items from the temple would be now supernaturally rescued in the literature as well. Narrative texts like Second Baruch, angels would descend upon Jerusalem following his encirclement by the Babylonians, thus rescuing the major elements of the temple service, which would be later swallowed up by the earth, and again, they would be revealed until the end of days. Further texts have Jeremiah and Scribe Baruch secreting those objects away within the earth somehow, or some way miraculously placing them into the massive cornerstone of the temple before forecasting the golden keys of the temple, or in some texts, the golden headband the high priest wears, the one that's inscribed with the divine name, Yotevote. They throw them into the sun, and the sun keeps them for safekeeping until the coming days of the Messiah. In legends later still, now by the 5th or 6th centuries of the Common Era, the prophet Habakkuk is said to have predicted the coming destruction of the temple, and that angels would have actually descended and taken the pillars of the temple into heaven, again for safekeeping until the end of days. Ancient rabbinical literature also preserves several narratives about the fate of various temple artifacts, especially the Ark of the Covenant. And the most famous of those legends, righteous King Josiah has Levites hide the Ark of the Covenant within the confines of the temple precincts themselves, buried somewhere within the temple. In one story, an explanation is actually given why certain elite families, the family of the high priest, would perform an additional prostration during the temple service in the direction of the storehouse of the temple firewood of all things. Well, why? Because all those people shared an ancestral memory that the ark has been hidden there in that direction. In fact, in the most Dungeons and Dragons episode of all of these stories, we're actually told that there was a certain priest who was going about his priestly duties. And notice that one of the paving stones of the temple was slightly different from all those around it. It appeared just so slightly elevated compared to other temple stones there on the pavement, as if it had been removed and put back into place. It dawned on the priest that this was the secret chamber where the Ark of the Covenant had been hidden. And before he could relate the exact location of that stone to a fellow priest, his soul left his body. God seems to have struck him down, thus keeping the exact location safe. You think the Tomb of Horrors is hard? Try the Tomb of Galway. What these legends have in common, I think, from Jeremiah, Josiah, or even the angels hiding these items away for the coming final messianic days of redemption, is that they represent the possibility of theological continuity. That, despite all appearances, Babylonian siege in 586-587 wasn't complete. In fact, as the legends grow through time, they grow bigger and bigger. More and more of Solomon's temple is saved in the process. In later legends, even the musical instruments, wooden beams, and even the interior stonework is miraculously preserved. This all has the effect, in an important way, that the entirety of the temple eventually comes to be saved by prophetic insight, or righteous foresight, or divine revelation, or just angelic intervention as these legends grow and grow and grow. Thus, by the time the Babylonians reached the defenses of the city, these legends have it, there was basically not much left of Solomon's temple left to destroy, perhaps just an outer shell of stone with all the divine riches hidden away for the messianic end of times. For people caught in the horror of forced exile, for millennia forced exile, such legends must have had a powerful psychological effect. The inspiring power of not just hope, but a hope joined by a final apocalyptic victory in which the Messiah paves the way to future redemption by unveiling again the glory of the past divine service in the ancestral temple of Solomon. It is a forward-looking, backwards-looking hope unified in one vision of redemption. Perhaps no text better combines all of these elements into one narrative than the Masechet Kelim, or the treatise on the vessels. This legendary text, as mysterious as it is brief, purports to record the location where the sacred vessels and artifacts of the Solomonic Temple were hidden. The text survives in two rather different recensions, the first appearing as late in a printed form as the 17th century, and the other one is, I kid you not, on two inscribed marble plaques as an addendum to the entire book of Ezekiel, also on marble plaques that was actually probably housed in the tomb shrine of the prophet Ezekiel in Kefil Iraq. The 17th century version claims to be based on much, much earlier manuscripts, and the marble plaque edition is the two plaques that comprise the treatise on the vessels. Well, innocent because, of course, they were actually the whole collection of 68 were taken from Iraq to Beirut, and then they were smuggled to Israel in the 1950s. The 66 plaques upon which the book of Ezekiel are written can be found at the Yad Tzvi Institute in Jerusalem if you want to see those. And there's no consensus on the age of those plaques, by the way. According to the British Museum, the plaques could be anywhere between 300 to 2,000 years old, though some experts date the script in the 7th or 8th century CE, which makes some sense given what we know about the internal evidence of the text. That also indicates a pretty similar date, given the text doesn't refer to narratives later in the Babylonian Talmud, which was composed, or redacted rather, in around 500 or 600 of the Common Era. Though the text does mention a city called Baghdad, which might push that date a few centuries later, though at this point the best range for scholars to give on when the treatise of Vessels was produced was sometime between, late antiquity and the 17th century period when it was first attested in print. The two recensions as they exist now consist of a legendary narrative where kings, prophets, and Levites, along with some angels, of course, including some deities like Michael and Gabriel, but also lesser-known angels like Shamshiel and Sariel, hide virtually the entirety of the Solomonic temple treasures in various locales in Israel, in Jerusalem more specifically, and also in Babylon before inscribing those locations on a bronze tablet. That bronze tablet was the Babylon. These treasures are heavily exaggerated in scale and number. There are tens of thousands of specimens of the lampstands reported in this text, and the origin of many of these treasures is also rather legendary. Some of them are said to be taken from gold found in the Garden of Eden, jewels that are actually hewn from Mount Sinai by Moses himself, and even some gems placed into these instruments brought to Solomon by 3 different types of demons. The text also appears to be an accumulation of previous legends kind of stitched together somewhat haphazardly, with a few of the treasures like the silver horns actually mentioned a couple of different times in a couple of different locations. While the Hebrew Bible is the main source for the list of the items to be found in the text, all of the kit of the Mishkan and Tabernacle, the golden table, the ark, the incense altars, the shovels and pans, many dishes and vases. These are all gold, silver, and bronze. Numerous specimens of the priests and the high priests, and various kinds of jewels and gems. Some of them actually taken from the heavenly pavement, musical instruments. There's even fine stone from the interior of the temple, and precious wood, and just massive caches of gold and silver. Even a couple of magical trees, which are composed of the blood red Harbaim gold, which actually produces further golden fruit. So that's gold trees and make gold fruit. Clearly, some of these items are awesome or legendary, and while the locations of their hiding places are somewhat revealed in the trees of the vessels, such as at Mount Carmel, perhaps in caves near Jerusalem, or in various locations in Babylon, the text does make it abundantly clear that none of these treasures will be found again until they are divinely revealed at the time of the final messianic redemption. So, you shouldn't think of Masechet Kelim as a kind of treasure map, so much as a treasure litany in praise of the once and future service of the Jerusalem temple. For what it's worth, similar treasure temple litanies are also known from the ancient world, the most famous one being the one produced around 99 BCE for the Athena temple at Lindos. Interestingly enough, the Lindos testimony also testifies to a temple that was destroyed by fire and rebuilt, with its glories composed on permanent materials like stone and bronze. Though the marble plaque reception does have the treatise originally being composed on pure lambskin. Of course, the most obvious comparison to the treatise of the vessels, especially that we're told that it was written originally on a tablet of bronze, is the Copper Scroll found in Cave 3, the furthest from the Qumran settlement in 1952 as part of the larger cache of what we now know as the Dead Sea Scrolls. This scroll, made in copper, was cut into longitudinal strips in 1956, revealing a similar kind of treasure map-like text. The scroll details, cryptically of course, the location of 64 different caches of gold, silver, priestly objects. There's even another copy of the Copper Scroll, and this comes out to roughly 65 tons of silver and 26 tons of gold, according to the text. It's written in Hebrew Hebrew, though, there are weird Greek letters appearing at some of the locations for reasons that are, treasure map cryptic stuff. There are doubts if this treasure really was ever real or how it ever came to be. Theories abound here from it was the Second Temple treasury pulled together before it was destroyed. It was the resources of the Yachad or the Messine Iranian community itself. It could have been treasured from the period of the Bar Kokhba revolt in 132-135 or something else entirely. Although it does strike me that the treasure wasn't real, I'll go to all the links and writing it down punched copper of all things, but so far, none of the treasure of the Copper Scroll has been found, at least publicly found, with the possible exception of the discoveries at Nahal Heber of some artifacts from the Bar Kokhba era. Though the Masechet Kelim and the Copper Scroll share another odd thing in common. They both mention a strangely similar hiding place for some of these treasures, a certain Kohelet in the Copper Scroll and Ein Kotel or Ein Kotel in the trees, which is somewhere near Mount Carmel. In fact, in the Copper Scroll, the location is actually the site of a more detailed treasure scroll, making it the central vector for anyone trying to seek out the entirety of the treasures described in the Copper Scroll text. Though it's also worth noting that the Talmud also mentions a place, a certain Kohelet, as being somewhere out in the Transjordan. Though, if these are all the same place, legendary or otherwise, it's not clear, but it's a conspicuous parallel just the same, despite the time gap between the two texts. Recall that the treatise is describing Solomonic treasures, the Copper Scroll, perhaps treasures from a nearly millennium later period, but who knows? Again, one of those moments where the legend and the lore line up just enough where it's hard not to hold out hope, at least for us Goonies. Or something is just a legendary byword for where treasure is, like, the word El Dorado as a location we now use for a long lost place that won't ever be found that's full of elaborate riches. Who knows what culture it is. Masechet Kelim, or the treaties and the vessels, along with all the early lore of the Solomonic Temple treasure, has fired the imagination. It fired the ancient imagination, and of course it would also fire the medieval imagination, especially in texts like the Ethiopian national and religious epic, the Kabar Nagast. History, channel level quality claims that the Templars found the Ark of the Covenant. They didn't. And epic levels of complete insanity with the early 20th century British Israelists to a permanent damage to the hill of Tara in Ireland, looking for the Ark of the Covenant is truly. All topics for another day. If you want to read the Masechet Kelim or the treaties on the vessels for yourself, you can check it out in the only English translation by De Villa in the extended edition of the Old Testament Pseudepigrapha, which contains all manner of wonderful material. Also, De Villa's blogs, Paleo-Judaica, is absolutely fantastic. I read it as fast as he updates it, so you should subscribe to his blog as well. I'm sure I'm going to circle back to the Copper Scroll along with the lost treasures of the Second Temple, which we have a pretty good historical reason may have well survived in late antiquity, along with at least an episode on the Copper Nagast at some point as well. Also, I want to do an entire episode on various legendary magical objects said to have owned by Solomon, like his famous ring. But until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and if you find Solomonic Temple treasure because of this episode, series, call me. Also, thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy. In early 1666, the long-awaited Jewish Messiah was poised to overthrow the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, cross the Sabachyan River, and return astride a lion, leading an army composed of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. He would wed the daughter of Moses the prophet and gather the exiles. The nations of the world would bow before him, and the third temple in Jerusalem would be built, inaugurating the Messianic age. The dead would be resurrected, and as the years passed, the Messiah would become so spiritually elevated that both he and the world he redeemed would be utterly transformed, becoming holy, spiritual, and united again in perfect harmony with the divine. Unknown numbers, perhaps the majority of the world's Jews from Yemen to Holland and distant Brazil, were prepared to return to Israel. Prayer books were already printed proclaiming the King Messiah. New religious festivals were developing, and the day of fasting and sorrow, the 9th of Av, had already been transformed into a day of ecstatic joy. And on September 16th, 1666, 356 years ago to the date of this episode being released, the King Messiah, faced with the threat of conversion or excruciating execution, apostatized. Amirah, the King Messiah Shabbatai Tzvi, had become Aziz Mehmed Effendi, royal doorkeeper. For most, Messianic fervor turned to horror and embarrassed disillusionment. But for a few most loyal to this Kabbalistic Messiah, his apostasy was simply a new act in the very arc of redemption itself. And for nearly 4 centuries now, that tiny underground group are the Maimonim. The believers have held their secret hope alive that an occulted, even divinized Shabbatai Tzvi will return to bring with him the final redemption. The historical events of that feverish year of Messianic expectation from Rosh Hashanah of 1665 to September 16, 1666 are perhaps amongst the perplexing in Jewish history. Just how did all this happen? And of course, there's no simple answer to that question. But in this episode, I want to explore the more esoteric dimension of the Messianic appeal of that period. The Kabbalistic arguments for Shabbatai Tzvi's claim to have been the King Messiah. By exploring the writings of his chief theoretician, prophet, and, well, PR guy, Nathan of Gaza, we can see how Lurianic Kabbalah was martial, but also deeply transformed to underwrite these Messianic claims, including Shabbatai's bizarre behavior, blasphemous behavior, and even the heretical antinomian turns the movement would eventually take. Let's explore the Kabbalistic theology of the heretic Messiah. If you're interested in the history of magic, Hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the academic study of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics in esotericism, including many different kinds of curated playlists. Also, if you want to support this work, providing accessible, scholarly, conspiracy theory free content on topics of esotericism here on YouTube, I'd hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon or the one-time donation, or with the cool super thanks option that you now have down there below the video. But now, let's turn to the origins of creation, of evil itself, and how the soul of the Messiah plunged into the abyss of pure evil, the realm of the Klipot, would eventually emerge to redeem all of reality itself. The theology of the heretic Messiah, Shabbatai Tzvi. I'm Dr. to Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Now, to be sure, this episode is not meant to be a primer on Shabbatai Tzvi or the Messianic movement during and after his life. I'm going to assume some basic familiarity with all of that. After all, this channel, Esoterica, isn't meant really to be introductory level content most of the time. But if you do want a really solid academic refresher on Shabbatai Tzvi and the Messianic movement that he inspired, Religion for Breakfast has a great episode on just that topic, and I'd highly recommend checking it out. Also, I have to do this. I warn against 90% of the information on Shabbatai Tzvi and the Messianic movement left in its wake on the internet. It's awash with, let's call them valueless anti-Semitic internet grifters, whose analysis will somehow make you stupider having watched it. I've actually included a bibliographic list of reliable scholarship in the description if you want to really dig into the topic of Shabbatai Tzvi or Frankism or what have you. Now, we're also going to be exploring some pretty technical elements in the Lurianic Kabbalah as well, so you might also want to review that before we get going. Again, this channel ain't called Esoterica for nothing. Prior to Shabbatai Tzvi's early proclamation of himself as the Messiah, dating to around 1648 or so, and Nathan's technical Kabbalistic defense of such claims composed in the mid-1660s, both of these guys had had profound mystical insights independent of one another. Shabbatai, having learned almost from the Zohar exclusively, had come to a profound, though dynamic, changeable insight into what he called the mystery of the Godhead. And Nathan had developed, well, supernatural healing powers, the very healing powers that would actually eventually attract Shabbatai Tzvi to visit him there in Gaza in the first place. Further, Nathan, despite his young age, he's only about 20 at the time, would become shockingly proficient in the highly technical intricacies of Lurianic Kabbalah. I mean, it's mind-blowing how fast he learned this stuff, especially learned in the debates around the primeval period of the Tzimtzum, or the divine contraction, up to the penetration of the divine light into that vacuum of the Tzimtzum, but prior to the emanation of the Sephirotic system. Yeah, that primeval, after the first movements of the hidden divine will, but before the Sephirot themselves became differentiated. Like that early on in the system, that's where the big debates were, but a lot more on that, all of that in just a moment. Now, as I mentioned, Shabbatai's mystical insight into the mystery of the Godhead, despite his, well, constantly transforming and deepening its meaning through the years, focused on restoring accessibility to the proper object of faith and worship for the people of Israel, i.e., the true God of worship. Shabbatai keyed in on a core problem that arises out of the concept of the divine, central in the main book of the Kabbalah, the Sefer Zohar, the Book of Radiance. There, the primary source of all being, via emanation, remains itself utterly hidden from all knowledge or speculation or comprehension. Ein Sof, the infinite, the divine abyss of nothingness or no thingness, is beyond all comprehension, it's beyond all speculation, and it's beyond all linguistic predication. One can't even speak of it being in any meaningful sense. Rather, the divine is actually known through a series of later emanations, the famous Sfirot. And even then, the first three Sfirot, Keter, Chochmah, and Binah, are also beyond all comprehension, but are concentrated in the synthetic Sephirah of Tiferet, which is the revealed glory of the divine and corresponds to the name of the divine as revealed to humanity, the Tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He. But that creates an odd tension. It renders the true source of divinity not only beyond all comprehension, but also beyond all worship. It makes Judaism as a religion of worship of divine oneness impossible. Shabtai's mystical insight is also a glimpse into his flair for the heterodox. He simply doubles down on the importance of the Sphira of Tiferet. Rather than understanding it as the revealed compression of the otherwise unknowable upper Sphirot, or the utterly unknown causeless cause of all causes, Ein Sof, he posits the ontological priority of Tiferet as Ein Sof enclosed or made manifest as a very necessary object of faith and worship. By extension, because Ein Sof was expressed in Tiferet, this would also unlock the higher Sephirotic structure, thus access to the supernal world, the supernal spiritual worlds, and the Torahs. Yeah, Torahs, plural, contained within them. Now, Shabbatai would alter, shift, deepen, and transform this understanding of the mystery of the Godhead. But the key idea of Tiferet as Ein Sof manifest as the God of faith and worship, as opposed to the more Maimonidean God of Ein Sof as an uncaused cause of all causes. Indeed, in a short essay early on in the Messianic movement, Nathan of Gaza would actually reinterpret the allegory of Jonah and the ship from Zoharic literature. In the Tikkunei Zohar, later strata of Zoharic literature, the ship represents the body and Jonah represents the soul. Whereas here, in the Messianic movement, faith in that movement actually puts further wind into the sails to, I guess, continue using that metaphor, thus actually hastening the redemption. Indeed, Nathan urges that this text, the Jonah text, and other penitential texts and hymns, were actually a means to drive prayers up the Sephirot from the vice-regent of Tiferet up, like waves crashing into one another, creating a kind of frenzy of divine flow back up to the divine void of Keter, even back up into the cause of all causes up there in Ein Sof. An utterly daring possibility only made possible through Shabbatai's unlocking of the mystery of the Godhead. In that focus of his unlocking access to the supernal worlds through faith, through emunah, through faith, would play a decisive role in almost everything to come in the Shabbati theology. While Shabbatai's speculations about the mystery of the Godhead would provide a unique breakthrough, or a Narishkeit heretical breakdown, depending on your mileage here, it would also be up to his prophet, Nathan of Gaza, to actually build out a fully developed Kabbalistic theory to justify not just Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims, but also his aberrant behavior, his apparent apostasy, and, well, his death. Nathan would set to that task in 1665 in a series of extraordinary treaties, letters, and liturgical documents, many of which remain untranslated, many of which only recently got republished. And what I want to do is attempt to trace out what these arguments for the feverish period prior to Shabbatai's apostasy consisted of, and how they function within the larger Lurianic system of Kabbalah more generally, focusing primarily on Nathan's Derush HaTanaim, or the treatise on the dragons. Many of these early documents are actually written to explain to the early adopters of the Messianic faith, like, the wealthy Chalevi Raphael Joseph, who would actually bankroll the first years of the movement. You got to get that guy on board, the money guy. But just what did these people have their faith in exactly? What did it mean for Shabbatai Tzvi to be a Messiah at all? Like all Messianic movements, faith in a leader almost always comes first, with just what that means, sometimes taking centuries to work out. Think of the debates about the nature of Jesus following in the centuries after his followers were damn sure he was the Messiah. Despite that whole dying part, it came back. Thus, Nathan brings to bear the most powerful theosophical tool he has access to do just that work. The system of the Lurianic Kabbalah on just those Messianic questions. Now, I want to impress upon you just how learned Nathan was at the age of basically 20. If you've ever learned Lurianic Kabbalah, you've probably actually just learned a relatively tidy version of the system of divine contraction, or Tzimtzum, the first ray of the divine light, the shattering of the vessels, the rise of evil from the powers of strict judgment or Din, the origin of all the souls in the supernal body of Adam Kadmon, the exile and return of Shekhinah, etc., etc. But you might just not be aware of how absolutely contentious most of that was in the early days of grappling with what would become that relatively tidy version of Lurianic Kabbalah. There were significantly rival schools. Even Chaim Vital obscured and interpolated his own ideas into the Kitvei Ha'ari when Luria's own ideas made him theologically uncomfortable. Further, other non-Chaim Vital expressions of Luria's ideas, such as those published by Israel Sarug or Joseph Ibn Tabul, though less popular now, may actually better represent the primitive Lurianic teachings. This was especially true when it came to the most contentious issues of that time period. What exactly happened in the process after Tzimtzum or divine contraction, but before the emanation of the Sfirot, especially in terms or regards the origin of evil or the Klipot. Now, Nathan of Gaza, better than virtually any of us today, understood not only that there was a real debate to be had about this, but he also understood the various positions in that debate, though he did understand them as all being kind of true at various esoteric levels of analysis. That's a whole nother ball of wax. But he would offer a pretty synthetic solution. Further and more importantly, his solution would center on the origins of the soul of the Messiah and its struggle with the demonic Klipot at the heart of that utterly primeval period. A truly radical, novel solution found in neither the Zohar nor in the complex and diverse Lurianic speculations of his day. This is truly Nathan of Gaza's most pioneering move in the history of the Kabbalah. Now, the earliest mystical texts produced by Nathan are pseudepigraphic or forged. They're an account of a pious medieval rabbi named Abraham whose visions of the Messiah literally name and account for the birth date of Shabbatai Tzvi. They name him Shabbatai Tzvi, and they will say he's going to be born on Shabbat of the 9th of Av. That's actually the day held by the rabbis to be the birthday of the Messiah, so that's convenient Shabbatai. That aside, the theological core of the text includes the messianic idea of restoring the crown to its pristine glory. This is a reference to Shabbatai's revelation of the mystery of the Godhead mentioned earlier, such that Israel's worship will be properly restored, but that all of this is going to be accomplished through emunah, or faith, such that the just shall live by faith, one of the most popular verses from Tanakh in Shabbatian theology. The first letters of that verse kind of spell out Zevi, like Tzvi from Habakkuk. No, I'm not kidding, they kind of do. But further, that this faith or emunah is required for, among various other reasons, that the Messiah will undergo terrible torments and will perform strange and awesome deeds, even up to his own martyrdom, to perform the will of the Creator. In many ways, these early visionary texts set the stage for the more dramatically developed theology found in Nathan's groundbreaking treatise on the dragons, to which I want to turn to now. The treatise on the dragons, or the Drush Tanaim, is ostensibly a commentary on Zohar Volume 2, 34a through 35b, a notoriously difficult mythological section dealing with the origins of evil and the Klipot as a dreadful primeval dragon sunk into the pre-creation watery abyss. Now, as I mentioned in my episode about the origins of the Klipot and the Zohar, worth checking out again if you want to review this material, this text can't quite make up its mind about just what the origins of evil are. The Zohar is kind of all over the place with this question. But in this narrative, they seem to be primevally, perhaps even co-eternally real with the divine. That is to say, the divine light of emanation is not fully able to penetrate the murky deep of the demonic abyssal sea. Thus, the divine light serves to actually nourish this evil, thus allowing it to escape into various underground channels, leaving evil residue behind, which become the demonic klipot of the Sitra Achra, the sinister other side of creation. But, as I mentioned, the Zohar has several narratives about the origin of evil, and harmonizing and systematizing these accounts became of paramount interest to later Kabbalists. Of course, the priority of this task makes perfectly good sense. I mean, the origins of evil will also be logically linked to redeeming and overcoming just that evil, and that's one of the central goals, maybe the central goal of the Kabbalah itself. And it's precisely into that debate that Nathan will provide his answer and center the questions of the origin and destiny of the Messiah's soul, a theoretic innovation wholly unique to Shabbatian theology. So Nathan takes up the standard debate about the primeval conditions where they were in his time, basically. Following the initial movement of the divine will and the act of Tzimtzum or contraction, a vacuum-like state is left behind called the Tehiru. I say vacuum-like because it's not totally empty. Within the Tehiru, there is a kind of residue of Ein Sof left behind. A bit like what happens if you try to pour olive oil out of a container. There's always some of it left, a kind of thin layer or residue of oil left behind in the vacuum of the jar or whatever. This residue, or the Rishimu left over by the contraction of Ein Sof, contains an admixture of pure chesed or mercy and pure deen or strict judgment, from which the Sfirot and the Klipot will ultimately emerge, or what the Klipot actually are. And that's where the first front in this debate really opens up. Did pure deen, or strict judgment as evil itself, exist within the divine abyss of Ein Sof all along? Luria seems to have thought so, but Vital was uncomfortable with this notion, it seems, and in the standard text of Eitz Chaim, the differentiation of pure deen as such, in Sitra Achra, happens much later in the emanation of the Sephirotic system, which at this point produces evil as we know it. That's the deen part producing evil without being checked by chesed. Thus it seems that the debate is about whether evil existed as a primordial condition within the Godhead of Ein Sof, or as a result of the later divine emanations at another stage of creation. Following the Zohar at 234a and following, Nathan seems to posit that not only does the residual Rishimu contain the klipotic dinim, or forces of judgment or evil, which are left behind as a kind of divine catharsis prior to creation itself, but the vacuum-like Tehiru itself is negatively charged. That is to say, there are forces near the divine which are energetically and creatively inclined, but the lower reaches of the Tehiru, the region that Nathan terms the golem, or the unformed or the undifferentiated, are marked by their passivity and their anti-creation gravitation, dragging into those depths the residual dinim or klipot, which eventually congregate and collect in the lower half of that vast abyss of the golem. This would be developed further, especially in both the thoughtsome and thoughtless light in Ein Sof that forms a contour of the Tehiru in Nathan's later post-apostasy book of creation. But in this more radical take, the Sitra Achra, or the other side, isn't the other side of the Sfirot. It's the Sitra Achra of Ein Sof itself. Probably one of the most daring and provocative ideas ever expressed in Kabbalah. But again, that's more from the book of creation. There's a more moderate form to be found of this idea in the treatise on the dragons. Thus, the primeval state of being prior to the insertion of the divine light, which inaugurates creation properly in the Kabbalah, is for Nathan one profoundly dualistic in nature, and even overwhelmingly tending toward evil as a non or even anti-creation force. There are only the forces of the upper Tehiru, marked by the Rishimu of pure chesed, and one more decisive element, the souls of the righteous that the Klipot clung to within the divine abyss of Ein Sof, dragging them into the darkness. The These powerfully righteous souls will go on to be folks like Abraham and Moses, the most important people in this mythology, but they are at this point the fuel upon which the parasitic Qliphoth feed, which, so far from the divine light, are actually necessary for the demonic husks to maintain any existence at all. Plunged into the very abyss of near non-being, these souls are like fuel cells which prevent the Qliphoth from tattering off into pure non-existence, at least in this primitive period of creation. And this is where Nathan's most dramatic move happens. Plunged into the deepest depths of the Qliphoth, into the hellish torment of the parasitism at the very abyss of non-existence, is the tortured soul of the Messiah. Here the soul of the Messiah, plunged into the darkest depths of the abyss of the Tehirru, struggles with the worst of the Qliphoth, the horrid dragon of the abyss. Indeed, in some of the more extreme passages, it appears that the soul of the Messiah even began as an aspect of this horrid dragon of the depths, though Nathan never seems totally willing to commit to that position, and even slight changes in the reading of the Hebrew seem to change whether he actually commits to this. I don't think he ever really does. But even if he did, it would fit within the idea of the dialectic of the resolution of evil into good through the process of redemption. But at this point, Nathan picks up on a concept from Chaim Vital, the now representative student of Luria. This is the concept of the holy ruse, the holy deception of the Qliphoth. For Vital, especially holy souls, thus those settled into the depths of the Tehirru, could only be released from the clutches of the Qliphoth by an act of cunning or divine trickery or fraud to trick the forces of evil into releasing those really righteous souls. Remember, the Qliphoth need them to feed upon. This was primarily done by the divine destining those souls to undergo or commit a deed in their life so awful or morally outrageous that the forces of the Qliphoth thought that would actually allow them to both feed off of them in this primeval period, but also because such horrible deeds will eventually be committed, they could also recapture these various powerful souls and thus return them to the depths of the abyss, having committed such dreadful misdeeds, to feed on them forever. But because the divine had planned just such a ruse, these apparent sins would actually allow these very powerful souls a kind of escape velocity from the forces of the Qliphoth by engaging in a higher degree of redemptive work. The minor sins, relatively speaking, would be overcome by a huger arc of redemption. Thus, for instance, Abraham was conceived by a menstruating and thus ritually unfit woman whose father, his father, Terach, was an idol maker who helped lead the world astray. But it would be Abraham who would pioneer monotheism and put the world on the straight path, I guess. Or David, who admits in Psalm 51 that he was conceived, literally conceived in sin, and would commit horrible moral acts, having committed such dreadful misdeeds, to feed on them forever. By an act of cunning or divine trickery or fraud to trick the forces of evil into releasing those really righteous souls. Remember, the Qliphoth need them to feed upon. This was primarily done by the divine destining those souls to undergo or commit a deed in their life so awful or morally outrageous that the forces of the Qliphoth thought that would actually allow them to both feed off of them in this primeval period, but also because such horrible deeds would eventually be committed, they could also recapture these various powerful souls and thus return them to the depths of the abyss, having committed such dreadful misdeeds, to feed on them forever. But because the divine had planned just such a ruse, these apparent sins would actually allow these very powerful souls a kind of escape velocity from the forces of the Qliphoth by engaging in a higher degree of redemptive work. The minor sins, relatively speaking, will be overcome by a huger arc of redemption. Thus, for instance, Abraham was conceived by a menstruating and thus ritually unfit woman whose father, his father, Terach, was an idol maker who helped lead the world astray. But it would be Abraham who would pioneer monotheism and put the world on the straight path, I guess. Or David, who admits in Psalm 51 that he was conceived, literally conceived in sin, and would commit horrible moral outrages during his whole life. But he created the conditions for the Israelite polity and the temple, thus gambling that being born in such conditions and given to such sins in life, the Klipot wagered they will win twice by releasing these souls. But upon doing so, the trap is set and the Klipot are eventually beaten back, the initial sin giving way to a greater arc of redemption. But their tortured sojourn in the realm of the Klipot leaves behind a kind of scar upon their very being, such they have tendencies towards such sins and actually delight in them or are indifferent to such devilish behavior. Thus, as the Talmud has it, the more righteous a person is, the more tortured by sin they are, thus explaining David's tendency toward violence and sexual aggression, and Abraham's apparent complete ease at being asked to sacrifice his only son, his beloved son, who isn't his only son, it's Ishmael, but whatever. This Klipotic evil has influenced their very souls. It makes them prone to acts of evil and perhaps even delighting in that evil. This mechanism of the holy ruse is just what Nathan of Gaza needs in his messianic theology vis-a-vis Shabtai Tzvi. The soul of the Messiah sunk into the very heart of the abyss and most acutely struggling with the worst of the forces of the Klipot would eventually emerge from those depths. But the Klipotic influence will remain so profound that he would undergo the heights of divine illumination, followed by the depths of soul-crushing sorrow, thus explaining Shabbatai's apparent manic depressive personality cycles. But this would also be used to explain the apparently transgressive actions performed by Shabbatai, his strange deeds, which are apparent violations of the Torah, even inversion of such commandments, such that they can be accompanied by a kind of even blasphemous blessing, punning on the morning blessing for freeing the captive, Matir Asarim, as opposed to allowing the forbidden, Matir Isarim. There's no change in the spelling, it's the pun that's kind of delightfully heretical. But Nathan takes this even a step further. Still leaning on the Zohar, Nathan sees the Messiah's soul as akin to Job, who the rabbis imagine being a servant actually in the court of Pharaoh, and whose offerings either were purely good or purely evil, hence as being uniquely affected by the forces of evil of the Klipot. But once he's undergone both radical evil and radical good, he dialectically rises above both and ascends to the very realm of the divine itself. Remember, he challenges God. And in doing so, he leaves the court of Pharaoh, a metaphor for the realm of the Klipot. In fact, the Zohar calls the chief dragon in the abyss, among other things, Pharaoh. But in transcending his soul as the suffering Job, the Messiah becomes the chief power over the abyss itself. Not as an evil Pharaoh, but in a Hebrew pun, as one that circumcises the power of the Klipot, para, removing the impure foreskin and thus redeeming even the great evil of the pharaonic dragon. Also, just as a shocking aside at this point, the Klipot that's also referenced here, beside being Pharaoh, is none other than Jesus. Jesus of Nazareth is taken by Nathan to be the most sinful soul to have ever existed, that led the world into apostasy according to him, and was thus dragged back into the world of the Klipot after his execution. He afflicts the soul of the true Messiah, and thus must be redeemed in the process of the final tour de force of the process of redemption. Thus, in the depths of the abyss, the true Messiah, Shabtai Tzvi, must redeem the ultimate false Messiah, Jesus of Nazareth, from evil itself. With people like me reading this being like, nope, nobody, nope. I am glad I am not involved in any of that chasva chalila. In addition to these elements in which the soul of the Messiah is introduced to understand the origin of evil and its eventual redemption, Nathan will also introduce an element of early Kabbalah that had actually otherwise been rejected by both the great systematizer Cordovero, I'm a total fanboy of, and even Itzhak Luria. This is a super early 13th century proto-Kabbalistic text, maybe probably influenced by apocalyptic Christian prophets like Joachim of Fior, that actually argued for a series of ages, or Shemitot, which correspond to a procession within the very Sephardic structure itself. This is like a metaphysical clock counting down to the final redemption, passing through each subsequent sphira along the way. Nathan would impose a Luranic system of the divine countenances, or the Partsufim, upon the system, and argued that with the coming of the Messiah, this marked this transition of the world, all of this world, into the highest grouping, the Partsuf of Abba and Ima, mother and father, thus again allowing the Messiah access to the very cause of all causes and the very apex of the divine countenances, or the Partsufim. In fact, this explains Shabbatai's particular love of the rather bawdy Latino love song Melizelda, the Emperor's Daughter, to which he actually attached deep Kabbalistic meaning, and Melizelda actually became a kind of bona fide Shabbatian hymn in that world. I will say it's actually a really nice song, and Latino music is just amazing, so if you've never heard this great Shabbatian song, you should look it up. Again, this is a novel use of an older and rejected Kabbalistic concept adapted to Lurianic Kabbalah in the interest of driving the Messianic agenda forward. And that agenda brings us to the last two early Shabbatian concepts I want to discuss. With the mystery of the Godhead opened, the transition of the Partsufim to the highest configuration of Abba and Ima, and the Messiah's soul having escaped the clutches of the Klipot, the final Messianic drama could really begin in earnest. Shabbatai, given the exaltation of his soul and its links to Job, would dwell on the earth for exactly 140 years. Shabbatai Tzvi was 40 at the time of his declaration that he was the Messiah, and rabbinical lore has Job living for 140 years, so Shabbatai's going to live for another 100. Then, he would leave behind his physical body, whereby he would undergo some type of occultation. This idea is probably being borrowed from Shia theology, and subsequent apotheosis. He would realign the spherotic tree into its ultimately balanced form, and therefore complete the final redemption of all reality. Regardless, recall that even an instance of martyrdom, Messianic martyrdom, was conceivable to Nathan in 1665 in the vision of Abraham. What wasn't, I strongly suspect, would be his soon coming apostasy. But just as the soul of the Messiah was reaching up into the very heights of divinity, the final souls of human beings were descending from the heels of the primeval spiritual anthropoid, Adam Kadmon. These powerfully dangerous souls from the heels of Adam Kadmon would be only redeemable by the Messiah and the faithful believers, and would come into apocalyptic conflict with the faithful, thus inaugurating a period of intense final persecution. You can see all this lining up just to be a disaster. But just as the soul of the Messiah was ever uplifting and the souls from the heels of Adam Kadmon were descending, Nathan of Gaza introduced what is perhaps the most dangerous doctrine of the movement, the reception of the Torah of the upper worlds. In this conception, one actually held by otherwise very orthodox Kabbalists, the physical Torah with its material laws and time-bound commandments was only brought into existence because of the sin of Adam, which produced a physical reality in some ways in the first place. Thus, the Torah of this world was a Torah of physical space and time, of materially putting on tefillin and physically uttering prayers. But the Torah is eternal and exists in all the realms of reality, with laws appropriate to those levels of reality. Thus, the Torah of the higher spiritual realms will not only not be a physical practice performed by bodies in space and time, but may even contain practices inimical to the Torah of the lower physical world. Again, this isn't really anything terribly new. What's new is Nathan's claim that the believers may very well have souls from those very supernal worlds. and thus the Torah of this physical realm may not or soon will not be binding upon them. But, to be very clear here, Nathan of Gaza seems to land on the position that until the redemption is at a slightly more advanced state, how it's much more advanced isn't clear, but probably not until Shabbatai rules at least the physical world. Let's say the world of governments, gets rid of the Ottoman Sultan, and probably not until the Third Temple was established, which Nathan definitely thought was going to occur in a few short years from 1665. That is to say, the believers themselves must maintain observance of the Torah of this world. The exception being the new feast day of the 9th of Av, that day of mourning, actually being transformed is because of, well, the Messiah had appeared, and that's pretty standard Talmud stuff, actually. However, while Shabbatai may himself engage in strange deeds, sometimes in violation of the Torah of this world, Nathan argued that the average normal believer in Shabbatai's messianic claims must simply maintain their faith in the coming redemption without foregoing the Torah of this world. Yet, of course, knowing what we know about the vicissitudes of the Messianic movement, from Shabbatai's apostasy, his death in exile, the incarnationalism factions that rose up after his death, the group apostasies following his death, the rise of the Don Meh, along with the utter disaster of Frankism and the European crypto-Sabbatians that probably existed in the 19th century, it's easy to look back at these elements of the early Shabbatian theology and say, well, we saw that coming, we could clearly see that was heretical. But I want to point out, a lot of this, if we put it in the context of the theology of the time, isn't heretical. The first is that basically none of these beliefs are actually heretical in themselves. There was nothing heretical about claiming that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah in 1665, or even really up to that fateful day in 1666. Further, none of the theological innovations I've discussed in this episode would be considered heretical at that time. Unconventional, and maybe even pushing it a bit, but probably not so beyond the pale of the rather wide Kabbalistic fervor and speculation of that time in the mid-1660s. Everybody was on the Messiah train, the end of the world train, the Kabbalah train. It was just in the air. Finally, while all these ideas could and would be pushed to endorse the eventual antinomian wing of the movement, who Scholem refers to as the nihilists, Nathan's theological innovations don't, by any means, necessitate that outcome, much less any concept of redemption through sin, which is grist for the mill of those valueless, anti-Semitic internet grifters that I mentioned near the beginning of this episode. In fact, it's a real pity that Scholem used the concept of mitzvah ha'avera, translated as redemption through sin, in that article as the title for his groundbreaking essay on research into Shabbatianism, because one, that concept doesn't really play any real role in the Shabbatian theology of redemption, certainly not in these foundational documents, and not really in later documents either. And two, mitzvah ha'avera is settled law even in the Talmud. Any mitzvah performed through a sinful act is disqualified. You can't steal a lulav and esrog and get the mitzvah of shaking them. Nathan of Gaza even held the door to the believers appealing to a higher Torah to justify any kind of antinomian behavior. Of course, the movement was larger than Nathan of Gaza, and the antinomian faction did get a solid foothold, despite, I think, more than because of the actual Kabbalistic theology that underwrote this special period pre-apostasy. Regardless, the theology of Nathan of Gaza and Shabbatai Tzvi together, especially in the pre-apostasy period, remains absolutely fascinating, just as do the writings in the period post his apostasy, especially Nathan's seminal book of creation, but that's a topic for another time. The amount of Shabbatian literature that has actually been published, reliable Shabbatian literature, actually exploded in the past few decades, though sadly Nathan of Gaza's more speculative works have either been out of print, either translated into English, or both. Luckily, however, new editions of the Treatise on the Dragons and the Book of Creation are out in just recent couple years, at least in new Hebrew editions. Though the edition of the Book of Creation is, let's say, an interesting attempt at rehabilitating Nathan of Gaza as a Torah sage in Israel, but good luck with that. They can even get Spinoza unexcommunicated, so whatever. Regardless, a critical edition of the works of Nathan of Gaza, his entire corpus remain a serious desideratum. Again, a lot of the information online about Shabbatianism and especially Frankism is dumpster fire levels of quality, so I only really trust peer-reviewed texts like those and the description that I provide if you want to learn more about Shabbatianism and Frankism and its development in history. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
You felt the focus.
Sosa, Tres Leches on the horns. Great Michael Gonzalez, Big Mike on the drums, Matt Mueling on the electric, John Dees on the keys, and that is Steve Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. We're going to have so much fucking fun tonight. Are you guys excited or what? Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible for you here right now. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Two unbelievable guests. They've both been on this show before. One time, one many times. You guys are in for a treat. Two of my favorite guests in the show's history. Two of my favorite comedians. Make some noise for the great Dave Landau and Brian Moses, everybody. Dave Landau, welcome back. Sit right there. Yeah, I'm gonna keep Moses. Moses, you come over here. Moses, over here. All the way over here. We're gonna keep that third seat empty just in case someone crazy swings by later. Who knows? Anything can happen. How about one more time for Dave Landau and Brian Moses? Dave Landau, one of my favorite one-time only guests we've ever had on. I'm so glad that you're back.
It's good to be back. Thanks for having me.
You are a funny guy. You enunciate well. You speak clearly. I'm very excited about that.
Thank you, I tried. Brian Moses is here, not the best enunciator. He be from the mean streets of San Diego, so don't let the camera colors confuse you. I am blacker than he is. And there he is. No, Moses is the man. He is the creator and host of Roast Battle. If you've ever seen or heard of a roast battle, that was Moses who started that in the belly room just months after Kill Tony started. Both Kill Tony and Roast Battle started in the same tiny room, the attic of the Comedy Store, 13 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that something? We've done Madison Square Garden, the Intuit Dome, and so many giant arenas, the O2 Arena in London. We've done giant arenas, and Moses did the belly room of the Comedy Store, and now they do the main room of the Comedy Store on Tuesdays. Wow.
No, we don't actually. We actually don't do that. We're still the main. Yeah.
There you go. Well,
anyway, it's great to be here, Tony. Thanks for having me back. It was your birthday recently.
Yeah, our birthday.
Known each other for 19 years. I'm a week older than you. It's also this is your month, right? It's Gay Pride?
Yes, it is. That's it. I was going to surprise you with that after the show. I was going to remind you exactly what fucking month it is.
Yeah. You give me some of your AIDS medication?
Hello. PrEP. That's what it's called. Isn't that an interesting thing? PrEP, the name of an AIDS, but only if you already have AIDS can you take it. Did you know that?
Of course I did, Tony.
All right. So you guys have done the show before. You guys know how it works. You guys excited to be here? I have a bucket filled with over 200 human beings' names. Absolutely anything can happen here. If I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. I'm going to let this guy that definitely stormed the Capitol on January 6th pull the first name out of the bucket. I mean, look at this fucking guy. Holy shit. You look like you would hate Brian Moses if you saw him out on the street. You work in D.C.? Okay, that's it. See what I mean? I fucking nailed it. Was at the Capitol on January 6th. Does hate black people. Let's start tonight's show. While we go wrangle that first bucket pull, I have a golden ticket winner here. We're waiting right behind that curtain. But it's not just any golden ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen. This is his first time ever cashing in, which means it's his second time ever on the show. His first time cashing in on his golden ticket that he won in Las Vegas, Nevada, on Netflix, in partnership with the WWE. He was a magical performer on that night. I barely remember it because I'm so concussed from getting chokeslammed through a table by The Undertaker. But he's back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first new minute of Chris Waldeck, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, what is up, Austin, Texas? I'm excited to be here. I'm excited for coming from Vegas because it's so nice to be in a state that actually has a football team that wins sometimes. I feel like if you have to cheer for the Raiders, you really can't talk shit about the Cowboys, honestly. Oh my gosh, but yes, ladies and gentlemen, I know you probably hear my voice, you're just thinking like you're finally someone who has worse articulation or enunciation, you know? But the cool thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that like you're also probably a little weirded out because you're seeing me on stage. You haven't been in the presence of an autistic gangster before, you know what I mean? That's right, my street name is Not So Slim Nuggets. As you can probably tell right by my side, I know a very close relationship with women. In fact, I actually have a close relationship with the stock market that I do with most women. Because at least the stock market will go down on me. And sometimes return my calls. If you left on the last market branch, you got a great credit score. Thank you, guys.
Chris Walden is back. Kill Tony. Your first performance was amazing. There's people breaking bottles over their heads. They're so excited. Wow. Look at this guy. Look at this tough guy. Lasted the first 60 seconds of the show before his first pee break. How about a hand for the Small Bladder Award winner of the night? That's
Let's use the ladies' room, everybody. We open up the ladies' room for that young man. I mean, what a pussy. Absolutely incredible.
Usually the ladies are the ones who run when I'm up here.
Oh, there he is. Chris Waldeck. Very good. Self-deprecation. He gets it. I love it. So, hell yeah, started with some football jokes that were funny. It's tough to get going with football jokes, but you did it. You nailed it. An original take on a bunch of teams that suck, the Raiders and the Cowboys. And then we got into the good stuff. Autistic gangster, when the stock market goes down. What is your love life like, Chris?
Well, it's nice to hear my alarm clock again.
Oh, man, you are a funny improviser. We've been playing that sound effect for people's sad moments since, I think, the inception of the fucking show, and no one's ever rolled with it quite like that.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're the man. So, keep going about this love life situation.
Well, it's been going like kind of a little bit better. I did go on one date after the Kill Tony Me, and then that went pretty good.
You had a little dame slid into your DMs or something like that.
Yeah. It was kind of like just like kind of a brief thing. It didn't really last, but just like it was a fun night.
What did you do that night? What does an autistic man like you do with a woman? Where do you take them? What exact calculator factory do you take them to get those juices flowing?
Well, we kissed a little bit, and then I kind of put her to sleep because I was talking too much about the movie we were watching.
Oh, what was the movie you were watching?
Dream Scenario, ironically.
Oh, I don't know that one. Can you describe? You are one of your amazing autistic features is that you know a lot about movies. Tell these people about Dream Scenario.
Well, Dream Scenario is produced by Ari Aster, and the same director made Dream Scenario is the same guy who also made that
Hereditary.
He made Hereditary, and he also produced Sasquatch Mountain, and he also directed Midsummer. He directed. He directed the one with Joaquin Phoenix. I always forget the name off the top of my head, but it's like, that one.
What was it?
Can you repeat that real quick? Oh, What Was Afraid? Yeah, that one.
Oh, Was Afraid. See, that's what I was talking about earlier.
Eddington was the one I was referring to. Eddington, Was Afraid. And then he also produced a lot of stuff like Sasquatch Mountain. He produced this new one. He also produced the one with Zendaya, Robert Pattinson that just got released. It's the same director as well for that one. So it was like got more of a dark comedy. It's like Nicolas Cage shows up in your dreams, basically. And so it's like Nicolas Cage like a reverse Freddy Krueger, and then things start off well, and then they take a very, very dark turn.
I can see why the day went wrong. My pussy just dried up. My pussy's always wet. And you just made my pussy dry up with all that movie knowledge. Brian Moses.
You know what happened.
How many characters does Adam Ray have? This
is one of my favorite ones.
So this is Adam Ray playing Steve-O going through a diabetes battle.
I get that every time. Even when my Laugh After Dark clips went out, like I was still getting everyone's like, "Oh man, Adam Ray's doing well." I'm like,
yeah.
I'm honored. He's amazing, but I'm like, no, not Adam Ray, Chris Waldeck.
You're killing it, Chris. Most people you can't tell they're autistic until you start talking to them. Not you. That shirt just comes out guns a-blazing. I mean, where do you get a shirt like that? Is there like special stores like Forever Autistic or?
I wish there was a store that was Forever Autistic because they probably fit in more. In fact, I actually fit in more of the warehouse I work at. Like they were like, when they actually saw my Kill Tony Mania performance, they're like, wait, is that that dude that walks around like a fucking turn signal?
That's you. Okay. So all that you got that night were some kisses from that girl.
It was fun, though. It's been a while, so it was fun.
Perfect. Kisses are fun. Have you kissed a girl ever in Texas before?
Actually, yeah, I have.
Oh, well, in that case, fuck it. See? Sometimes these autistic people, little too honest. You were close there, buddy. I love it. So what else is going on in life, Chris? How else has life changed since your last performance? Or what else is going on?
Well, I've been getting a lot more, like, just kind of like getting recognized a lot more, but like, doing a lot of stuff at my home club over in Vegas at the Stratosphere. But also, I got the cancer boot on the side of my head, so that's pretty good.
Nice. No more cancer. Party time. Hell yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I actually realized that. I actually like going to the doctors more because doctors make me feel less autistic.
Oh yeah.
Because they actually have worse communication skills than I do.
What do you mean? Can you give an example of that?
Well, I'll just explain what happened when they were taking the cancer out of the side of my head. Like when they were doing that, like the things that they were saying were just like so like when they were like, you know, when the guy was like inside, because I had to be awake the whole time. They just snuck me up, so I had to be awake while they were like doing stuff. And one guy was like, he was inside there, looking at my head. He's like, wait a minute, this isn't a small, this is a medium. And I was like, you motherfucker, there's only two appropriate times that you can say that. When you fuck up my order at McDonald's or when a girl takes my pants off. That's literally the only
Chris Waldeck, you're a funny guy. I love it. Anything else we should cover, Chris? You got the show started for us. Anything else nuts we're missing? What do you think?
Well, I'd like to know, your special needs. Are you working with a nice peppermilk cock?
A nice what?
A good-sized cock. We should let the world know. That's usually the benefit, is you have to look like you, but you have a nice dick.
We know that you know exactly.
You're not going to believe it, but actually I did find out at Skankfest that I do have a big dick.
Yeah.
Let the world know, my friend.
It was during my first naked roast battle that I did for Skankfest. Like, my opponent, he wanted me to actually send a picture in advance of like, just like see what I was working with. I'm like, dude, I'm average because like I watched a lot of porn, so I figured I was just average. And
then the girl started crying.
And then like when we take our pants down during the Skankfest thing, he looks at me, he's like, "What the fuck, dude? You got a goddamn hog." That's what he said.
That's hilarious.
The producer from the Naked Bros like walks backstage, looks at me, he's like, "God damn, dude, you got a big dick." And then he walks out right before my opponent has to go on stage. I'm like, he's like, "God damn, I fucking lost already." That's what
Hell yeah.
If you did porn though, and if you squirt only, you call it Rain Man.
Hey, that's genius.
Good.
Moses, you should guest direct that. That is incredible.
You have a huge bush, right? Untrimmed.
Oh yeah.
Judging by his neck, it's a train wreck.
That's amazing.
Well, you know, it's the craziest things that you mentioned that actually. People on the autism spectrum, a lot of people often say that they don't know that people on the autism spectrum actually have higher sex drives than most neurotypicals. And it's a real fun fact. And a lot of people are surprised by that. I'm like, I don't know why they're so surprised. All the time that we spend playing with trains, we know how to run some too.
Oh, there it is. Good trademark.
That's autism. Damn right it is.
So, I have to ask because of what just happened here. When you're talking with autistic people, you call us typicals? I've never heard of this before, and for the first time maybe in my life, I'm offended. 42 years it took, and what a storyline. It was an autistic golden ticket winner that ended up stabbing me in the back.
Well, I will say, not knowing that there's neurotypical and atypical is actually kind of an atypical response. You may be on the right track here, honestly.
Well, Tony.
Holy shit, you are something special, literally. Chris, congratulations, you got the fucking party started tonight. Welcome. All the way from Las Vegas, Nevada, his first time in Austin. One more time for Chris Waldeck, ladies and gentlemen. And now to the bucket we go, everybody, the beating heart of the show, where we have found everybody, every regular, every golden ticket winner, everybody that's ever bombed, everybody that's ever done good, everybody that's ever proved their enemies wrong or right. Anything can happen right now. We're going to meet them all together at once. Your first bucket full of the night, doing a minute uninterrupted, goes by the name of James Morris. James Morris.
I've been told to make a great first impression. Second impression, not so much. I'm a social arsonist. I burn bridges wherever I go. First time, sorry. Sorry for Richie, I took your spot probably. Okay. This is my impression of Ross Perot do an indecent proposal. Now listen here, Demi. I'll pay you $1 million. Don't worry about me. I have plenty more where that came from. All I want to hear is a giant sucking sound coming from the south. If my life was a movie, here are some of the titles. Single white male, one angry man, American ugly, scarred face, no country for this man.
All right, James, so you've reached the final maximum allotted time. Welcome, welcome. This is your first time on the show, right?
My first time.
First time doing anything. Wow, you gotta love that. I believe you. Get back to the microphone, you fucking serial killer. Get over there. It's the interview portion of the show. They have to hear you. They have to hear you talk here. So, James Morris, welcome, welcome. How old are you?
59.
59. I love it. What made you want to do something as crazy as start stand-up comedy here tonight on the biggest show in the industry?
Short version. Watched it all my life. I could do Eddie Murphy Delirious from start to finish, all that stuff. Mitch Hedberg, John, but also my one good friend from high school I still have. His little brother is Brian Hersey.
Okay.
And I don't know if you know Brian Hersey. He opened for comics like Doug Stanhope and stuff like that before he offed himself. And
when was that? When did he kill himself?
It was about 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
3 years ago. Doug even mentioned him on Rogan's podcast, and I kind of said that he said that I should try it, and I decided, it was time, because my last year, that's what's going to be interesting to you, is my year 58.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Okay, so year 58, I had never had a broken bone, and I broke 6 bones in my back.
How did that happen?
Falling off a ladder.
What were you doing on that ladder?
It's on a tree limb. And here I thought I was smart enough to make sure that the ladder wasn't below the tree limb.
Right.
But then when the tree limb came down, the back half hit the. Next thing I know, I'm might get woken up by neighborhood.
Next thing you know, you hear that noise, then you're being woken up by the neighborhood. What? Cat?
No, the people doing lawns saw me on the ground.
People doing lines?
Doing lawns.
Oh, got it.
Hold on, sorry.
Got it. I don't know what kind of neighborhood you live in.
Hearing isn't great. I need to talk to them.
Those are Mexicans. They're called Mexicans. Not people doing lawns. We call them Mexicans. We call them illegal immigrants. That's what we call them. I'm kidding.
Or gardeners and landscapers, whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, somebody's living in Los Angeles right now. Am I right? This fucking pussy. We call them gardeners and landscapers, actually. What is it, Gay Pride Month? Okay. Anyway.
That's how I broke his back.
My buddy, by the way. I'm friends with black people. See that chunk? See Chelsea Handler? Fucking bitch. Anyway. Still yapping. She's still yapping on podcast. Fucking twat.
So I'll go through the rest real quick.
Okay, let's keep going. 6 broken bones. Let's talk about your spirit, though.
Well, no, I sold my house as is just to get out of it and move on, and then.
How as is? Was the ladder still up against that tree?
Joe DeRosa would be unhappy to hear that I left a lot of Atari 400 stuff sitting in
Wow, you just gave away Atari stuff.
Yeah.
Damn, why?
I was ready to
grow up.
Well, because you got it. Also, it didn't get any better. That was the easy part, breaking the bones in the back. When I was traveling with my dog, I get the call that my mom passed away. So I go back to town and get in arguments with my brother and sister on how we're handling and stuff. Stop talking to them. After the memorial, I find out that then my brother passed away.
Oh my God! This is absolutely incredible.
Meanwhile, I'm living in a motel with my dog.
Why were you in a motel? Why would you sell your house and Atari 400 as is and go straight to a motel with your dog?
Because Greg Popovich, the head coach of the team, had a show, and this is how far he's fallen right now.
It's amazing. You do look like Greg Popovich. Do you know who that is?
I thought he was Jerry Sandusky.
Do you know who Greg Popovich is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Okay, good. All right, so keep going. Tell us more about this horrific year.
So I'm staying in the motel because I'm trying to stay local, but I can't. My sister is like a worse version of me because I'm self-aware of how bad I am. She's not self-aware at all. So everything's an argument and everything's a disaster.
Of course.
So I'm trying to stay there just to support and stuff, and also my brother's memorial who passed, pushed back because
how did your brother get
from I don't know if it's brain cancer or if it's
get out of your home one more time. Okay. It's okay.
Sinuses. He had cancer in his sinuses.
That's rough. Okay, so now what happened? You were saying that your sister this what?
Well, no, it's just that that's where I was staying in the motel and also with my dog. And then while I'm waiting for my brother's memorial.
Don't you say something happened to this fucking dog.
The dog died.
Oh my god. Give me some dog noises. Give me some fucking dog noises right now, Redman. Come on, give it to me. There he is. We actually have a program, a deal. We have a Netflix deal where we can communicate with your dog up in heaven right now. He's very sad. I don't know if you hear him. Okay, I'm just kidding.
People feel any better. She was a 12-year-old Great Dane, so she's probably one of the oldest Great Danes in the world.
Oh my god.
And then my final, so before my 59th birthday, 2 days before my 59th birthday was my brother's memorial, and then my first Mother's Day without my mom. And then my birthday, and then I moved to Austin.
Holy shit, how long have you been in Austin?
For about a month.
Wow.
Why don't you write a country song?
I swear, my cousin came down to visit for my brother's memorial, said that it should be, that year should be a country song, and I said, yeah, I'd call it 58.
Yeah. When I was 58, it was a really bad year.
I don't really like country music, but I get it now.
Yeah, you are that guy. That is incredible. So let's talk about some positive things. How has your life improved lately? Has it? Shit. Did you get another dog? Anything?
No, I don't want another dog.
So what have you been doing? How do you fill the void that you lost by breaking your back, losing your mom, losing your brother, and your dog all in the same year? Because I see a smile on your face.
Well, that's the crazy part is that I could be considered nuts. I mean, I've had lifetime depression. I've been given medication before and stuff like that, and I still survive and everything like that.
Are you on the medication?
No, I
look at you.
don't like medication.
They can break your back, but they cannot break your spirit.
No, I probably have diabetes, and I don't even go to the doctor. I just went into keto because I wanted to stay away from doctors.
I love it.
This is like Austin Big Lebowski. This is okay.
I was 50 pounds 3 years ago, and I'm 170 pounds now. I was 135 when I graduated high school.
You were tall and skinny, huh?
Oh, I was the skinniest. I was a stick boy.
Was that before or after integration? How old are you again?
59.
59.
No, okay. Happy Juneteenth.
Wow. So, James, how long have you been preparing for this Kiltony appearance?
Well, I would say I'm pretty lazy.
Yeah, no, we know. You wrote a Ross Perot indecent proposal joke. I mean, that is, I believe that's a 1991-ish reference, maybe 90. Don't think 92.
There was supposed to be an intro to that. I didn't really want to use it because I started to forget some of the one-liners in it because Chetberg.
Yeah, you don't want to use your new material your first time.
No, I mean, I was going to sit there and say, hey, I'm going to try to keep it real for all you. I know you're younger crowd, and then go into that knowing that it was an old thing. But
what do you do how do you make money?
Well, that's the thing. When I sold the house as is, I was able to sell it. I sold it for $50,000 more than what I owed on it. So I've been living off of that.
Hell yeah. And
do you have any plasma left?
I actually had looked into doing plasma, and I found out that if they injure you, that they don't pay anything.
If they hurt you, you don't get money?
Yeah, if you seriously hurt you, you have to get hospitalized from the plasma withdrawal.
And knowing your luck, you would have a serious issue in there. Everybody dies. They don't know why.
I feel guilty that I was the first one called up because the guy Richie next to me was sitting there going, hey, I've been doing this for a long time. You're probably going to get picked first because everybody I talk to gets picked.
Yeah, today's the day that your bad luck turned around. You were the first bucketful. You can thank this meathead right here in the front row. I let him pull it. I should have done a it myself. This guy does not look like he has a magical touch at all.
Can I ask a question for you?
Absolutely.
So I know it's way late in life to build a big stand-up career or whatever, but is it still too late for me to be just a writer and help out other people?
Literally do whatever you want. If you take chances and have fun and you love it, if you fucking love it, if you love open mics and going out and being around a bunch of psychos, you can do fucking anything, buddy. You can be a stand-up, a writer, whatever the hell you want to be. You can fucking be an Atari 400. Wait, well, you can't do that anymore because you sold the fucking Atari, dude. But no, you can literally do whatever you want. It's never too late to start.
I'm a gamer, so that's what I kill my time because I do gaming such work, so I don't
Exactly. You're perfect. I wish fucking the other fucking fools would always ignore the gaming thing. You covered your trauma and you have a great story. The set for a first time wasn't that bad. So you're leaving with a big jump, buddy. Congratulations. Our first fucking poll of the night, ladies and gentlemen, that's James Morris. A little story. You can break his bones, you can break his heart, but you cannot break his spirit. 59, chasing his dreams. Ooh, the lovely Heidi is here, ladies and gentlemen, live in the flesh. More beautiful in person than on YouTube, believe it or not. Hello there. You know that moment where you text your whole team, hey, did anyone follow up with that guy? And you get silence, tumbleweeds, 1 thumbs up emoji 2 hours later. Meanwhile, the customer has already moved on, got married, started a new business, and retired. At some point, you're just like, let's fucking quote. That's why today's episode is brought to you by Quo, spelled Q-U-O, the business phone system built so you never miss a call. You know who I know that never misses a call? He's always awake, ready, and a hard worker. Redman?
Me? With Quo, all your calls, texts, and voicemails live in one place, so anyone on your team can pick up a conversation and respond fast. Plus, it's super easy to set up on any device. It literally only takes a few minutes. You can even keep your existing number and add teammates as you grow, so there's no IT, no hassle.
Quo's built-in AI agent handles after-hours calls, answers questions, and even books appointments, so you never miss a lead, even when your team is offline. As the #1 rated business phone system on G2, Quo is trusted by over 90,000 businesses that already rely on it to stay reachable and look professional every day. Money is on the line. Anyways, say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free, plus get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to quo.com/killtony. That's QUO.com/killtony. Make some noise for your next bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen. He goes by the name of Joel Lindley, everyone. Here comes Joel.
That's right. I am a civil rights activist. I go all over our great country. I meet black women who've never been with white men before. And I desegregate that pussy. I have a dream. I love black women. I'm dating a beautiful Nigerian woman I met on OnlyScams. Her father's the king of Nigeria, yeah. He's on his deathbed and she doesn't have any cousins or even brothers, so believe it or not, I'm next in line for the throne. My first girlfriend, half black, half white. And she worked part-time. She worked like every other day. I love Ollie. Well, I actually dated a girl. She was a Hindu Indian. She had that red dot on her forehead. I love that woman. I actually went to India to meet her family, but I got arrested at the border trying to smuggle in deodorant.
Joel Lindley pushing it all the way to the limit. Good set, Joel. Welcome, welcome. Amazing. How long have you been doing stand-up?
40 years.
No way. Unbelievable.
I've been toiling in the minor leagues.
How old are you?
I am 59 years old.
Two 59-year-olds back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen. Do you believe in miracles? If you bet $1 on that would happen on Prize Picks, you would have won $75 million. It is the first time we've ever had two 59-year-olds back-to-back to start the bucket. The other guy has been doing it 0 years. He just started for the first time. Where did you start 40 years ago?
I started in Rochester, New York, my hometown of Rochester, New York, for a place called Yuck Yucks.
Yeah.
Onto the Funny Bone, then I moved to Los Angeles, and then New York, and then I kind of career minor league.
What years were you in LA?
I was in LA from about 1996 to maybe 2003.
Okay.
And I worked all over LA. I got jobs writing for friends of mine who got development deals, but they didn't go anywhere, and then I just took off with people who had brought me as a feature.
Yeah.
And I went on a bunch of tours.
Check in with Brian Moses.
We were
I love the set. I'm excited to meet White Jackie Robinson. Breaking color barriers, breaking hymen barriers all over the place.
It isn't.
That's the tagline. I didn't think I had time with it. Yeah, I'll be the Jackie Robinson in your vagina. Batter up.
Okay, yeah, you got it, dude.
I like that dream thing too. Maybe the tag should be after you say like, I have a dream. It's a wet dream.
Yeah.
Joel Lindley. So is it true you have a thing for black women?
I love all women. Beautiful women, black women. Black women when I was growing up were the only ones that were up past 9 o'clock. So. We didn't have a shot at the white girls.
Yeah, they've got white guys to rob. What are you trying to say?
Oh yeah. Incredible.
I love all women. I do.
Let's check in with the great Dave Landau.
I don't know if I'm allowed to share this, but it was before
Please
cell
do.
phones.
Please do. I'm sure it's a fun.
Yeah, I had opened for you, I think, in Pennsylvania.
That's right.
And yeah, this was a long time ago. But I remember you had a trick with women where you had a receipt that said $300,000 from your bank
It was a
account.
fake bank receipt.
It was a fake bank receipt.
Holy shit.
And you would ask for her number, and you'd go like, "Oh yeah, let me give you mine," and then you just write it down on the $300,000 fake bank.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Real scammer. Real scammer.
Smell you.
It was
It's real scammer shit.
Man, I got so much pussy.
every night.
I was laying out.
Wow.
Well, there's what the trick is. If you have a shitty car like I did, you got to make sure, the level that you put on there matches. You show up in a burnout looking Chevy Ford Fiesta or whatever.
Yeah, that is
You got 300,000.
old school trickery.
It is. Well,
Did you have any other?
I ended up selling them after my show to make money, shirts and some DVDs, all that shit, hustle.
Right, of course. And what were your other tricks with the ladies? Like if you had that one up your sleeve, which I've never heard of anything
Well,
quite
I
that crazy.
always carry a Red Cross donation card.
Oh my God.
That way, if she wants me to use a condom, I'm like, no, baby, Red Cross. I'm good. Look at that, Red Cross. 56 days ago, I donated my shit. Look at that.
Oh my God. You're the reason why monkeypox started. That's incredible.
He is HIV positive.
Yeah, exactly. Incredible. You look great for 59. You're funny as hell. Tell us more about your life. Why?
I moved down here. I've been here 3 weeks. I was supposed to move down with my friend, Mr. John Mulrooney, who had a tragic accident, slipped on some ice and fell.
Oh my God, I heard about that. He passed away, right?
Yep, he's coming down here too. He's good friends with Brian
Holtzman. That's how I knew about it.
He was coming down with me.
Amazing.
Couldn't make it.
Well, look at you. Here you are, absolutely thriving. That's incredible. So,
Yeah, man, it's like fucking Yankee Stadium.
yeah,
For a minor league company.
you're in it. Another reason why you're Jackie Robinson. So I love it. You're here in Austin, the new, fun place to be doing stand-up. So you're just really doing it. You have a youthful spirit.
I'm doing it. Yeah, I work cruise ships, but I made sure I was off every Monday night so I could come back here and get on here.
Incredible. Absolutely amazing. Well, dude, you're doing it, man. Come back, sign up again. Give us another minute sometime. We want to hear some of your crazy fucking horror stories and road stories and chaos.
Can I give a shout out to the ladies with low self-esteem and good credit?
That's all of them, pretty much. Hell yeah.
Danny needs a co-signer.
Hell yeah. I love it. Nothing easier to find than a black female co-signer. Lord knows their credit be banging. I love it. Anything else crazy we should know about you before I get you out of here?
Performing with the great Quinn Dale. He brings me around. Dates with me. He's fantastic.
Yeah, very funny guy. I gotta get him.
For me here, I'll be every Monday night.
Tell Quinn I want him on panels sometime. Let's do this thing. Here's a big joke book. Come back again soon. Oh, my bad. That was a bad toss. I over-rotated that. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kill Tony debut of a 40-year comedy veteran, Joel Lindley. Two 59-year-olds back-to-back to start the show. Can we go 3 59-year-old white men in a row? I highly doubt it as I bring up the one-word name of Vasquez. Everybody, here's Vasquez.
Hey guys, I just want to say one thing. If you come in to where I'm sitting and you walk in off of the showroom floor with a Harley Davidson and fresh leather gear on and sit in front of me and drink a Frappuccino, then I'm not going to be able to hold my face correctly. I can't be responsible for anything that happens after that. If you sit in front of me and you drink a Frappuccino like you're my ex-girlfriend's kid finishing up a Capri Sun, then I can't be, my face is going to do some things and I won't be able to hold anyway, let's, on a lighter note, should have wrote some stuff down. Old people look like fish. Wanna keep it light. Okay.
What the fuck? Was that whole thing like a personal message to one person out there that's gonna get it? Somebody sat in front of you drinking a Frappuccino somewhere? No one knows what the fuck you were talking about.
It's like a live manifesto. That was lit.
And then you throw in like one good short joke at the end?
I tried. I didn't even know that was going to be a minute yet. I had one more
thing about the person sitting in front of you? That's nuts, dude. Let's check in with Dave Landau here.
Where's your girlfriend's kid?
My ex-girlfriend's kid.
Yeah, same question.
Yeah.
Where? Yeah, she's safe. He's safe. She
Oregon.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Above ground?
She an organ donor?
Yeah.
That's what.
There's a lot of venom for the way somebody drinks a Capri Sun.
Yeah.
What wasn't the venom against the Capri Sun? It was the guy that came in with the leather gear drinking a Frappuccino at Starbucks.
What did he do exactly? Why did that bother you?
I don't know, what, because I have ADHD or something.
I think that's called retardation. The big difference between ADHD and WTF, which is what most people were thinking. Okay, old people look like a fish was funny. Do you have more like that? Do you have other funny things?
Yeah, I've had something else to that, but I forgot.
You forgot that. Perfect. What a professional. How long have you been doing stand-up?
First time.
Okay. All right. More things like the joke you did at the end would be my advice. More things that are funny.
Noted.
Yeah, more of that. That whole thing before, I mean, that was nuts, dude. How long have you been preparing for this, your first minute ever doing stand-up comedy?
It's hard to say. Hard to say, really.
Okay, I bet there's a lot of things hard to say here. It's a good interview so far. What do you do for work?
I'm a brand ambassador for multi-million-dollar companies, a lot of up-and-coming starters.
Oh, this is your version of having the $300,000 bank deposit slip. Okay, perfect. Sure, we totally believe you.
He's a brand ambassador for Frappuccinos.
Amazing. How long have you been a brand ambassador for multi-million-dollar companies?
Probably a couple years.
Probably a couple years. Okay. What exactly does that entail? What, did you get on jets and go?
No. It's not. It's nothing really. It's not a big deal, really. It's just, I give away a lot of free stuff.
Like where?
Mostly Costco.
Okay. So we're finding out in real time right now that you work at Costco. Yes. Very good.
Look who it is.
Boy, this show is live and it's real. Let me remind you one more time. I do this a lot sometimes. Every fucking show you've ever seen before this, the host knows what the other person does. They know what they're promoting. They know what they're gonna fucking say.
How you living, Pam?
Pull that out of you. You thought we were gonna go.
How are you?
I'm well, thank God. How are you?
What's your love life like?
I'm okay.
Even the microphone is jumping off a cliff right now.
How'd your podcast go yesterday?
Cruel tutelage of the brand ambassador
We did not do anything on a podcast. I have today too.
Oh, okay, it's today. All right, are you ready for it?
Yeah, of course I'm ready for it. I'm ready to get in it.
There you go, big dog.
And you are good too?
Yeah, thank God.
You have 11,000 views.
I'll take it.
SG.
I'll take it.
It's not a lie. You're right. You're right. Just
SG.
He's a multi-million-dollar. Yeah. So, and the brands that he is giving out samples of are most likely
SG.
multi-million-dollar brands.
Thanks,
So
Big
you're
Dog.
not Michael Penne on bath salts?
Of course.
Okay. Vasquez, tell us more about your life. Anything else crazy we should know? Are you like, you have any special skills or talents? You seem like the kind of guy that has like a jump rope record or something like that. You're very fit. You remind me of Michael Gonzalez back here. You're in good shape.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any special skills or talents or anything?
Not really.
You do have two different colored eyes. Is that eye over there working?
Not exactly.
Not exactly. So that's not a no. It's a not exactly. Kind of like that eye might be a brand ambassador.
So I am on that fiber.
You find out, no, it's working at Costco.
Okay.
What happened to that eye?
And yesterday I was thinking I made my first money, but it was scammers.
Okay.
So yeah, I hope today is the day.
Excellent. Be careful of that stuff.
It wasn't a sanctioned fight. It was a cockfight.
I was like happy, I was high, I was like really happy, and yeah, scammers.
That's okay. Not everybody on there is a scammer. You'll get it.
Doing a normal like street fight?
Yeah.
Was it over a disagreement? Practice.
So yeah, so right now I think I can do this.
Wow, that had to suck, huh? Yeah.
I think yeah.
How long ago was that?
And maybe I have a guy who's gonna buy for $1.
That's good.
Two eyes for a long time. D-Madness thinks you're a huge pussy, dude.
Yeah, for $1, and yeah.
God himself poked out D-Madness's eyes, so imagine that.
Yeah, he's doing the Lord's work.
That doesn't make any sense.
Maybe not because God is light.
Vasquez, is comedy something that you actually want to do, or
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, keep writing jokes.
Are you more famous
Here's a
right now?
medium-sized joke book.
I'm probably the same amount of famous.
Gentlemen, we're gonna keep it moving along now.
Yeah.
You know, we're all getting
Yes, sir.
better about talking openly about mental health, but
But we'll see if you look at that guy.
schedules, costs, and trying to find the right
Like
therapist.
his
It's easy to
his podcasts that have been up for like 3 weeks or 4 weeks or something, or some of them like a few months, they get like 30,000 views. So you never know.
Professional support from licensed therapists
Yeah,
and
that's true.
psychiatrists that you can access
That's
online
true, man.
anytime, anywhere.
That's
And you can
true.
switch providers
Big
at
dog.
no extra cost
That's
to
true.
make sure you find that one that really fits your needs.
Talkspace is in network with most major insurance plans, and many insured members pay a copay of $0. Talkspace's mission is to provide quality care whether or not you are insured, meaning it's actually affordable out of pocket as well. So, as a
So,
listener of this podcast,
today
you'll
I
get
will
$80
going
off your
to
first month of
do
Talkspace when you go to
in dating
Talkspace.com/Jamie
apps.
and enter promo code
What
SPACE80.
apps?
That's SPACE80 to match
In
with licensed
dating
therapists
app.
today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony
Okay.
and enter promo code SPACE80. All shapes and sizes of people. Brand ambassador for multi-million-dollar companies. The sample guy at Costco. It's a lot of range in between those two jobs. That's below a bagger. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket pool goes by the name of Paul Cyphers. We know Paul. He's a funny guy. Here comes Paul Cyphers.
I work as an exterminator. I do pest control for a living. Thank you. It's kind of like being an ICE officer for cute little animals. That's basically. Instead of catching Mexicans, I mostly catch squirrels. Mexicans and squirrels very different. One is a small brown creature you'll see on someone's lawn or up on someone's roof, and the other is a squirrel. So. Today, someone asked me if I was going to kill the squirrel. I was like, no, man, I'm going to put it in a cage and separate it from its family. So. This is a true thing. My work truck has been broken into 3 times in the past month. Nothing will turn you into a Republican faster than tools getting stolen out of your work truck. Well, we live in Texas, so I went out and I bought a gun, They break into my truck again, I'm going to fucking kill myself. That should do it. Thank you guys very much for sure.
Great set, Paul Cypher. Hell yeah, buddy, that was awesome.
How's it going?
How long have you been doing stand-up now?
Like 7 going on 8 years.
Yeah, I remember you many times from the show being very, very funny.
Thank you.
Seem funnier than ever. How's life going for you?
Better in certain ways, worse in others.
Let's talk about it. What do you mean?
I'm doing pest control. I'm an exterminator, so I'll start there. Not usually the mark of somebody doing super well, but
yeah.
I had a friend today say, well, you should be grateful you have a job. And I was like, well, you're unemployed. You want me to put a resume in? He said, no, I'm good, actually. So that's something.
Tell us about the nightmares that you see out there.
I run into a lot of Kill Tony fans.
So, yeah,
Okay, it'll be. I will go and talk to you soon. Okay.
Yes, sir.
They also have Ferraris.
Best wishes, big man.
Take care.
You too, big man.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
They recognize you when you come in. They go, holy shit, aren't you on?
No, once or twice it's happened, but
Oh, you bring it up. You're out there spraying it. You're like, so you ever see Kill Tony?
It comes up. I just try to make good conversation with people, and it comes up. And in Austin, it's very, very popular.
What are some of the infestations that have blown your mind? Though I'm sure people want to know because it's crazy out there. I hear horror stories all the time.
I hate in the heat of the summer. I deal with a lot of black widow spiders.
Okay, I thought that was going another direction for a while. Thought you were going to be the greatest exterminator of all time for a moment there, and it turns out just a spider problem.
It's gay pride, not white pride, not Tony.
I'm like, what are you exterminating? He's like, these fucking black widows.
Black like that.
Yeah. It was just long black. These fucking crazy ass motherfucking always on the porch. These fucking black widows out there. Just always trying to fucking ruin everybody's night with their fucking yapping and drama. Like, wait, what? That's a spider?
They actually become a widow after the extermination.
Yeah.
They hated that.
After they fucked Joel Lindley, the second 59-year-old of the night that loves black women. He'd be exterminating that pussy. You know what I'm saying? All right, go ahead. Black widows are terrible.
Black widows, rattlesnakes. Yeah, I originally did pest control for my dad's business in Massachusetts. And moved down here, much like the people, the bugs are a lot angrier and fatter here in Texas.
Yeah.
So it's very terrifying. The people are disgusting, cockroaches, you name it.
Yeah, that happens. That's the thing. They're out there. Cockroaches are out there. Red Van.
Flies are really bad this year, right?
Yeah, well, maybe your house is a little dirty. I don't know.
You just got chainsawed. All right, so I love it. It's here. Wow. There's a lot of flies out there.
Outside.
Yeah. No, it's...
So you're out there fighting flies, and you're fighting a lot of foo, obviously. Am I correct?
Food?
Foo. The Foo Fighters.
Oh.
There you go. All right. What are the other... Let's talk about the big ones. This is what people want to know about. Tell us about the craziest rats that you've seen. Is there anyone that has a rat infestation?
Every other bar besides the one you're sitting in on 6th Street has a lot of rats. I had to drown a rat to death one time.
Tell us about that. That's what we want to know.
I caught a rat by only its paw on a trap, and I was at a very wealthy person's upstairs, and I called my boss, and she was like, you can either smash it off the ground, and I was like, oh, I'm going to do that. She's like, or you can drown it, and I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll try drowning it.
Hell yeah.
I got a bucket of water, you fill with water.
You're like one of those kids who like kills rabbits as a youth. And it's like, I can make money off of this.
No, I did too many drugs in high school and didn't go to college. I'm actually a vegan, which is the craziest fuck. What? Yeah.
Have you ever knelt on a squirrel's neck?
What's that? That's not bad. I might take that. Thank you.
Wow. So how did you drown this rat? What did you put the rat in?
I filled the bucket with water, and the rat was on trap, so I put it in, and the rat's like screaming. And then,
no, please, mister, no!
And it falls underneath the water, just like total silence. Turns out rats cling to life quite a bit, so
yeah,
it started breaching the water like an orca whale.
Oh my god.
So I looked around, I saw a broom, and I just kind of like lightly was.
Oh shit! He really is like.
It's like a 1990s LAPD cop. Jesus Christ. He's filming this, right?
I was pretty emotionally affected by it. The bubbles are coming up.
Oh my god!
It turns out it takes a long time.
Wow.
Eventually, I got bored. I just started doom scrolling on my phone. I was like,
oh my god.
I remember it was the Rock's cheat day, so I opened my phone. I'm like, that's a lot of pancakes and Dwayne Johnson's here. And I mean,
oh, that's hilarious.
And there were 4 turtles crying.
Yeah.
This
guy in the camel hat just said, what the fuck? You know, it's a weird story.
Yep. That guy's killed Middle Eastern people before from long range. Yep. And he'll do it again, he just said. Perfect. Welcome to America, everybody. Wow. Paul, how's your love life when you're not drowning rats? Are you drowning in pussy?
I drowned the rats. I'm saving up to try to afford a wedding for the love of my life.
Oh, nice. How long have you been with her?
I've been with her going on 3 years, but I have been sure about trying to marry her since I met her. But it takes a long time on the exterminator salary to save up.
That makes sense. And she's a vegan.
She is not. No, she's a Texas, a Houston gal. She fat ass, loves brisket, you know.
I love it. So what made you turn vegan? What?
I was vegan on and off, and honestly, it's just something in stand-up. I have some jokes about it, and I just try to I'm like totally sober now. I just try to change things up to try to write material.
You know, you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
You could eat a steak and go on stage and do a joke about being vegan if you wanted to.
That's true. That's actually what I'm doing right now. I don't know why I'm lying.
Amazing. Paul, I love it. What am I missing here? Fantastic set. Fucking great interview. Absolutely perfect.
I'm glad to have you back on the Secret Show, Paul.
There you go. And I'm sure you have them. And here's another big joke by Paul Cypress, ladies and gentlemen. Moses has to go pee, everybody. He's going to go drown a rat somewhere. In the meanwhile, we're going to keep it moving along with your next bucket bowl. He goes by the name of Trenton Tebow, everybody. Here comes Trenton. Put your hands together for Trenton Tebow.
Yo, who in here wants to have the best sex of their life tonight? Alright, everybody said no. See me afterwards. Yeah, I'm glad this is going well. My free trial for BetterHelp expires this weekend. I'm just kidding, guys. I could never kill myself. I photoshopped a pair of angel wings on me the other day. I look fucking stupid. I tried. Just brought the ceiling fan down with me. Great, now I'm depressed and not getting my deposit back. hard it is to sleep when you're suicidal and hot now? So you go to the gym, right? Because you need to make a change. Go to the gym, because they have stronger fans. All right, thank you guys. I'm Trent Tebow.
Trenton Tebow, holy shit. What a set. Is this your first time on the show?
Nah, third time.
Wow, this one was fucking standout incredible. He's going pee real quick. He would have loved your set. It's okay. He hates white people. Yeah. We'll tell him all about it. You would agree that this is a standout set out of the three.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I like it.
Yeah, I love it. You're fantastic. Remind us, how long you been doing stand-up?
About 4 years.
4 years. Man, you're funny as hell. Where were these 4 years at?
Fort Worth, Dallas.
Nice. You live here now, or did you make the drive to that?
I live in Dallas, Fort Worth still.
How often do you drive down here for a spot like this?
I haven't been down here in a few months, honestly.
Amazing. What do you do for work?
I work at a restaurant as well as I do like contract construction labor type shit, landscaping, that type of shit.
The rare white landscaper.
Yeah, I got the mustache for it.
Hell yeah, you got it. You got it, absolutely. What do you do for fun, Trenton Tebow?
Dude, I fish a lot. I like fishing a lot. I play a lot of pool too.
Nice.
I know Trenton. He's a hell of a joke writer. He's part of Rose Battle Dallas Fort Worth. He dates a single mom, who's really funny too. White. You gotta say it. You gotta know. But yeah, this guy's amazing. I bet your set was great. Sorry I missed it. You're right. I hate white people.
Yeah, that's cool. I get it.
Is this true? You're with a single mom?
Yeah, single mom of 4.
Oh my god.
Yeah, fucking thank me for my service, dude.
Wow. How old are these kids, ballpark? All between what ages?
Dude, you think I'm supposed to know this?
Just give us the ballpark of the youngest and oldest.
13 through 4.
Okay, yeah, those are kids.
That's why you're suicidal.
Yeah, exactly. You get it.
That makes sense. So, do you often bang her, obviously, at her place? You guys don't live together, right?
Yeah, no, we live a while apart, so it's just whenever we can.
Right. So you go over there, and then what? You kind of like to get into bed, kids. get on, children.
Nah, we just go
the tornado shelter.
Yeah, no, it's just shove some shit in front of the door so we can hear them start trying to break in.
Is that true? I love that. Hell yeah. That works.
Yeah.
That works. I get it. I've never really gotten into the single mom thing. I don't know. What's that? Oh, no. I mean, it's amazing. She does stand up?
Yeah.
Tony, get you a black widow. That's what you need.
Okay. Did she sign up tonight? Is she with you?
Yeah, she's across the street, or next door.
What's her name?
Sagan Butler.
There you go. We're going to get her out here. We're going to have her. That'll be fun. So how long you been banging this fucking mom for?
We've been in an intimate relationship for about 4 months, I'd say.
Okay.
She's a very respectful woman. Don't say that.
I love it. I love it. So, have the kids ever cock blocked you or anything like that? How do the kids fit into this thing?
Oh man, the oldest are good. They take themselves to bed. The youngest, they try to, which they stay with their dad part of the time. That's why I like to come over. But
hell yeah, that's a good time.
These resources. You ever do the Hank Hill voice with them?
What'd you say?
You ever do like the Hank Hill voice with them?
No, I don't. I'm gonna be real.
You should though. You got that, you know.
I don't have Wi-Fi. I don't have TV, so I've never seen any of that.
Right. Again, Moses is from San Diego. Not many blacks know about King of the Hill.
He's white. I told him about King of the Hill.
Amazing. Amazing. Proving my point yet again. Amazing. Have you met the dad?
I've met one of the dads. There's
Game over? No way, because we got a Game Genie. We tell you when to do it. No Bill and Ted did video game commercials. Well, these two guys aside, the Game Genie still made you a gaming god. Its premise, that you could break the rules of video game reality via the inputting of customized cheat codes, was somewhat earth-shattering for kids. Remember, this was the early 90s. There were no mods. There was only the Game Genie. And that promise and potential is what made the Game Genie so popular. Of course, not everyone was a fan. The product and subsequent lawsuit changed video gaming forever. It's also an example of a rare instance where Nintendo took a business to court and lost, costing themselves $15 million and legal fees. The irony? The Game Genie never would have happened if Nintendo had just been a little more polite. Let's start with the basics. The Game Genie acted as an intermediary cartridge. You inserted your game into the device, then inserted the Game Genie itself into the console. Programming would intercept the start sequence, and you, the user, would have an opportunity to insert 3 to 5 cheat codes, the actual number of which depended on which system you were using. The codes themselves came from a book that was published by Game Genie, although later forms of the system would come with a subscription that gave you updated codes and new games. A total of 11 of these updates were released for the Nintendo. These codes operated as makeshift patch codes, which were read as integer values into the system. The codes themselves would thus alter the data and programming of the console, creating a slew of awesomeness. Players could become invulnerable, have infinite lives, get all the weapons from the start of the game. If I'm remembering correctly, there was actually one code in Super Mario Bros. 3 that allowed users to basically get rid of gravity. That was awesome. In other words, the possibilities, while not quite being endless, allowed users to fundamentally change the way that they played a game. This turned traditional gaming on its head, removed typical guardrails, and gave users some pretty awesome possibilities. The developer of the Game Genie was Codemasters, a British company who developed video games for a variety of systems, albeit not the Nintendo. So, it's the late 1980s. Richard and Dave Darling, two of the co-founders of Codemasters, are at the Las Vegas Computer Entertainment Show, biannual entertainment electronics show. Wanting to get involved with Nintendo, the two approached representatives from the company about developing games for them. They were rebuffed and told that they needed a, quote, official appointment. In an interview, David said that they, quote, saw doing it without them as a challenge. The gauntlet had been thrown down in the minds of the Darling brothers. In order to develop for Nintendo, developers had to acquire a license from the company. Doing so was difficult. Developers had to adhere to Nintendo's strict quality control standards, limit the amount of games they created in a year, and engage in some, let's just say, significant revenue sharing. Seeking a way around that, Ted Karen of Codemasters began the process of reverse engineering the security features that prevented development of unauthorized games. He was successfully able to build a development system that allowed Codemasters' game Treasure Island Dizzy to be ported to the Nintendo. And here's where things get more interesting. In a 1993 interview, Dave Darling said that their initial thoughts as they were trying to develop Nintendo games were to come up with a game concept that would, quote, appeal to everybody. They then realized how awesome it would be to, quote, give the game loads of options so people could make it as hard or as easy as they'd like. The men realized that doing so would be great if it could be done with already existing games. Having already broken into the Nintendo console, the three men realized that they could, in effect, create a platform that enabled users to enter codes that could alter their playing experience. Thus, the basic idea behind the Game Genie was born. We're missing one key element: finding the codes. Being infamous codes would be found in one way: trial and error. A team from Codebusters would have to sit down and type in every possible combination of numbers and letters to see what worked and what didn't. If you played the Game Genie, you probably remember that the codes were always different and there was no rhyme or reason to them. Thus, Codemasters staff had to use brute force to find the codes to be included in the codebook. That meant hiring a lot more people. It also meant buying every game to find codes. Codemasters turned to two companies for help distributing their products: Camerica in Canada and Galoob in the United States. Galoob was massive, a company with revenue north of $228 million in 1989. They're probably best known for Micro Machines. With all the pieces in place, the system was set to go. Originally, it was named Power Pack, but it ultimately took the new name of Game Genie. And then, the lawsuits. As many of you probably know, Nintendo jealously guards their intellectual property, perhaps more so than most companies. They sued to take down ROM sites, mods, game tournaments, use of their characters, and more. All creative companies have a tendency to be zealous when it comes to their property rights, but Nintendo has always taken it a little bit further than most. Knowing Nintendo's reputation for lawsuits, Galoob and Codemasters immediately went to work. In May 1990, Galoob and Codemasters started the legal ball rolling by preemptively suing Nintendo in U.S. federal court. Specifically, they sought a declaratory judgment which said that Game Genie didn't violate Nintendo's copyright and ensured Nintendo would not be able to interfere with the sales of the Game Genie. Indeed, Galoob went as far as suing Nintendo to stop them from ever changing their hardware in order to thwart the Game Genie. Nintendo quickly agreed to the terms of the lawsuit. The Game Genie hit the market. Everyone was happy. Sunshine was across the land. Really no, Nintendo jealously guards their intellectual property, perhaps more so than most companies. They sue to take down ROM sites, mods, game tournaments, use of their characters, and more. All creative companies have a tendency to be zealous when it comes to their property rights, but Nintendo has always taken it a little bit further than most. Knowing Nintendo's reputation for lawsuits, Galoob and Codemasters immediately went to work. In May 1990, Galoob and Codemasters started the legal ball rolling by preemptively suing Nintendo in U.S. federal court. Specifically, they sought a declaratory judgment which said that Game Genie didn't violate Nintendo's copyright and ensuring Nintendo would not be able to interfere with the sales of the Game Genie. Indeed, Galoob went as far as suing Nintendo to stop them from ever changing their hardware in order to thwart the Game Genie. Nintendo quickly agreed to the terms of the lawsuit. The Game Genie hit the market. Everyone was happy. Sunshine was across the land. Totally just kidding. Nintendo countersued, saying that the Game Genie violated Nintendo's intellectual property by encouraging players to make derivative works. What is a derivative work? Glad you asked. According to the U.S. Copyright Office, a derivative work is work that is based on or derived from one or more already existing works. In other words, if you wrote Harry Potter and the extremely transgender witch, J.K. Rowling could, rightfully, sue you for creating a derivative work since you were profiting from her intellectual property. Nintendo's argument was that Codemasters and Galoob were creating derivative works through the publication of the Game Genie. 6 weeks after the filing of the lawsuit, a federal judge ruled in Nintendo's favor by issuing a preliminary injunction against the sale of the game in the United States, with the injunction set to go away if the suit was resolved in Galoob's favor. This meant Galoob couldn't sell the Game Genie in the United States anymore. Nintendo was also ordered to post a bond of $100,000. That money would go to Galoob to compensate them for sales lost if Galoob won the lawsuit. The money would also be increased over time, so let's put that aside for a second. Now, Nintendo also sought the same legal remedy in Canada, but they were denied. As a result, the Game Genie remained on the market in the homes of our northern neighbors. Codemasters updated some ads to say, "Well, thank you, Canada." The trial played out over 2 weeks, with days of expert testimony, including by the one and only Shigeru Miyamoto, who described how making Mario jump higher created a derivative work that violated copyright. In all seriousness, that's a statement about how high stakes this battle was for Nintendo. They had to get the creator of Mario to testify. 421 days after the initial suit was filed, federal judge Fern Smith ruled in favor of Galoob. Judge Smith found that the Nintendo games belonged to the consumers who purchased them, and that those consumers were free to use it however they saw fit. All the Game Genie did was help them to do so. Got even better for Galoob. Based on Canadian sales, Galoob and Codemasters were able to prove that they would have moved about $30 million in merchandise. As a result, Nintendo was forced to fork over the entire $15 million bond, plus legal fees. Nintendo appealed the decision to a higher court, but lost, with the appellate court finding that the changes were not fixed, meaning that the game itself was deleted as soon as players stopped playing. No derivative work was created. The court also noted that Nintendo didn't suffer any economic harm from the use of Game Genie. Don't you think that's actually the most important thing? In fact, the exact opposite seems to be the case to me. Game Genie allowed players to beat hard games, advance to levels they never previously explored, experiment with new playstyles, and more. It also allowed players a ton of creativity with what they did and how they did it in a game world. It's also worth noting that players had to actually play the video game before they bought the Game Genie. Game Genie only worked if players bought the game to begin with. Funny thing, Genesis does what Nintendo. Sega endorsed the product, but it wasn't because Sega was so smart. It was actually because Codemasters was. The company was already manufacturing cartridges that worked before approaching Sega with a proposition. Let's make a deal. Sega, with their backs against the wall and facing a very real possibility of unauthorized console development and in an unfavorable legal environment, agreed. Thus, Game Genie's Sega version was officially Sega endorsed. In the end, there were 5 versions of the Game Genie. As already noted, there was one version from Nintendo and Sega. There was also a Super Nintendo version, which attached similarly to the Nintendo version. There were compatibility issues with certain games and had additional pins, like Star Fox and Super Mario RPG. What is most interesting to me is that the Super Nintendo version had a switch that you could toggle on or off. This gave users additional flexibility. There was a Game Boy version, which also had an on-off toggle. Adorably, it had a little slot for a itty-bitty codebook. How cute. The Game Gear had the same slot for a codebook, but the Game Genie design here was very different, requiring an additional cartridge slot that only popped up when the game was inserted into the Game Gear to begin with. Sounds complicated. Well, those were the only 5 Game Genie itself, there was extensive conversation about the idea of creating a Game Genie 2. This device would have been much more powerful, come with a potentially huge ability, allowing users to find cheat codes themselves. Additional features would have allowed users to toggle individual cheats, turn on the slow-mo mode, and the ability to create and use if-then cheat codes, whereby cheat codes were only activated if a specific activity preceded it. This system actually got relatively far into development, to the point that prototypes were created. Richard Altman, one of the creators of the system, still has one of the 5 prototypes that is believed to be in existence. Unfortunately, the Game Genie 2 was announced, but it was never marketed. Galoob still had too many of the original systems sitting in warehouses, and they believed that market conditions had changed to the point that it would no longer support the system. Inspired by Game Genie, other products would emerge. This includes the Game Shark, which allowed players to use preloaded codes that could be saved to game memory. It was released for Saturn, PlayStation, N64, and PS2. From a sales perspective, the product did great. 5 million moved during its lifetime. Galoob made $65 million off of the product in 1992 alone. Although by 1994, the product's revenue had dropped to $4 million, making the ultimate decision to discontinue it a lot more sensible. All of this being said, this system's legacy is solid. Galoob and Codemasters did something really rare. They took a video game giant to court, and they won. In fact, the case is somewhat influential in the arena of copyright law, as it helps set parameters for what exactly is a derivative work. From a legal perspective, this would actually backfire on mod creators by establishing that modded games were permanent and thus could violate intellectual property. That would happen a few years later when third parties began to bundle mods for certain games like Duke Nukem and try to sell them to make a profit. Despite this negative legal impact, the Game Genie is heavily influential for the modern modding community. Think about it. The system was one of the first commercially available modding platforms. By showing people what you can do by tinkering under the hood of a game, modders would find a future home. In that regard, it was highly influential. It created a whole new way of thinking about how video games are made and unmade. If you like this video, I hope you like and subscribe. Not only does it help the channel grow, but it helps you find more cool content. Have a wonderful day out there, friends. See you next time. Nintendo had notoriously strict quality standards, which, according to them, gave them the best games. In fairness, they were right. That may have made sense. Nintendo got greedy. They charged developers a hefty royalty fee, made developers pay for cartridges, and limited the games that developers could make in a year. All in all, developers were less than pleased with the restrictions. In most cases, they still adhered to Nintendo's requirements in order to develop the system. While economic reality is the rise of Sega and poor decisions would ultimately force Nintendo to change its approach, some developers, like Tengen, were able to find their way around Nintendo's restrictions. In this video, we're going to tell the story of how Tengen broke Nintendo to produce their own games without the official Nintendo license, and how Nintendo cracked down on Tengen, ultimately prevailing in court. Nintendo did not mess around when it came to third-party platforms. The company required developers to submit games to Nintendo for approval. Blood, gore, sexism, racism, and other content restrictions would apply. Nintendo charged a pretty good royalty fee for games sold, usually around 10 to 20%. They also made developers buy cartridges directly from Nintendo and limited the amount of games that a developer could create to 5 per year. They also had a 2-year exclusivity deal. Any game that appeared on the Nintendo could not appear on any other system during that time period. All this was done in the name of protecting quality. One didn't hurt the Nintendo made a hefty profit and helped prevent any competition from gaining a foothold in the market. For most of the late 80s, Nintendo dominated the market, and with no competition. Once Nintendo arrived on the market in 1983 in Japan, 85 in America, and 86 in Europe, it more or less completely owned the home console market for the next 5 years, and was easily the best-selling console of the 3rd generation. As such, developers were usually willing to adhere to Nintendo's requirements in order to earn that sweet, sweet ceiling. And if they weren't, well, the 10NES was in the way. The 10NES was the lockout system that stopped unauthorized games. Every Nintendo console came with a sharp 4-bit SM590 microcontroller. This chip operated as a lock. When the game was inserted into the system, the lock would request a code from the key. The key was placed in every Nintendo game by Nintendo, who, as we noted above, was the only company that could manufacture a game. If the game failed to deliver the code, the lockout chip would activate, resetting the system and stopping the game from starting. However, no system was completely foolproof. Dozens of games from multiple Judge and Tengen folded, agreeing to Nintendo's terms. In 1988, Tengen released 3 licensed games for the Nintendo: RBA Baseball, Pac-Man, and Golf. At the same time, there was a lot more happening behind the scenes. Most importantly is that Nintendo and Tengen were about to go to a legal war over Tetris. It's worth an entire other video, so here's a quick version. Atari and Nintendo each developed their own version of the most popular video game of all time, Tetris. Both companies believed that they had secured the rights to develop Alexei Pajitnov's legendary game, and both produced their own versions of the game. Atari sued Nintendo for $250 million in damages, and Nintendo countersued, alleging that Atari was infringing on Nintendo's patent for the game. Nintendo also brought down the economic hit. If any retailers carried the unlicensed Tengen game, they could be cut off of future gaming supplies. That threat didn't stop Tengen, and on May 17, 1989, Tengen began to sell unlicensed versions of Tetris. Unknown to Nintendo, Tengen engineers were hard at work creating a workaround of the 10 NES system, as they had been since 1986. They attempted to use a variety of methods, including monitoring electronic communications, key, chemically removing layers of the chip, but those failed. So Tengen was reduced to using a bold form of subterfuge. They lied to the U.S. Patent Office, which, as a general rule, is a bad idea. Follow this for a second. Part of the reason that no one could recreate the key for the 10 NES system was because the source code for the chip was patented. The patent, of course, was held at the U.S. Patent Office. Lawyers for Atari contacted the Patent Office and said that they needed a copy of the source code for a pending legal case. There was no such case, but it still worked. Tengen obtained the source code for the 10 NES system through this really basic juvenile lie. With this information, Tengen developed their key. Known as the Rabbit system, the Rabbit could generate a code that was functionally indistinguishable than any other code developed by the 10 NES. Tengen had done it. They were able to produce and manufacture their own games regardless of Nintendo's license. While this had been done in the past, Tengen was the largest developer to do so. Ultimately, Tengen would go on to produce 15 unlicensed games. These included unlicensed versions of the 3 games that it developed, as well as a variety of others: Roadrunner, Miss Pac-Man, Klax, and more. Because they were unlicensed, Tengen cartridges looked a little different than standard Nintendo ones. They were black, not gray, slanted in the front, from here, as you would expect. Go to court. Atari sued first, alleging that Nintendo's licensing practices violated the Sherman Antitrust Act, a law which stopped monopolies in private enterprise. Nintendo countersued, alleging unfair competition, and that Tengen had violated Nintendo's copyright and patent via their reverse engineering. The District Court for Northern California granted Nintendo a preliminary injunction, meaning that Tengen could not sell their unlicensed games. Things then get complicated. The court would later find that Tengen had, in fact, copied programming, in this case the source code, that was protected intellectual property of Nintendo. The copies of the games created because of this source code, the ones which contained the Rabbit program, were thus illegal, as the Rabbit program was functionally indistinguishable from the 10 NES. They also found that Tengen had used unauthorized copies of the original source code by obtaining the code from the Patent Office through illicit means, in this case, lying to the Patent Office. What I would argue is even more interesting is the court actually said that reverse engineering was protected and Tengen was fine to do so, but the direct copying of the source code and the way in which the information was obtained was a problem. Now things would only get worse for Tengen. In 1990, a federal judge ruled that Nintendo could sue retailers who sold unlicensed games, meaning that major companies like Toys R Us and Walmart could be on the hook for economic damages if they sold games that were unlicensed. Atari appealed to the United States Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, but they lost there too. The reason changed a little bit. The injunction was upheld, games couldn't be sold, but the court did find that Atari could have copied the code if they had obtained it through legitimate means, or at least, not lying to the government. This was a difficult one-two punch for Tengen. In 1989, a federal judge hearing the Tetris case also ruled in favor of Nintendo, saying that Nintendo, not Tengen, had a license for Tetris. As a result, Tengen had to issue refunds to retailers who had purchased the unlicensed Tetris game. Only an estimated 50,000 copies of the game were sold. In 1994, the suit over unlicensed games finally ended. Tengen paid Nintendo for damages and for the use of other intellectual property licenses. Now, Nintendo might have won this battle, but they did eventually lose the war. Nintendo's heavy-handed approach to its licensees ultimately caught the eye of the United States Federal Trade Commission, the federal government agency that is charged with consumer protection and regulation against monopolistic business practices. As early as 1989, a Democratic congressman, Dennis Epert of Ohio, called on federal authorities to investigate Nintendo for price fixing. It was alleged Nintendo could pressure retailers to hold prices at Maryland joined the investigation, which reached a settlement in 1991. Nintendo had to stop price-fixing pressure tactics, tell retailers that they were free to set any price they wanted, and pay $4.75 million to 39 states to cover related legal costs. For consumers, Nintendo had to issue $25 million in $5 coupons to customers who had bought games between June 1988 and December 1990. Not everyone was happy. Among those who submitted public comment opposing the settlement was Sam Tranrail, president of Atari. Tranrail said that the settlement was insufficient, required no admission of wrongdoing by Nintendo, required no strong remedies to fix things going forward, and wasn't tough enough. The combination of government action, old-fashioned capitalism would, finally, force Nintendo to drop their draconian ways. Remember, Nintendo was basically an elite game system in 10, so they could afford to throw their weight around and crush the competition. And then that changed. Many developers, including Tengen, began to migrate to the Genesis. Among the reasons, its more flexible licensing requirements, including more reasonable royalty rates and less restrictive practices. When EA Games worked out a deal with Sega to license their games on the system, other developers followed, and the pressure of competition combined with a series of legal and regulatory enforcement methods pressured Nintendo to loosen their licensing restrictions, thus creating a much more fair system for game developers. In the 90s, Sega was able to recruit quite a few current and former Nintendo developers to the cause of their new Genesis. Among the developers, Tengen. Tengen would take 4 of their unlicensed games from Nintendo to the Genesis, including Afterburner 2, Alien Syndrome, Shinobi, and Fantasy Zone. They would wind up producing about 20 games for the system. Ultimately, Tengen became a victim of the constantly shifting corporate landscape. In 1994, Time Warner, which had purchased a controlling interest in Atari Games in 1993, reabsorbed the company into their broader corporation, thus forming Time Warner Interactive. That company produced dozens of games going into 1997, and if you want more information on their corporate history, let me know in the comments, because that's going to require another video. Here's the point. Tengen challenged Nintendo twice. They lost. Twice. However, the loss for Tengen wasn't a loss for the rest of us. Tengen's legal fights with Nintendo set the stage for Nintendo's loss of near exclusive control over the video game market. That gave way to a slew of new innovative games, developers, and products. Honestly, Tengen did us all a favor. They helped to take down a giant by a peg or two and create a better video game ecosystem, one that all of us still enjoy today. And that is it for this edition of Almost Something. As always, I hope you've enjoyed this weird intersection of video games and the legal world. If you did, please like and subscribe. You made it to the end of the video, so you must like what we have to say. We'll have more soon. Thank you for watching, everyone, and have a wonderful day out there.
In the early 90s, the video game industry was obsessed with bits. The average consumer didn't understand what a bit actually was, but they did know one thing. The more bits, the better. And video game companies used this to their advantage with marketing. Sega and Nintendo battled for the top spot in the market with their 16-bit consoles, the Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo. But with success came pressure. To stay ahead of the curve, they needed to come up with the next big thing. Pressure heated up in 1993 when Atari released their 64-bit console, the Jaguar. In their advertisements, Atari challenged customers to do the math. It was an enticement to consumers and a dig at their competition. The system ultimately didn't sell well, but in terms of sheer power, Atari's 64-bit system had Sega and Nintendo's 16-bit systems beat. Atari's powerful new console sent a strong message, but Atari wasn't the only company making waves. The 3DO was a 32-bit console released in late 1993 and was even named Time Magazine's 1993 Product of the Year. As 1994 wore on, there was
was a lot of buzz about Sony's upcoming console. Sega in particular felt the heat. They knew that to maintain their hard-fought spot as the scrappy, edgy competitor to Nintendo, they had to be cutting edge. But Sega of Japan and Sega of America had very different ideas on what their next move should be. Success played a big role in their divergent strategies. The Sega Genesis, known as the Mega Drive outside of North America, debuted in 1988 in Japan and didn't make a huge splash. By 1994, the Mega Drive felt like old news. Sega of Japan was ready to move on. But in America, the Genesis was in the midst of a rebirth. In the early 90s, newly hired Sega of America president Tom Kalinske gave Nintendo a run for its money when he called for an aggressive anti-Nintendo marketing campaign, slashed the price of the Genesis, and packaged the console with Sonic the Hedgehog. The 16-bit Genesis wasn't exactly cutting-edge technology, but it was fun, and it gave Nintendo some serious competition. Sega's competing strategies came to clash at a January 1994 meeting during the Winter Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. Executives from Sega of America met in a hotel room and conferenced in Sega CEO Hayao Nakayama. Nakayama wanted a 32-bit cartridge-based system, out in time for the 1994 holiday season. This would keep Sega ahead of the curve and help bridge the gap between the Genesis and future consoles. Nakayama's suggestion was essentially a 32-bit Sega Genesis. Sega of America president Tom Kalinske didn't like the idea. The Genesis was still selling well. There was no gap that needed to be bridged. Sega of America's head of research and development, Joe Miller, was also resistant. According to former Sega of America producer Michael Latham, Miller said, "Oh, that's just a horrible idea. If all you're going to do is enhance the system, you should make it an add-on. If it's a new system with legitimate new software, great. But if the only thing it does is double the colors..." Miller doesn't recall being quite that blunt. But after some debate, they agreed to make it an add-on. Sega of America would lead development, while Sega of Japan would provide any additional resources needed. The add-on would have to be ready by the 1994 holiday season. That gave Sega less than a year. It was a tall order, but not entirely out of the box. After all, Sega already had experience building add-ons for the Genesis. In 1989, they debuted the Power Base Converter, which allowed players to play Master System games on the Genesis. A few years later, in 1992, they put out the Sega CD, which was an expensive but technologically advanced add-on that allowed users to play CD-based games. So, they moved forward. It was a difficult process. The team had just months to complete the product, which was codenamed Project Mars. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Sega of America, Sega of Japan was quietly developing their own 32-bit system, which would eventually become the Sega Saturn. According to Joe Miller, Project Mars had 3 initial prototypes. The first 2 were not much of an improvement over the Genesis, but the third prototype, suggested by Sega of Japan, contained 2 Hitachi SH2 32-bit processors, the same processors that would be used in the Saturn. It was a bit more complex than the Genesis hardware, but there was a strategy behind it. Sega of Japan argued that developers could learn to work with these new chips in preparation for Project Saturn, which was slowly coming to fruition. Sega's new plan was that the Saturn would be their next big console, while Project Mars would be a cheaper alternative for consumers who weren't quite ready to take the leap. Along with new processors came a more powerful VDP, more than 32,000 on-screen colors, 3D graphics support, enhanced sprite scaling and rotation, and 2 more digital sound channels. On paper, it was quite an upgrade for the Sega Genesis. The team initially called it the Genesis Super 32X, and eventually shortened it to 32X. By the summer of 1994, Sega showed off the 32X's near-final prototype at the Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago. It went over fairly well. Sega pitched it as an inexpensive way for players to enjoy 32-bit technology, while also being able to play the enormous backlog of Genesis titles. They also promised a slew of new 32-bit games that would be available when the 32X launched that November. They also mentioned a few dozen companies who planned to develop games for the 32X. It was a who's who of video game makers. Acclaim inserts into the Genesis cartridge slot, transforming the 16-bit Genesis into a 32-bit system. Some developers jokingly called it the Sega Mushroom. Sega launched a $10 million ad campaign to promote the 32X. Sega was known for edgy, in-your-face ads, but these pushed the envelope even further by being surprisingly sexual. They highlighted the 32X's power and speed, and poked fun at how the add-on mounts the Genesis. For a little while, the 32X looked like it might just beat the odds. Ads and media coverage generated a lot of buzz.
You can even play your favorite Genesis CD game. 32X makes the game way more intense, just like in the arcade.
But then, the bombshell. Sega of Japan announced that their new console, the Sega Saturn, would launch in Japan in November of 1994, the exact same time as the 32X launch. All of that momentum came to a screeching halt. With the Saturn launching in Japan, it would surely reach the rest of the world soon, which begged the question, what was the point of this 32-bit add-on? A few critics speculated that the 32X was a waste of money, a mere stopgap between the Genesis and the Saturn. Trip Hawkins, the founder of Electronic Arts, famously called it a band-aid. It didn't help matters when Sega threw a massive party for journalists that went horribly wrong. They flew reporters in from all over the country, put them up in a hotel in San Francisco, and threw a party where a rapper took the stage to praise the 32X. But the music was too loud, and the few 32X games that were on display were so unimpressive that very few journalists actually played them. Despite these obstacles, Sega of America continued to market the system hard. In Sega Vision magazine, they made their case. There are high-end platforms that haven't been released yet, like Sega Saturn, so you could just wait. Or you can have it all now. The full tilt, top-of-the-line, true 32-bit arcade experience, way better than the competition, for a phenomenal price of less than $150. On November 21st, 1994, the 32X launched in North America and sold fairly well. According to some reports, demand outran the supply of the 600,000 units available at launch. It debuted at a price of $159.91, slightly more expensive than promised, but less than half of what the Sega Saturn would cost. A month later, the 32X launched in Europe and Japan. By this time, the Saturn had already launched in Japan, which gave Japanese gamers little incentive to buy a 32X. The 32X came with an AC adapter, AV cables, connector cables, electromagnetic shield plates, and a spacer. It was compatible with the Genesis Model 1, Model 2, and the CDX. Hooking up the 32X is interesting. According to the manual, the electromagnetic shield plates need to be inserted into the Genesis. This was to prevent RF signal interference and to comply with FCC regulations. If the user had a Genesis Model 2, the spacer had to be attached to the bottom. Without it, the 32X can wobble. Although honestly, the 32X works fine without either of these attachments. The connector cable goes from the AV out in the Genesis to the AV in on the 32X. Then the AV cable goes from the 32X AV out to the television. The Genesis and 32X each require their own power. It's a lot of plugs. Sega actually came out with their own power strip specifically designed to house all of these AC adapters. The 32X was designed to be a permanent addition to the Genesis, so players could plug the 32X in and play either a Genesis game or a 32X game. There was plenty of buzz around the 32X when it debuted, but that fizzled fast, mainly because of the games. When they hyped the add-on at the Consumer Electronics Show that summer, Sega said that the 32X would have an extensive library of games, but only 3 titles were available when the 32X launched: Virtua Racing, Doom, and Star Wars Arcade. Virtua Racing is considered the best of the 3 launch titles. It was previously released on the Genesis, but the 32X version is much improved. It also contains 2 new tracks and 2 new vehicles. It's close to the original arcade version and is a solid port. Doom is a classic first-person shooter and was really big at the time, but the 32X version was rushed to meet deadlines. It definitely shows. The music isn't very pleasant, and this version is actually missing levels. Finally, there was Star Wars Arcade. Despite receiving mediocre scores from critics for repetitive gameplay, Star Wars Arcade was the best-selling 32X launch title. People just loved Star Wars. So, the game was a system seller. Slowly, more games trickled in. Many of them were rushed through production, and it showed. The production timelines were too tight for some of the titles, which led to last-minute scrambles and headaches for Sega. Disappointment for players. Those that did make it to market in time didn't take full advantage of the 32X's capabilities. Cosmic Carnage was so bad that Sega didn't even want to ship it out. And fans were particularly disappointed that a 3D Sonic game, which had been teased at the Consumer Electronics Show, was nowhere to be found. In fact, the 32X would never get a Sonic game. The closest it came was Knuckles Chaotix, a spin-off of the Sonic series that featured an interesting Bungie gameplay mechanic. The 1994 holiday season was rough on Sega, but the 32X was only part of the problem, because while their hot new add-on crashed and burned, their competition raked in the cash. On the same day the 32X was released, Nintendo released Donkey Kong Country. The game sold like crazy. It would go on to become the third best-selling Super Nintendo game of all time, just behind Super Mario World and Super Mario All-Stars. The game sold like crazy. It would go on to become the third best-selling Super Nintendo game of all time, just behind Super Mario World and Super Mario All-Stars. The game was a smash hit, both with critics and players, but it was also a smack in the face to Nintendo's competition. When Atari, Sega, and 3DO zigged, Nintendo zagged. Atari's Jaguar, Sega's 32X, and the 3DO chased the cow. Nintendo, on the other hand, created a really fun game that pushed hardware limits for their 16-bit system. For Sega especially, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Sales of the 32X dropped off sharply after the holiday season. Word was out. Critics and fans finally agreed. The 32X was a mere stopgap. Many of the developers who'd been planning games for the 32X went in a new direction. Some abandoned the projects entirely, while others reworked them for the Sega Saturn. But Sega wasn't ready to give up on the 32X just yet. They went back to their original idea for a 32-bit Genesis and announced the Sega Neptune. The Neptune would be a standalone console that could play 32X and Genesis games. It was slated to launch by the end of the year for less than $200, but as the 32X crashed and burned, the date for the Saturn's North American launch grew closer, Sega scrapped the Neptune. As 1995 wore on, the price of the 32X dropped from $160 to $99, but finally to the clearance price of $19.95. The 32X library eventually grew to include 40 titles. With American launch grew closer, Sega scrapped the Neptune. As 1995 wore on, the price of the 32X dropped from $160 to $99, and finally to the clearance price of $19.95. The 32X library eventually grew to include 40 titles, a handful of which you had to have the 32X and the Sega CD to play. None of the games were big enough to draw consumers to the 32X. Not too many months after the 32X debuted, it was forgotten. In October of 1995, Sega CEO Hayao Nakayama canceled all Sega consoles except the Saturn. It was a move to focus the company's resources on the latest console, thus officially ending the short life.